My grandchildren convinced me to change my will, then abandoned me in the nursing home. The heartbreaking betrayal I've experienced over the past 8 months has taught me at 78 years old that the grandchildren I raised after their parents' deaths, who I loved unconditionally and supported financially through their entire lives, were only maintaining their relationship with me to secure their inheritance, and that once I'd signed the updated will, they'd carefully orchestrated, one that gave them immediate control of my assets through a questionable conservatorship arrangement. They promptly placed me in a substandard nursing facility and have barely visited, despite my declining health and desperate loneliness. I'm Margaret Chen, and what makes this situation so devastatingly painful is not just the financial exploitation, though that's certainly significant given I'm now essentially impoverished in my final years, but the realization that the love I thought was mutual was actually a performance my grandchildren maintained for decades, while apparently feeling nothing genuine for the woman who sacrificed her comfortable retirement to raise them after their parents died in a car accident when they were young. My son David and his wife Linda died in a tragic accident 15 years ago when my grandchildren, Marcus and Jessica, were 8 and 6 years old, respectively. My husband had passed away 2 years before that, leaving me a widow at 63. When David and Linda died, I didn't hesitate to take in Marcus and Jessica despite being in my early 60s and looking forward to a peaceful retirement. They were my son's children. They'd lost both parents tragically, and I loved them as much as I'd loved David. Raising school-aged children in my 60s was challenging, but I threw myself into the role completely. I attended school events, helped with homework, drove them to activities, and provided the stable, loving home they needed after such devastating loss. I'd had a comfortable financial situation from my husband's life insurance and my own retirement savings, approximately $800,000 in investments plus my paid-off house, worth about $400,000. I'd been living frugally, and my money had been growing nicely until I took on raising Marcus and Jessica. The costs of raising 2 children were substantial, even though I received some survivor benefits from David's Social Security. Private school tuition because the local public schools weren't adequate, sports and activity fees, medical expenses, clothing, food, everything added up quickly. I dipped into my savings regularly to provide Marcus and Jessica with opportunities and experiences I felt they deserved after losing their parents so young. I'd also helped both of them financially through college. Marcus had attended a private university studying business, graduating with minimal loans because I'd covered most of his tuition and living expenses. Jessica had gone to a state school for graphic design, but had also received substantial financial support from me. Between both of their educations, I'd spent approximately $200,000 from my retirement savings. After college, both Marcus and Jessica had struggled some financially, getting established in their careers. I'd helped Marcus with the down payment on his first home, $40,000 that I'd characterized as a gift, not expecting repayment. I'd helped Jessica when her graphic design freelancing wasn't generating enough income to cover her expenses, providing her with monthly support that totaled probably $30,000 over 2 years until she'd found steadier work. By the time I was in my mid-70s, my financial situation had changed significantly from the comfortable retirement I'd originally anticipated. Between raising 2 children, funding their educations, and providing ongoing financial support, my savings had dwindled to about $250,000. My house was still paid off and worth perhaps $450,000 now, so my total net worth was around $700,000, still comfortable, but much less than the secure retirement I'd planned before David's death changed everything. Marcus and Jessica were both in their early 20s and establishing their adult lives. Marcus was married to a woman named Brittany, and they had a toddler, my great-grandson Ethan, who I adored. Jessica was engaged to a man named Tyler and planning a wedding. Both of them seemed to be doing well professionally and personally, and I was proud of how they'd overcome the tragedy of losing their parents and built successful lives. About 2 years ago, when I was 76, Marcus had started expressing concern about my living situation. He'd said I was getting older and that living alone in my house was becoming unsafe. He'd mentioned that I'd seemed forgetful sometimes, and that he worried about me managing my finances and my household. His concerns had seemed to come from a place of love and genuine worry about my well-being. Marcus had suggested I consider updating my estate planning to ensure everything was in order. He'd recommended an attorney he knew who specialized in elder law and estate planning. The attorney, a man named Richard Foster, had met with me and had reviewed my existing will. Richard had suggested that, given my age and Marcus's concerns about my memory and judgment, I should consider establishing a conservatorship arrangement that would give Marcus control over my finances while I was still alive, ensuring my assets would be properly managed and protected. I'd been resistant initially to giving up control of my own money, but Marcus and Jessica had both been very persuasive. They'd said this was about protecting me from potential exploitation or from making poor financial decisions as I aged. They'd said the conservatorship would be temporary, and that Marcus would manage my money carefully to ensure I had everything I needed for the rest of my life. They'd emphasized repeatedly that this was about love and protection, not about them gaining access to my money. Jessica had been particularly emotional during these conversations. She'd cried and said she couldn't bear the thought of me being taken advantage of by scammers who target elderly people. She'd said that giving Marcus legal control of my finances would protect me from any potential financial abuse and would ensure I'd be cared for properly as I continued aging. Somewhat reluctantly, I'd agreed to the conservatorship arrangement and to updating my will. The new estate documents gave Marcus immediate authority over my financial accounts and assets. The updated will left everything to Marcus and Jessica equally upon my death, but the conservatorship meant Marcus controlled everything while I was alive. I'd signed all the documents in attorney Richard Foster's office, with Marcus and Jessica present, both of them hugging me and thanking me for trusting them with this responsibility. Looking back now, I can see the changes began almost immediately after the documents were signed. Marcus had moved quickly to consolidate my financial accounts under his control. He'd said this was necessary for proper management and to ensure he could handle my bills and expenses efficiently. I'd been told I'd still have access to money for my needs, but that Marcus would oversee major expenditures to prevent any financial mistakes. Within a few weeks, I'd noticed I no longer had direct access to most of my money. My bank accounts had been restructured, with Marcus as the primary account holder, and me having only limited access. When I'd asked Marcus about making a significant purchase or giving money to my church, I'd been told we needed to discuss it first, and that Marcus needed to approve any substantial expenses. The restrictions had escalated quickly. Marcus had said my house was too expensive to maintain and that I should sell it and move somewhere more manageable. When I'd resisted, saying I'd lived in that house for 40 years and didn't want to leave my home and community, Marcus had become insistent. He'd said the conservatorship gave him the authority to make these decisions for my benefit and that I needed to trust his judgment. Within 6 months of signing the conservatorship documents, Marcus had sold my house. He'd said we'd gotten a good price of $475,000 and that the money would be invested to fund my care. But I'd never seen any accounting of where that money went. Marcus had said it was being properly managed, but that I didn't need to worry about the details. Instead of the nice independent living or assisted living community I'd imagined moving to, Marcus had placed me in a Medicaid-funded nursing facility. He'd said this was the most appropriate level of care given my age and needs. But the facility was depressing. Old building, understaffed, mostly occupied by residents with severe dementia or physical disabilities. I was one of the more cognitively intact and physically capable residents, which made the placement seem even more inappropriate. I'd protested to both Marcus and Jessica that the nursing home wasn't suitable and that I'd rather live somewhere else. They'd both said this was what the conservatorship funds allowed for and that I should be grateful for the care I was receiving. When I'd pointed out that selling my house should have provided enough money for a much nicer facility, Marcus had become defensive and said I didn't understand financial management and needed to trust his decisions. The visits from Marcus and Jessica had also declined dramatically after my house was sold and I'd been placed in the nursing home. Initially, Marcus had visited weekly, and Jessica had visited every few weeks, But over the past several months, visits had become increasingly rare. Marcus now came maybe once a month for brief visits, where he'd check that I had everything I needed, but wouldn't engage in meaningful conversation. Jessica visited even less frequently, maybe once every 2 or 3 months. I'd tried calling both of them regularly, but they rarely answered, and even more rarely returned my calls. When I did reach them, they'd claim to be busy with work and family obligations. Marcus would say he had responsibilities to Brittany and Ethan. Jessica would say wedding planning consumed all her free time. Both would promise to visit soon, but those promises were rarely kept. The nursing home staff had noticed my isolation. Several nurses and aides had commented that I had family listed, but that they never saw anyone visiting. One particularly kind nurse had asked if I'd been estranged from my family before coming to the facility. I'd explained that, no, these were my grandchildren who I'd raised, and that I didn't understand why they weren't visiting more frequently. I'd also started noticing financial irregularities. The small personal allowance I was supposed to receive monthly from Marcus was often late or short. When I'd ask Marcus about it, he'd become irritated and say he was managing complex financial affairs and that I needed to be patient. I'd also learned from the nursing home business office that Marcus had been late paying my facility fees several times, which was confusing given that he supposedly had access to substantial funds from selling my house. I'd tried to contact attorney Richard Foster to discuss my concerns about how the conservatorship was being managed, but Richard's office had told me that Marcus was his client regarding the conservatorship and that he couldn't discuss the matter with me directly. I'd felt trapped. I'd signed documents giving away control of my finances and now had no way to verify how my money was being managed or to change the arrangement. Eventually, I'd contacted legal aid services for seniors and had explained my situation. The attorney I'd spoken with had been concerned about several aspects of my conservatorship arrangement. She'd said it was unusual for someone who was cognitively intact to be placed under conservatorship, that my living situation seemed inappropriately restrictive, and that Marcus's lack of financial accounting raised red flags about possible exploitation. With legal aid's help, I'd filed to challenge the conservatorship and to get an accounting of how my assets had been managed since Marcus had taken control. The court had ordered Marcus to provide detailed financial records showing what had happened to my money, including the proceeds from selling my house and how my savings had been spent. The accounting Marcus eventually provided was shocking. According to the financial records, Marcus had spent approximately $380,000 of my money on expenses that appeared to be for his own benefit rather than my care. He'd used my house proceeds to pay off his own mortgage, $200,000. He'd purchased a new car that was titled in his name, $45,000. He'd made various other large expenditures that he'd characterized as being for family needs or estate management, but that clearly benefited him rather than me. For my actual care, Marcus had been spending minimally. The budget nursing facility cost about $4,000 monthly, which was substantially less than what a decent assisted living community would have cost. The personal allowance he was supposed to provide me was often withheld entirely. Meanwhile, my remaining assets were being depleted, paying for Marcus's personal expenses under the guise of conservatorship management. The court was disturbed by the financial accounting and the evidence that Marcus had been exploiting the conservatorship for personal enrichment. The judge had ordered the conservatorship to be transferred to a professional conservator and had opened an investigation into Marcus's conduct. The judge had also criticized attorney Richard Foster for his role in establishing the conservatorship arrangement without adequate safeguards against exploitation. But the damage had been done. Of my original $700,000 in assets when the conservatorship was established, only about $180,000 remained. Marcus had essentially stolen more than $500,000 from me over 2 years, while I'd been placed in a substandard nursing facility and had been told I should be grateful for the care I was receiving. The professional conservator now managing my finances had moved me to a much better assisted living community where I actually have independence, social activities, and a pleasant living environment. But the financial reality is that with only $180,000 remaining, I may not have enough money to fund quality care for the rest of my life. If I live another 10 or 15 years, which is certainly possible given my general good health, I may eventually have to return to a Medicaid facility when my money runs out. Marcus and Jessica have both stopped visiting entirely since the conservatorship was transferred and the court investigation began. They apparently have no interest in maintaining a relationship with me now that they can no longer access my money. The grandchildren I'd raised, supported, and loved unconditionally have revealed themselves to be opportunistic and willing to exploit and abandon me once I'd served my financial purpose. I've learned through friends who are still in touch with some of my relatives that Marcus is now living quite comfortably in my former house, which he'd purchased after forcing me to sell it. He'd apparently paid himself the $475,000 sale proceeds and then bought the house for significantly less through a family member acting as straw purchaser, essentially stealing my home. Jessica had apparently received substantial gifts from the conservatorship funds that had helped pay for her wedding and had provided her with a down payment for a house. Both Marcus and Jessica face potential criminal charges for elder financial abuse and conservatorship fraud. The district attorney has been investigating, and I've been told that prosecution is likely. But criminal charges won't restore my financial security or undo the 2 years I spent in an inappropriate nursing facility, believing my grandchildren loved me and were acting in my best interest. The emotional damage is even more devastating than the financial loss. I'd raised Marcus and Jessica from childhood after their parents died. I'd sacrificed my comfortable retirement to give them a stable home and good opportunities. I'd supported them financially through college and into their adult lives. I'd believed we had a genuine, loving relationship built on more than a decade of shared history and mutual care. But apparently their affection was conditional on my being useful to them financially. Once they'd secured control of my assets through the conservatorship, their true feelings, or lack thereof, emerged. The visits stopped, the calls weren't returned, and I was left isolated in a depressing nursing facility, while they enjoyed the money they'd essentially stolen from me. I'm 78 years old, and facing the reality that I'll likely die without having a relationship with my grandchildren, or ever meeting my great-grandchildren beyond brief encounters before the conservatorship fraud was exposed. The family I'd thought I had, the legacy I'd thought I was building, was apparently fiction. Marcus and Jessica were playing roles as loving grandchildren while planning how to extract maximum financial benefit from me. The legal proceedings continue. The professional conservator is trying to recover some of the improperly spent funds through civil claims against Marcus and Jessica. The criminal investigation may result in charges that could send them to prison. But nothing will restore the years I've lost or repair the emotional devastation of realizing that the people I loved most in the world saw me primarily as a source of money to be exploited. I'm now living in a nice assisted living community with the money that remains after Marcus's theft. I've made some friends here, and the staff is kind. But I spend a lot of time thinking about the grandchildren I raised and wondering how they could have done this to me. I replay memories, trying to identify when their affection turned to calculation, when love became performance. I don't have good answers. What I know for certain is that Marcus and Jessica made deliberate choices to exploit and abandon me. They orchestrated the conservatorship specifically to gain access to my assets. They sold my home and placed me in an inadequate facility while spending my money on themselves. They stopped visiting once my usefulness as a source of funds ended. Those were choices that revealed who they actually are beyond the personas they'd maintained while they needed something from me. I'm trying to build a meaningful life with the time I have left, and with the resources that remain after Marcus's theft. I'm trying to make peace with the reality that my family betrayed me in the most comprehensive way possible. Some days are harder than others, but I'm surviving. And I'm telling my story in hopes that other elderly people will be more careful about protecting themselves from family members who might see them as financial opportunities rather than as people deserving of genuine love and respect. My niece convinced me she'd manage my rental properties, then never paid me a dime. The financially catastrophic and emotionally crushing betrayal I've been dealing with for the past 13 months has revealed that my niece, Stephanie, who I helped raise after my sister's death in a car accident, and who I put through college and supported like my own daughter, convinced me to turn over management of my 3 rental properties by claiming her property management expertise would maximize my rental income during my retirement. Then, systematically collected approximately $156,000 in rent from my tenants over 15 months, while never forwarding a single payment to me, leaving me with no rental income to supplement my modest pension, while she spent my money on luxury vacations, designer shopping, and funding her boyfriend's music career that went nowhere. I'm Vincent Calabrese, 76 years old, and what makes this theft so profoundly heartbreaking is not just the massive financial loss, though $156,000 represents over 3 years of the rental income I depended on for my retirement security, but the realization that Stephanie, who I'd loved and supported unconditionally after becoming essentially her father figure when she was 11 years old, deliberately exploited my trust and my lack of technical knowledge about property management software to steal systematically from me, while visiting monthly to maintain the facade of devoted niece and property manager, who was supposedly optimizing my investments and ensuring my financial security in my elderly years. I'd worked as a union electrician for 42 years before retiring at age 70. Through disciplined saving and strategic real estate investment over decades, I'd built a modest but comfortable retirement portfolio. My primary retirement income came from my union pension of approximately $3,100 monthly and Social Security of about $1,800 monthly, giving me total fixed income of $4,900. But a significant portion of my retirement planning had relied on rental income from 3 residential properties I owned. The rental properties represented years of strategic investment and sacrifice. I'd purchased my first rental property in 1992 when I was 45 years old, a small 2-bedroom duplex I'd bought for $87,000 and had gradually paid off over 15 years. I'd purchased a second rental property in 2001, a single-family 3-bedroom house I'd gotten for $125,000. My third rental property was a newer duplex I'd purchased in 2009 during the real estate crash for $156,000. All 3 properties were now paid off, and together, they generated approximately $3,400 in monthly rental income when fully occupied. The rental income of roughly $3,400 monthly, combined with my pension and Social Security, had given me total retirement income of about $8,300 monthly. Comfortable enough to live well, travel occasionally, help family members when needed, and feel financially secure. The properties represented not just current income, but also substantial equity. Together, they were worth approximately $740,000 based on recent comparable sales. I'd managed the properties myself for decades, collecting rent, handling maintenance issues, dealing with tenant concerns, managing turnover and vacancies. But as I'd gotten into my mid-70s, the property management responsibilities had become more physically demanding and time-consuming. Dealing with tenant calls at all hours, coordinating repairs, showing vacant units to prospective tenants, screening applicants. It had all become more challenging at my age. My niece Stephanie was 38 years old and was the daughter of my late sister Maria. Maria and I had been very close, and when she and her husband had been killed in a car accident when Stephanie was 11, I'd stepped in to help raise Stephanie alongside her maternal grandmother. I'd been a father figure to Stephanie through her teenage years, had helped with her education expenses, and had maintained a close relationship with her into adulthood. Stephanie had worked in property management for several years, though her employment history had been somewhat spotty with frequent job changes. She'd worked for various property management companies handling residential rentals, commercial properties, and HOA management. Stephanie had always presented herself as knowledgeable about the property management industry and about best practices for maximizing rental income. About 2 years ago, Stephanie had started suggesting I should let her professionally manage my rental properties. She'd said that self-management was inefficient and that I was probably leaving money on the table by not using professional property management strategies. Stephanie had claimed she could increase my rental income through better tenant screening, strategic pricing, and efficient maintenance coordination. She'd also emphasized that, at my age, I deserved to enjoy retirement without the stress and hassle of managing properties myself. I'd been hesitant initially about giving up direct control of the properties that represented such a significant portion of my retirement income. But Stephanie had been persuasive. She talked about property management software that automated rent collection, about professional maintenance networks that could handle repairs more efficiently, and about her expertise in tenant law and lease agreements that would protect me from problematic tenants. Stephanie had proposed a management arrangement where she'd handle all aspects of property management: tenant screening, lease preparation, rent collection, maintenance coordination, and all tenant communications, in exchange for a 10% management fee. She'd explained this was standard in the industry and would still leave me with 90% of rental income while eliminating all the work and stress of self-management. The proposal had seemed reasonable. Losing 10% of rental income to gain professional management and eliminate work seemed like a fair trade-off at my age, and having family managing the properties had felt safer than hiring an outside management company. I'd trusted Stephanie completely and had believed she'd protect my interests as both a professional and as family. We'd signed a property management agreement that gave Stephanie authority to manage the 3 properties on my behalf. The agreement specified that Stephanie would collect rents, would deduct her 10% management fee plus actual costs for repairs and maintenance, and would distribute remaining rental income to me monthly by the 10th of each month. The agreement had looked professional and had included all the standard provisions Stephanie said were necessary for property management relationships. Stephanie had taken over management of the properties about 17 months ago. She'd had tenants sign new leases naming her company, a property management LLC she'd established, as the landlord's agent. She'd set up online rent collection where tenants would pay through a property management software platform. She'd taken over all communications with tenants and had told them to contact her directly for any issues, rather than contacting me. For the first 2 months, everything had seemed to work as promised. Stephanie had sent me rental income distributions, approximately $3,000 each month after her management fee and some maintenance costs. The income had been slightly less than I'd been collecting when self-managing, but the difference had seemed reasonable given professional management and the elimination of my workload. But after those initial 2 months, the rental income payments had stopped. I'd contacted Stephanie, asking why I hadn't received my distribution. She'd claimed there had been unexpected major repairs needed at one property that had consumed that month's rent. She'd shown me invoices for roof repairs and plumbing work that appeared legitimate. I'd been frustrated but had accepted that sometimes major maintenance issues arise that can temporarily impact income. The next month, Stephanie had again had excuses for why no rental income was distributed: vacancy at one unit, deposit refund issue with another tenant, emergency HVAC replacement at the 3rd property. Each month had brought new explanations for why the rental income I depended on wasn't being paid to me. Stephanie had been sympathetic and apologetic, always promising that once the current issues were resolved, distributions would resume and would include catch-up payments for missed months. I'd started visiting my rental properties to see the repair work Stephanie kept claiming was consuming all the rental income. I'd driven past all 3 properties and they'd all appeared fine. No signs of major construction or repairs, all units occupied with cars in driveways suggesting active tenants. When I'd asked Stephanie about this, she'd claimed the repairs had already been completed and that the properties looked normal because the work was finished. After 6 months of receiving no rental income despite Stephanie's assurances that issues were being resolved, I'd become seriously concerned. I'd been living on just my pension and Social Security, $4,900 monthly, instead of the $8,300 I'd been counting on. I'd had to dip into my modest savings to cover expenses, and had been increasingly worried about my financial security. I demanded that Stephanie show me detailed accounting of rent collected and expenses paid for my properties. Stephanie had kept deflecting, claiming she'd provide the accounting, but then never actually producing it. She'd continued visiting me monthly for family dinners, maintaining the devoted niece persona, while keeping me financially in the dark about my own properties. Finally, after 9 months of receiving no rental income and getting nothing but excuses from Stephanie, I'd hired an attorney to investigate. My attorney had sent formal demands to Stephanie for full accounting and had threatened legal action if she didn't immediately provide documentation and distribute rental income she'd been withholding. The investigation had uncovered a horrifying truth. Stephanie hadn't been paying for repairs or dealing with vacancies. She'd been collecting full rent from all my tenants every month and had been keeping the money for herself. Bank records obtained through legal discovery showed that over 15 months, Stephanie had collected approximately $156,000 in rent from my 3 properties and had never distributed any of it to me, beyond the first 2 months when she'd apparently been establishing trust before beginning her theft. The tenants confirmed they'd been paying rent regularly to Stephanie through the property management software platform. None of the major repairs Stephanie had claimed were consuming rental income had actually been done. The invoices she'd shown me had been fabricated. The properties had been occupied and rent-paying throughout the period when Stephanie had been claiming various problems were preventing distributions. Stephanie had simply stolen the rental income, depositing it into accounts she controlled and spending it on herself. Bank records showed she'd used my rental income for international vacations to Europe and the Caribbean, had spent tens of thousands on designer clothing and handbags, had paid for her boyfriend's recording studio time and music equipment, and had funded an extravagant lifestyle far beyond what her spotty employment history could have supported. The discovery had been devastating. Stephanie hadn't just stolen money. She'd stolen rental income I'd been depending on for my retirement security. I'd spent 9 months living on significantly reduced income, depleting my savings, and worrying about my financial situation, while Stephanie had been spending my money on luxury vacations and shopping sprees. I'd reported Stephanie to police immediately. The detective handling my case had said this was a clear case of embezzlement and theft. Stephanie had been in a fiduciary position managing my properties, had collected rental income on my behalf, and had stolen it, rather than distributing it as required by our agreement. The amounts involved made this grand theft, and the vulnerable victim circumstances added severity. Stephanie had been arrested and charged with multiple felonies, including theft, embezzlement, fraud, and elder financial abuse. The charges were serious, given the $156,000 stolen over 15 months. Stephanie faced potentially 8 to 12 years in prison if convicted on all counts. When initially confronted by police, Stephanie had tried to claim she'd been using the rental income to pay for legitimate property expenses and would provide documentation. But when pressed to actually produce the documentation, she'd been unable to because the expenses had never occurred. The fabricated invoices she'd shown me were obviously fake when examined by investigators. Stephanie had eventually admitted to taking the rental income, but had tried to minimize it as borrowing, with intentions to pay it back. She'd claimed she'd been in temporary financial difficulties and had planned to restore all the missing distributions once her own financial situation improved. But systematic theft of rental income over 15 months, while lying repeatedly about why payments weren't being made, was clearly not temporary borrowing. It was calculated theft. The civil case to recover the stolen money had been separate from criminal prosecution. I'd sued Stephanie for the full $156,000 she'd stolen, plus interest, legal fees, and damages for the financial harm she'd caused. Stephanie had no defenses. The theft was thoroughly documented through bank records and tenant payment histories. But recovering the money even with a civil judgment was proving nearly impossible. Stephanie had already spent essentially all of my rental income on vacations, shopping, and funding her boyfriend's music pursuits. She had no savings, no assets, and only sporadic employment income. Even if I won judgments for the full amount, collecting would require years of wage garnishment at amounts that would barely make a dent in what she owed. I'd also had to take back direct management of my properties, a task that was even more challenging now at 76 than it had been when I'd turned management over to Stephanie at 75. Dealing with tenants, coordinating repairs, managing the properties, it was exhausting at my age. But I couldn't trust anyone else after what Stephanie had done, and I couldn't afford professional management given I was already out $156,000. The 13 months without rental income had also forced me to deplete my savings significantly. I'd had approximately $67,000 in savings when Stephanie had taken over property management. I'd spent roughly $42,000 from savings, covering the income shortfall during the months when I'd received no rental distributions. My financial security had been seriously compromised by Stephanie's theft. The relationship with Stephanie was completely destroyed. The niece I'd helped raise after her parents' deaths, who I'd supported through college, who I'd loved like my own daughter. She'd systematically stolen from me while maintaining the devoted niece facade. Every monthly family dinner where she'd visited while stealing my rental income had been theater, performance to keep me from investigating too closely what she was doing with my properties. I'd also learned from other family members that Stephanie had been bragging to friends about her lifestyle. The international trips, the designer shopping, the money she'd been spending on her boyfriend's music career. She'd been living lavishly on stolen rental income while I'd been worrying about making ends meet on reduced income. Her willingness to flaunt the lifestyle she was funding through theft from her elderly uncle showed complete lack of conscience or remorse. Stephanie had tried to contact me several times after being arrested, sending messages claiming she was sorry and had made terrible mistakes. But her apologies felt hollow. She was sorry she'd been caught, not genuinely remorseful about stealing from the uncle who'd raised her. And the fact that she'd stolen systematically for 15 months while lying to my face repeatedly showed this hadn't been a momentary mistake, but sustained, deliberate theft. What I knew for certain was that Stephanie had made calculated decisions for 15 months to steal my rental income. Every month when she'd collected rent from my tenants and kept it rather than distributing it to me, she'd made a choice to continue the theft. Every excuse she'd given me about repairs or vacancies had been a deliberate lie to cover her theft. Every family dinner where she'd maintained the devoted niece persona while stealing my money had been conscious manipulation. I'm 76 years old, back to self-managing my rental properties after my niece stole $156,000 in rental income I'd entrusted her to manage professionally. The theft has depleted my savings and has forced me to take on property management responsibilities that are challenging at my age. Even if Stephanie is convicted and civil judgments are entered, I'll likely never recover more than a small fraction of what she stole, since she spent it all on vacations and luxury items. The betrayal by someone I'd raised and loved after her parents' deaths has been devastating. Stephanie knew I'd depended on rental income for retirement security. She knew stealing it would force me to live on reduced income and deplete savings. She didn't care because she valued designer handbags and European vacations more than her uncle's financial security or their family relationship. I'm telling my story to warn other elderly property owners to be extraordinarily careful about turning over property management even to family members, to insist on monthly detailed accounting of rent collected and expenses paid, to independently verify that tenants are actually paying and that distributions match collections, and to investigate immediately when rental income distributions stop or decrease significantly. I'm also warning that property management arrangements can be exploited by unscrupulous family members who see elderly relatives' assets as opportunities for theft, and that the property management authority that's supposed to simplify life for aging landlords can instead be weaponized to commit systematic embezzlement. My daughter emptied my late husband's tool collection worth $75,000 while I was at surgery. The absolutely heartbreaking theft and violation of my late husband's legacy I discovered 4 months ago, has revealed that my daughter Sharon, who I trusted with a key to my house in case of emergencies, and who knew how much my husband Harold's extensive tool collection meant to me as his final legacy, emptied my garage of his entire professional woodworking and machining tool collection, worth approximately $75,000, while I was hospitalized for a week undergoing heart surgery, selling the irreplaceable tools to various dealers and pocketing the money to fund her boyfriend's failing restaurant venture. I'm Martha Kowalski, 73 years old, and what makes this betrayal so uniquely devastating is not just the substantial financial loss, though $75,000 represents a significant portion of my retirement assets, but the irreplaceable sentimental loss of tools Harold had collected over 50 years as a master craftsman. Tools that represented his life's work and his passion, and the knowledge that Sharon sold her father's legacy. Tools he'd carefully selected and maintained, many of them custom-made or rare antiques, to strangers for cash, without any regard for their meaning or their value beyond the immediate money she could extract from them. Harold and I were married for 48 years before he passed away from complications of diabetes 2 years ago, at age 75. Harold had been a master woodworker and machinist who'd worked professionally for 40 years, first in manufacturing and then running his own custom furniture and restoration workshop for the last 20 years of his career. His tools had been his most prized possessions. He'd collected them meticulously throughout his career, investing in high-quality professional equipment, acquiring rare vintage tools, and maintaining everything in pristine condition. Harold's tool collection had been extraordinary. He'd owned dozens of vintage hand planes worth hundreds or thousands of dollars each, antique chisels and measuring tools, professional table saws and lathes, router collections, clamp sets, and specialized woodworking equipment most people had never heard of. He'd also had an extensive machinist tool collection, including micrometers, calipers, precision measurement equipment, and various specialty tools for metalworking. The total collection had filled our 2-car garage and a workshop area, representing both significant financial investment and irreplaceable sentimental value. When Harold had passed away, I'd kept his entire tool collection intact. I couldn't bear to part with the tools that had been so central to his identity and his life's work. The garage had become almost a shrine to Harold, everything arranged exactly as he'd left it, the smell of sawdust and machine oil still present, the tools waiting as though he might return at any moment to work on a project. I'd known the collection was valuable. Harold had maintained detailed records of his tools, including purchase prices, estimated values, and documentation of rare pieces. According to his records, the total collection had been worth approximately $75,000, based on current market values for professional woodworking and machining tools. Several individual pieces had been worth $2,000 to $5,000 each: rare vintage planes, custom-made tools, precision measurement equipment. My daughter Sharon was 47 years old and was my only child. She'd been Harold's biological daughter, and we'd had what I'd believed was a reasonably close relationship, despite some challenging periods. Sharon had struggled financially throughout her adult life, cycling through various jobs and relationships, never quite achieving the stability that Harold and I had hoped for her. About 3 years ago, Sharon had started dating a man named Kevin, who fancied himself an entrepreneur. Kevin had various business ideas that never quite panned out. His latest venture had been trying to open a gastropub restaurant, despite having no restaurant experience or adequate capital. Sharon had become financially entangled with Kevin, apparently lending him money and co-signing loans for his business ventures. I'd tried to maintain a supportive relationship with Sharon while being cautious about her financial requests. She'd asked to borrow money from me several times over the years, usually for emergencies that turned out to be less urgent than initially presented. I'd helped her occasionally, but had learned to set boundaries about how much financial support I'd provide. About 5 months ago, I'd been diagnosed with severe coronary artery disease requiring bypass surgery. The diagnosis had been frightening. Open heart surgery at 73 was serious, with significant risks. I'd needed to make arrangements for my recovery period, including ensuring someone could access my house if needed while I was hospitalized and during initial recovery. Sharon had volunteered to be my emergency contact and had offered to check on my house while I was in the hospital. I'd given her a spare key and had been grateful to have someone who could water my plants, collect my mail, and ensure everything was secure at the house during my week-long hospital stay and the following recovery period when I'd be weak and limited in mobility. The heart surgery had gone well, but the recovery had been challenging. I'd spent 6 days in the hospital, then had been transferred to a cardiac rehabilitation facility for another week before being allowed to return home. During that time, I'd had limited energy and had been focused entirely on recovering from major surgery. Sharon had visited me a few times in the hospital, seeming concerned and supportive. She'd assured me that she was checking on the house and that everything was fine. She'd even brought me mail and had watered my plants as promised. I'd had no reason to suspect anything was wrong. When I'd finally returned home after 2 weeks away, I'd been exhausted and had gone straight to bed. I'd been focused on managing my recovery, taking medications, following activity restrictions, attending follow-up appointments. It had been several days before I'd had the energy and inclination to venture into the garage. When I'd finally opened the garage door, I'd been confronted with empty space where Harold's tools should have been. The workbenches were bare. The tool cabinets were empty. The racks that had held saws and specialized equipment were vacant. Harold's entire tool collection, 50 years of carefully curated professional equipment, was gone. I'd stood in the empty garage feeling physically sick, my heart racing in ways that probably weren't healthy given my recent surgery. Someone had stolen Harold's tools. My mind had immediately gone to burglary. Someone must have broken in while I was hospitalized and had cleaned out the garage. I'd called the police to report the theft. 2 officers had responded and had taken a report. They'd walked through the garage looking for signs of forced entry. There were none. The garage door opener had worked normally. There were no broken windows or damaged locks. The officers had asked if anyone else had access to the house. That's when I'd realized with dawning horror that Sharon had access. She'd had my key while I was hospitalized. I'd told the officers about giving Sharon access to check on the house. The officers had exchanged meaningful looks and had asked if I thought Sharon might have taken the tools. I'd wanted to believe she wouldn't, but the pieces had been fitting together in terrible ways. Sharon had known about Harold's tool collection and had known it was valuable. She'd had access to the house for 2 weeks while I was hospitalized. The tools had disappeared during exactly the time period when Sharon had been the only person with keys. I'd called Sharon immediately after the police left. I'd asked her directly if she knew anything about Harold's tools being missing. Sharon had claimed complete ignorance, saying she'd never even gone into the garage while checking on the house. She'd suggested maybe there had been a burglary that she hadn't noticed, but I'd pressed her with questions that had made her story fall apart. I'd asked how burglars had accessed the garage without forced entry. I'd asked why only the tools were missing, with nothing else in the house disturbed. I'd asked if she'd really not noticed that an entire 2-car garage full of equipment had been emptied. Sharon had eventually broken down and confessed. Yes, she'd taken Harold's tools. She'd said she and Kevin had been in desperate financial straits, trying to keep his restaurant venture afloat. They'd needed capital urgently, and Sharon had known about the valuable tool collection sitting unused in my garage. She'd rationalized that the tools were just sitting there gathering dust, and that I didn't need them since I'd never used them myself. According to Sharon's confession, she'd spent the week I was hospitalized systematically loading Harold's tools into a rental truck and selling them. She'd sold different categories of tools to various dealers and collectors, the vintage hand tools to antique tool dealers, the power equipment to used tool stores, the machinist tools to metalworking shops. She'd gotten approximately $35,000 from the various sales, less than half of the collection's actual value, but still a substantial amount of cash. Sharon claimed she'd planned to eventually tell me what she'd done and had intended to pay me back once Kevin's restaurant became profitable. She'd framed the theft as borrowing rather than stealing, though she'd known she was taking property without permission and selling it permanently to strangers. The confession had been devastating. My daughter had deliberately waited until I was hospitalized and vulnerable to steal and sell her deceased father's life work. She'd exploited my trust and my medical crisis to commit calculated theft. She'd sold irreplaceable tools that represented Harold's professional legacy for quick cash to fund her boyfriend's failing business. I demanded that Sharon immediately return the tools or provide the money to replace them. Sharon had said the money was already spent. She'd given it all to Kevin, who'd used it for restaurant expenses. She'd claimed she had no way to immediately access $35,000 to repay me, let alone the $75,000 the collection had actually been worth. I'd reported Sharon to the police for theft. The detective handling the case had said this was, unfortunately, a common pattern. Family members exploiting medical crises to steal from vulnerable elderly relatives. Because Sharon had used the key I'd given her, the charges would be theft rather than burglary. But the amounts involved and the circumstances made it a serious felony. Sharon had been arrested and charged with grand theft and exploitation of a vulnerable adult. Her attorney had tried to argue that Sharon had believed she had permission to take the tools, or that she'd had some kind of claim to them as Harold's daughter. But the facts had been clear. Sharon had waited until I was hospitalized and unable to stop her, had emptied the garage without permission, and had sold property that belonged to me. The criminal case had been progressing for 4 months. Sharon had been offered a plea deal that would involve some prison time and restitution, but she'd been balking at accepting it. Her attorney had apparently been trying to negotiate terms that would avoid prison, but prosecutors had been insisting on incarceration, given the amount stolen and the vulnerable victim circumstances. The civil recovery had been even more complicated than the criminal case. Sharon had no assets. She'd already given Kevin the money from selling the tools, and he'd spent it on restaurant expenses for a business that had subsequently failed anyway. Even if I won civil judgments for the full value of the stolen tools, collecting would be nearly impossible if Sharon had no money or assets to seize. I'd also tried to track down and recover some of the actual tools Sharon had sold. I'd contacted dealers and collectors in the area, describing some of Harold's unique pieces and asking if anyone had purchased them. I'd managed to locate a few items: a rare Stanley No. 1 plane worth about $3,000 and a set of vintage chisels worth perhaps $800. The dealer who'd purchased them had been sympathetic when I'd explained they were stolen and had agreed to return them at the price he'd paid Sharon, about $1,500 total. I'd paid to recover my own property, grateful to get even a tiny fraction of the collection back. But the vast majority of Harold's tools were gone forever. Sharon had sold them to various buyers across several states. Many tools had probably been resold again by the original purchasers. The antique tools that Harold had spent decades finding and acquiring were now scattered among collections and shops around the country, impossible to trace or recover. The financial loss was substantial, but the sentimental loss was even worse. Harold had loved his tools and had maintained detailed records of where he'd acquired each piece, what projects he'd used them for, and their history and significance. Those tools represented 50 years of his craftsmanship and his passion for his work. I'd kept them as a way of preserving his legacy and honoring his life's work. Sharon had looked at her father's legacy and had seen only dollar signs. The sentimental value and the meaning of the tools had been completely irrelevant to her compared to the money she could get by selling them. She'd reduced 50 years of Harold's career and passion to $35,000 in quick cash to fund her boyfriend's doomed restaurant. The betrayal had destroyed my relationship with Sharon. I'd told her I wanted no contact with her and that she was no longer my daughter in any meaningful sense. Sharon had responded by claiming I was being vindictive and unforgiving, that family should stick together, and that she'd made a mistake, but still loved me. Her inability to take full accountability while trying to position herself as deserving of understanding had been sickening. Sharon's theft had also destroyed any remaining fragments of relationship she'd had with Harold's side of the family. Harold's brother and sister, Sharon's aunt and uncle, had been horrified when they'd learned what Sharon had done to Harold's tool collection. They'd both told Sharon they wanted nothing to do with her, and that Harold would have been devastated by her betrayal. 4 months after discovering the empty garage, I was still processing the multiple layers of loss. I'd lost Harold's tool collection. The financial value was significant, but the sentimental loss was immeasurable. I'd lost my daughter, who'd proven herself willing to exploit my medical vulnerability to steal from me. I'd lost the comfort of the garage space that had preserved Harold's presence and his work. The compounded grief was overwhelming some days. I'd also had to process the timing of Sharon's betrayal. She deliberately waited until I was undergoing open-heart surgery, one of the most vulnerable and frightening times of my life, to steal from me. She'd known I'd be hospitalized and unable to protect my property. She'd exploited my medical crisis with calculated precision. That level of predatory opportunism from one's own child was almost incomprehensible. What I knew for certain was that Sharon had made deliberate choices over days to systematically steal and sell her father's legacy. She'd rented a truck. She'd loaded tools. She'd driven to multiple dealers and collectors to sell different categories of equipment. She'd made dozens of individual transactions, converting Harold's life work into cash for her boyfriend's restaurant. Each of those was a separate decision that revealed her character and priorities. I'm 73 years old, recovering from heart surgery, living with an empty garage where my late husband's tool collection should be. The tools that represented Harold's 50-year career and his passion for craftsmanship were stolen by our own daughter, who saw them only as a source of quick cash. The financial loss is substantial, but the sentimental loss is truly immeasurable. Irreplaceable tools that connected me to Harold and preserved his legacy are now scattered to strangers who'll never know their history or significance. Some days, the betrayal feels as acute as fresh grief. But I'm surviving and telling my story so other elderly people will be extraordinarily careful about trusting family members with access to their homes, especially during medical crises when they're most vulnerable to exploitation. My daughter stole my life savings by pretending to invest it for my retirement care. The absolutely devastating financial ruin I've been facing for the past 11 months has revealed that my daughter Patricia, who I trusted completely as a certified financial planner, and who I believed was investing my retirement savings to ensure I'd have adequate funds for eventual assisted living care, was actually systematically stealing my money over 3 years by creating fake investment accounts and providing fabricated statements while spending approximately $340,000 of my life savings on her own expenses, including paying off her mortgage, funding her children's private school tuition, and supporting a lifestyle far beyond what her actual income could sustain. I'm Dorothy Henderson, 71 years old, and what makes this betrayal so incomprehensibly painful is not just the financial devastation of losing essentially everything I'd saved over a 45-year nursing career, though that's certainly catastrophic, but the realization that my daughter, the child I'd raised as a single mother while working double shifts to provide her with opportunities, who I'd put through college and supported when she was establishing her career, was capable of looking me in the eye for years while deliberately stealing my security and my future care funds, while I believed she was helping me plan responsibly for my elderly years. I worked as a registered nurse for 45 years before retiring at age 68. I'd been a single mother raising Patricia alone after my husband abandoned us when she was 3 years old. I'd worked incredibly hard throughout Patricia's childhood and adolescence, regular hospital shifts, plus extra work as a private duty nurse to ensure we had financial stability and that Patricia could have opportunities I hadn't had. I'd put Patricia through college without loans, helped her with graduate school expenses when she'd decided to pursue her master's in finance, and had been proud when she'd eventually become a certified financial planner with her own small advisory practice. Throughout my nursing career, I'd been disciplined about saving for retirement. I'd contributed consistently to my 401k, had opened additional IRA accounts, and had accumulated approximately $485,000 by the time I'd retired. It wasn't a fortune, but it was supposed to be adequate for a comfortable retirement, combined with my nursing pension and Social Security. I'd been proud of my financial discipline and had felt secure that I'd have resources for my future needs. When I'd retired 3 years ago, Patricia had offered to help me manage my retirement funds professionally. She'd said that as a financial planner, she could ensure my money was invested appropriately for someone in my life stage, generating income while preserving capital for future expenses like assisted living, if I eventually needed it. Patricia had explained that many retirees made poor investment decisions that depleted their savings too quickly, and that having professional management would protect me from those mistakes. I'd been grateful for Patricia's offer to help. Financial planning wasn't my expertise. I'd been good at saving but less confident about investment strategies. Having my daughter, who was a professional in this field, managing my money had seemed like a perfect solution. I'd trusted Patricia completely and had felt fortunate to have a child with the expertise to help me. Patricia had explained that she'd consolidate my various retirement accounts into investment portfolios she'd managed through her advisory firm. She'd said this would provide better coordination of my investments and would ensure everything was positioned appropriately for my retirement income needs. I'd signed documents authorizing Patricia to manage my accounts and had transferred the full $485,000 to what she'd told me were investment accounts she'd established. For 3 years, I'd received quarterly statements from Patricia showing my investment performance. The statements had looked professional and official, showing my accounts invested in various mutual funds and bonds with reasonable returns. According to the statements, my portfolio had grown to approximately $520,000, modest growth but appropriate for conservative retirement investments. I'd felt good about how Patricia was managing my money and had been grateful for her professional help. Patricia would meet with me quarterly to review the statements and discuss my financial situation. She'd ask about my expenses, would ensure I was living within my budget, and would transfer money to my checking account when I'd needed additional funds beyond my pension and Social Security. Everything had seemed professional and appropriate. I'd had no reason to suspect any problems with how my money was being managed. What I didn't know was that none of the investment accounts actually existed. Patricia hadn't invested my money in mutual funds or bonds or any legitimate financial instruments. She'd simply kept my $485,000 in accounts she controlled and had been systematically spending it on her own expenses while providing me with completely fabricated quarterly statements showing fictitious investments and returns. The truth had begun emerging about 11 months ago when I'd been discussing my retirement planning with a friend who was also a retired nurse. My friend had mentioned checking her retirement account balances online regularly to monitor her investments. I'd said I didn't do that because Patricia managed everything and provided me with quarterly statements. My friend had said that even with professional management, I should have direct access to view my accounts online and should be verifying the statements Patricia provided. I'd felt somewhat uncomfortable questioning Patricia's management, but my friend's comments had made me think I should understand my accounts better. I'd asked Patricia at our next meeting for the login information so I could view my investments online between our quarterly reviews. Patricia had seemed uncomfortable with the request and had said that the accounts were structured in a way that made online access complicated, but that she'd get me the information. Several weeks had passed without Patricia providing the login information. When I'd followed up, she'd claimed technical issues with the account systems and had promised to resolve them soon. After another month with no access information provided, I'd become more insistent. Patricia had become defensive, saying I needed to trust her professional judgment and that constantly monitoring accounts was counterproductive for long-term investing. Patricia's resistance to providing me with access to my own accounts had raised red flags. I decided to contact the investment firms listed on my quarterly statements to request direct account access. That's when I'd discovered the devastating truth. None of the accounts listed on my statements actually existed. The investment companies Patricia had supposedly been working with had no records of any accounts in my name. I'd confronted Patricia with the information that the investment accounts didn't exist. She'd initially tried to claim there must be some administrative confusion, that the accounts were structured through her firm in ways that might not show up in standard searches. But as I'd pressed her with specific details about calling the investment companies and confirming no accounts existed, Patricia had eventually broken down and confessed. According to Patricia's tearful admission, she'd never actually invested my retirement funds. She'd kept the money in accounts she controlled and had been spending it over the 3 years since I'd retired. She'd used my money to pay off her mortgage, approximately $180,000. She'd been paying her children's private school tuition, roughly $60,000 annually for 2 kids over 3 years, totaling $180,000. She'd been funding various personal expenses, including a new car, vacations, and general lifestyle costs, probably another $80,000 or more over 3 years. Patricia had claimed she'd always intended to repay the money, that she'd viewed it as borrowing rather than stealing, and that she'd been planning to restore my accounts once her own financial situation improved. She'd said providing the fake quarterly statements had been her way of preventing me from worrying while she temporarily used the funds she'd planned to eventually return. Her justifications had been offensive and delusional. Patricia had stolen $340,000 of my retirement savings over 3 years while providing me with fake statements and meetings where she'd pretended to be professionally managing investments that didn't exist. She'd exploited her position as my daughter and as a financial professional to perpetrate a fraud that had destroyed my financial security. I'd reported Patricia to the police immediately. The detective handling my case had said this was clear-cut financial elder abuse and theft by deception. Patricia had committed multiple crimes: theft of my funds, fraud in providing fake investment statements, and violation of her fiduciary duties as my financial advisor. The detective had said prosecution was likely, and that Patricia faced potential prison time if convicted. I'd also reported Patricia to her Financial Planning Licensing Board. The board had suspended her license immediately upon learning about the allegations. An investigator had told me that if the criminal charges were proven, Patricia would permanently lose her professional licenses and would likely face civil liability through professional malpractice claims in addition to criminal penalties. The financial impact had been catastrophic. Of my original $485,000 retirement savings, only about $145,000 remained after Patricia had spent 3 years using my money for her own expenses. I'd lost approximately $340,000 that should have been growing to fund my eventual care needs. At 71 years old, I had no way to rebuild that kind of savings through earnings. My financial planner, an actual professional I'd hired after discovering Patricia's fraud, had reviewed my situation and had delivered sobering news. With only $145,000 in savings, plus my pension and Social Security, I'd need to be extremely frugal to make my money last for the rest of my life. If I eventually needed assisted living or nursing home care, which could cost $5,000 to $8,000 monthly, my remaining savings would be depleted within a few years. I'd likely face having to rely on Medicaid for long-term care rather than having the comfortable private pay options I'd worked 45 years to be able to afford. The emotional processing had been even more devastating than the financial loss. Patricia hadn't made a momentary mistake or a single bad decision. She'd systematically stolen from me for 3 years while maintaining the pretense of professional financial management and loving daughter concern for my well-being. She'd attended quarterly meetings with me where she'd reviewed fake statements and had asked caring questions about my needs, all while knowing she was stealing the money I'd trusted her to protect. I'd tried to understand how Patricia could have done this. I'd raised her as a single mother, working double shifts to provide for her. I'd put her through college without loans. I'd helped launch her career. I'd thought we had a close, loving relationship. But apparently Patricia had seen my retirement savings as an opportunity rather than as my security, and had felt entitled to use my money for her own lifestyle needs. Patricia had tried to maintain contact after her fraud was exposed, sending me messages claiming she was devastated by what she'd done and was committed to making restitution. She'd said she was trying to sell her house to generate funds to repay me, though I'd noted she was only able to sell the house because I'd unknowingly paid off her mortgage with my stolen retirement funds. I'd blocked Patricia's contact and had told her through my attorney that I wanted no relationship with her beyond what was required for criminal prosecution and civil restitution proceedings. Patricia had responded by claiming I was being vindictive and unforgiving, that she'd made a terrible mistake, but was my daughter and deserved some understanding. Her inability to take full accountability while trying to position herself as deserving sympathy was sickening. The criminal case had been progressing for 11 months. Patricia had been charged with multiple felonies, including theft from a vulnerable adult, financial exploitation of an elderly person, and fraud. Her attorney had been trying to negotiate a plea deal that would reduce her prison exposure, but prosecutors had been unwilling to offer lenient terms given the systematic nature of the fraud and the significant harm to me. Patricia's defense attorney had reached out to me through my attorney, asking if I'd be willing to provide a statement supporting a reduced sentence if Patricia pleaded guilty and agreed to full restitution. The request had been insulting. Patricia wanted me to help minimize her criminal consequences for stealing my life savings. I declined to provide any such statement and had told prosecutors I supported maximum penalties. The trial had been scheduled to begin in about 6 weeks. Prosecutors had been confident in their case, given the clear evidence of Patricia's fraud, the fake investment statements she'd created, the documentation of her spending my money on her mortgage and expenses, and her own partial confession when initially confronted. Patricia faced potentially 8 to 15 years in prison if convicted on all charges. The civil proceedings for restitution had been separate from the criminal case. I'd filed claims against Patricia personally and against her professional liability insurance for the damages caused by her theft and fraud. Patricia's house sale had generated about $120,000 in net proceeds after paying off the remaining balance on her mortgage refinance she'd taken out after I'd unknowingly paid off her original loan. That money had been placed in an escrow account pending resolution of the restitution claims. But even if I recovered the full $120,000 from Patricia's house sale, I'd still be out over $200,000 that Patricia had spent on expenses that couldn't be recovered. The private school tuition she'd paid for her kids, the vacations, the car, and various other personal expenditures funded with my stolen retirement money. Patricia had no other significant assets, and her earning capacity was destroyed by the loss of her financial planning license. So recovering the full amount I'd lost seemed impossible. My relationship with Patricia's children, my grandchildren ages 14 and 11, had been completely destroyed by Patricia's fraud. I'd been close to them previously, involved in their lives and proud of their accomplishments. But after Patricia's fraud was exposed, she'd apparently told them her version of events, painting herself as a victim of my vindictiveness, rather than as the person who'd stolen my retirement funds. I'd received an email from my 14-year-old grandson saying he was disappointed I was sending his mother to prison and destroying their family over money. The email had clearly been influenced or possibly even written by Patricia, but it had still been heartbreaking to read. I'd tried to respond, explaining that his mother had committed serious crimes by stealing money I'd saved for my future care, but I'd never received any response and didn't know if my grandson had even been allowed to see my explanation. The loss of relationship with my grandchildren had been another layer of grief on top of the financial devastation and the betrayal by Patricia. I'd lost my security, my relationship with my daughter, and my relationship with my grandchildren, all because Patricia had decided she was entitled to use my retirement savings to fund her lifestyle rather than living within her actual means. Friends and family had been supportive, but many had struggled to understand the full scope of what Patricia had done. Some people had seemed to think this was a family financial disagreement, rather than understanding it was systematic criminal theft by someone in a position of trust. A few people had even suggested I was being too harsh by supporting criminal prosecution of my own daughter, as though family relationship should excuse stealing over $300,000 from an elderly parent. The therapy I'd been attending had helped me process the layers of betrayal and loss. My therapist had specialized in elder abuse trauma and had validated that Patricia's conduct was seriously criminal, regardless of their family relationship. The therapist had helped me understand that Patricia's ability to systematically steal from me while maintaining a facade of loving concern showed significant character pathology that I hadn't caused and couldn't have prevented. 11 months after discovering Patricia's fraud, I was living a dramatically diminished life compared to what I'd planned for my retirement. I'd moved from my comfortable apartment to a smaller, less expensive place to preserve my remaining savings. I'd cut expenses everywhere possible. No travel, minimal entertainment, careful budgeting for every need. I was constantly anxious about money running out before my life did, about what would happen when I eventually needed more care than I could provide myself. The comfortable retirement I'd worked 45 years to build had been stolen by my daughter, who I'd raised and supported and loved. Patricia had viewed my financial security as her opportunity and had felt entitled to take what I'd earned. The betrayal was comprehensive, professional, familial, and moral, all violated simultaneously by someone who should have been protecting me rather than exploiting me. What I knew for certain was that Patricia had made deliberate choices over years to steal from me. She'd created fake investment statements, not once but quarterly for 3 years. She'd attended meetings with me where she'd reviewed those fake statements while knowing she was stealing my money. She'd spent $340,000 of my retirement funds on her mortgage, her children's education, and her lifestyle, while knowing I was counting on that money for my future care. Those were calculated, repeated choices that revealed who Patricia actually was, beyond the loving daughter persona she'd maintained. I'm 71 years old, financially devastated, and permanently estranged from my daughter and grandchildren. The life I'd planned, comfortable retirement with resources for eventual assisted living when needed, has been destroyed by my daughter's greed. I'm surviving on drastically reduced means and facing an uncertain future where my money might run out before my needs do. Some days the betrayal and loss feel overwhelming, but I'm telling my story in hopes that other elderly people will be extremely careful about trusting family members with their finances, even, or perhaps especially, family members who present themselves as financial professionals offering to help. My daughter-in-law had me declared mentally incompetent to steal my late wife's jewelry collection. The absolutely devastating legal and personal violation I've been enduring for the past 14 months has exposed that my daughter-in-law, Vanessa, orchestrated a guardianship proceeding where she presented falsified medical reports and coached testimony from hired experts to have me declared mentally incompetent, despite my actual cognitive health, gained legal control over my person and my assets as my court-appointed guardian, then immediately sold my late wife Eleanor's extensive vintage jewelry collection worth approximately $380,000 that Eleanor had spent 50 years collecting and had intended to be preserved as family heirlooms for our grandchildren, with Vanessa pocketing the proceeds to pay off her gambling debts while leaving me institutionalized in a memory care facility where I don't belong, and fighting desperately to prove my competence and regain my freedom. I'm Arthur Morrison, 79 years old, and what makes this betrayal so profoundly horrifying is not just the theft of Eleanor's precious jewelry that represented her passion and her legacy, though losing those irreplaceable pieces has been devastating, but the Kafkaesque nightmare of being legally declared incompetent when I'm actually cognitively intact, being stripped of all autonomy and legal rights, being forced to live in a locked memory care unit alongside residents with severe dementia, while I'm fully aware of my imprisonment, and discovering that the person responsible for this living hell is my own son's wife, who saw my vulnerability after Eleanor's death as an opportunity to exploit, rather than as a widow deserving compassion and protection. My wife Eleanor passed away 18 months ago from ovarian cancer after a brutal 9-month battle with the disease. Eleanor and I had been married for 54 years, having wed when we were both 25 years old. Her death at 78 had shattered my world. We'd been partners in everything, rarely spending a night apart in over 5 decades of marriage. The grief and loneliness after her death had been overwhelming. Eleanor had been passionate about vintage jewelry throughout our marriage. She'd collected antique and vintage pieces, Art Deco bracelets, Victorian brooches, Edwardian rings, estate jewelry from various periods. Eleanor had studied jewelry history as a hobby and had developed expertise in identifying quality pieces and understanding their historical and artistic significance. Over 50 years, she'd accumulated an extraordinary collection of approximately 180 pieces with total estimated value of around $380,000. The jewelry collection had been more than just valuable assets. Each piece had represented Eleanor's interests, her aesthetic sensibility, and her joy in discovering beautiful things. She'd loved researching the history of each item, learning about the era it came from, and the techniques used to create it. The collection had been her passion project and her pride. Eleanor had been very clear about her wishes for the jewelry collection. She'd wanted it preserved as family heirlooms to be passed down to our grandchildren. Eleanor had even created a detailed inventory with photographs, descriptions, provenance information, and her thoughts about which pieces should eventually go to which grandchildren based on their personalities and her relationships with them. She'd viewed the jewelry as her legacy and as tangible connections to her that would endure after her death. My son Graham was 52 years old and had been married to Vanessa for 14 years. They had 3 teenage children, my grandchildren, who I loved dearly. Graham worked as a civil engineer and seemed to have a stable career. Vanessa had worked various jobs over the years, but had been unemployed or working only sporadically for the past several years, claiming health issues that prevented consistent employment. I'd never been particularly close to Vanessa. She'd always seemed more interested in material things and money than in family relationships. But I'd maintained a cordial relationship for Graham's sake and for the sake of being involved in my grandchildren's lives. After Eleanor's death, Vanessa had initially seemed supportive, visiting regularly and offering to help with household tasks and errands. About 3 months after Eleanor's death, Vanessa had started making suggestions about the jewelry collection. She'd said that keeping all that valuable jewelry in my house was a security risk, that I should consider selling some pieces since I'd never wear them myself, and that the collection represented dead capital that could be liquidated for my benefit. I'd firmly declined all these suggestions, explaining that Eleanor's jewelry was intended as family heirlooms and would be distributed to the grandchildren according to Eleanor's wishes at the appropriate time. Vanessa had seemed frustrated by my refusal to consider selling the jewelry, but I'd thought the matter was settled. What I hadn't known was that Vanessa had crushing gambling debts. According to what I'd learned much later, Vanessa had been gambling heavily at casinos and online for years, hiding it from Graham. She'd accumulated approximately $320,000 in gambling debts to various creditors, including some apparently dangerous individuals who'd been threatening her about repayment. Desperate for money to pay her gambling debts and blocked from accessing Eleanor's jewelry collection through legitimate means, Vanessa had apparently decided to use guardianship proceedings to gain legal control over me and my assets. Guardianship is a legal process where someone is declared incompetent to manage their own affairs, and a guardian is appointed to make decisions on their behalf. Once appointed, guardians have nearly total control over the incapacitated person's life and assets. About 16 months ago, approximately 2 months after Eleanor's death, Vanessa had filed a guardianship petition claiming I was suffering from dementia and was unable to care for myself or manage my affairs. The petition had included statements from Vanessa claiming she'd observed me becoming increasingly confused, forgetful, and unable to handle basic daily tasks. It had also included reports from 2 physicians I'd never met who'd allegedly evaluated me and had diagnosed me with Alzheimer's disease or other dementia. The guardianship petition had been filed in probate court without my knowledge. The court had scheduled a hearing to determine whether I should be declared incompetent. I'd been served with legal papers about the hearing only a few days before it was scheduled, giving me almost no time to find an attorney or prepare a defense. At the guardianship hearing, Vanessa had presented her case that I was incompetent. She'd testified about my supposed confusion and inability to care for myself. She'd submitted the medical reports from the 2 physicians diagnosing dementia. She'd even brought Graham to testify. My own son had told the court that he'd noticed his father becoming forgetful and confused after his mother's death, and that he supported Vanessa's petition for guardianship. I'd tried to defend myself at the hearing, explaining that I was cognitively intact and didn't have dementia. But I'd been unprepared, had no attorney, and had been emotionally overwhelmed trying to defend my own competence in front of a judge. The court had apparently found Vanessa's evidence persuasive. The medical reports from physicians claiming to have examined me had been given significant weight, despite my protestations that I'd never met these doctors. The judge had ruled that I lacked capacity to manage my affairs and had appointed Vanessa as my guardian with authority over both my person, meaning where I lived and what medical care I received, and my estate, meaning control over all my assets and financial decisions. With that single ruling, I'd been stripped of essentially all legal rights and autonomy. Vanessa had immediately used her guardian authority to place me in a memory care facility, a locked unit designed for people with severe dementia who need constant supervision and aren't safe living independently. I'd been forcibly removed from my home of 43 years and had been placed in an institutional setting with residents who had significant cognitive impairment and couldn't communicate coherently. Living in the memory care facility when I was actually cognitively intact had been psychological torture. I'd been trapped in a locked unit, unable to leave without staff permission. I'd been subjected to routine and supervision appropriate for people with dementia, but completely inappropriate for someone with full cognitive function. I'd been surrounded by residents with severe memory and cognitive problems, making meaningful social interaction nearly impossible. Staff had treated me like all the other residents, assuming I was confused or demented when I'd complain about being held against my will or insist I didn't belong there. My protestations had been dismissed as denial or lack of insight into condition, common symptoms in dementia patients who don't recognize their own impairment. The more forcefully I'd insisted I was competent and was being held unlawfully, the more I'd been viewed as difficult or aggressive, further reinforcing staff beliefs that I needed the restrictive placement. While I'd been imprisoned in the memory care facility, Vanessa had been systematically liquidating my assets as my guardian. One of her first actions had been selling Eleanor's entire jewelry collection. Vanessa had brought in estate jewelry buyers and had sold all 180 pieces that Eleanor had collected over 50 years. The sale had generated approximately $380,000, though I suspected Vanessa had sold them for less than their actual value by using quick sale dealers rather than working with specialists or auction houses that might have gotten better prices. The proceeds from selling Eleanor's jewelry had gone into accounts Vanessa controlled as my guardian. The money was supposed to be used for my care and benefit, but according to what I'd later discovered, Vanessa had immediately used the funds to pay off her gambling debts. She'd transferred approximately $320,000 from my guardian account to various creditors, casinos, and individuals she'd owed money to, using Eleanor's jewelry proceeds to erase her gambling obligations. I'd known nothing about the jewelry sale until months later when I'd finally been able to contact a family friend who'd helped me find an attorney to challenge the guardianship. The attorney had obtained financial records showing that Vanessa had sold Eleanor's collection within weeks of becoming my guardian and had transferred the proceeds to pay her personal debts. The discovery had been devastating beyond words. Eleanor's jewelry collection that she'd spent 50 years assembling, that represented her passion and her aesthetic, that she'd intended as heirlooms for her grandchildren, had been sold by my daughter-in-law to pay gambling debts. The irreplaceable pieces with historical and sentimental significance were now scattered among dealers and collectors, lost forever to our family. Challenging the guardianship had been extraordinarily difficult. Once someone is declared incompetent and placed under guardianship, the legal system presumes the guardianship is necessary and appropriate. The burden falls on the incapacitated person to prove they're actually competent. A high bar when you've already been legally declared otherwise. I'd finally been able to contact an attorney who specialized in guardianship abuse cases. The attorney, a man named Richard Chen, had been appalled when he'd heard my story and had reviewed the guardianship file. Richard had immediately noticed red flags in the guardianship proceeding: the rushed timeline, the lack of adequate notice, the medical reports from physicians I'd never met. Richard had petitioned the court for an independent evaluation of my cognitive function. After months of legal wrangling, the court had finally ordered that I be evaluated by an independent neuropsychologist with expertise in dementia diagnosis. The comprehensive evaluation had included hours of cognitive testing, interviews, and assessment. The results had been exactly what I'd been saying all along. I had no dementia or significant cognitive impairment. The neuropsychologist's report had stated clearly that I was cognitively intact for my age, showed no signs of Alzheimer's disease or other dementia, and was fully capable of managing my own affairs and making my own decisions. The report had been unequivocal. The guardianship was unnecessary and inappropriate. Armed with this evaluation, Richard had filed to terminate the guardianship and to have me released from the memory care facility. But even with clear evidence of my competence, the legal process had been slow. The court had scheduled hearings, Vanessa's attorney had filed objections and delays, and months had passed while I'd remained confined in the memory care unit, despite professional documentation that I didn't belong there. The independent evaluation had also called into question the original medical reports that had been used to establish the guardianship. Richard had investigated those reports and had discovered they were fraudulent. The two physicians who'd supposedly examined me and diagnosed me with dementia had actually never evaluated me at all. Vanessa had apparently paid them to sign reports stating I had dementia based on descriptions she'd provided, rather than on any actual examination. One of the physicians had eventually admitted to investigators that Vanessa had paid him $5,000 to sign a report diagnosing me with Alzheimer's disease without ever meeting me. The physician had said Vanessa had described symptoms she'd claimed I was displaying, and he'd prepared a report based on those descriptions rather than on actual examination. It was medical fraud that had facilitated the fraudulent guardianship. With evidence of the fraudulent medical reports and the independent evaluation showing my competence, the guardianship had finally been terminated after 14 months of my imprisonment. The court had removed Vanessa as guardian, had restored my legal rights, and had authorized my release from the memory care facility. Walking out of that locked memory care unit after 14 months had been one of the most emotional moments of my life. I'd been free again, legally recognized as competent, able to make my own decisions. But I'd also been profoundly changed by the experience. 14 months of being treated as incompetent, of being confined against my will, of having my protests dismissed as symptoms of dementia. The trauma was severe and lasting. The criminal investigation into Vanessa's conduct had resulted in multiple charges. She'd been charged with guardianship fraud, filing false documents, theft from a vulnerable adult, and elder financial abuse. The charges were extremely serious given the amounts involved and the egregious nature of using fraudulent guardianship to steal hundreds of thousands of dollars from a grieving elderly widower. The civil litigation for damages had been ongoing, in parallel with the criminal case. I'd sued Vanessa for the value of Eleanor's stolen jewelry collection, for the emotional distress of wrongful institutionalization, for the legal fees I'd incurred fighting the guardianship, and for punitive damages given the malicious nature of her conduct. The total claims exceeded $800,000. But recovering money would be nearly impossible even if I won judgments. Vanessa had already spent the proceeds from Eleanor's jewelry paying her gambling debts. She had no other significant assets. Even prison sentences and civil judgments wouldn't restore Eleanor's jewelry or compensate me for 14 months of wrongful imprisonment. My relationship with my son Graham had been severely damaged. Graham had testified supporting Vanessa's guardianship petition, essentially helping his wife steal from his father and institutionalize him unnecessarily. Graham claimed Vanessa had deceived him too, that she'd convinced him I was actually declining cognitively, and that the guardianship was for my protection. But Graham's willingness to believe Vanessa over his own father, to support having me declared incompetent and institutionalized, was a betrayal I was struggling to forgive. 14 months after the nightmare began, I was finally free and living back in my own home. But the damage was irreparable. Eleanor's jewelry collection that she'd lovingly assembled over 50 years was gone, sold to strangers to pay Vanessa's gambling debts. The heirlooms Eleanor had intended for her grandchildren would never be passed down as she'd wished. Her legacy had been stolen and scattered. I'd also lost 14 months of my life to wrongful institutionalization. 14 months of being locked in a memory care facility, treated as incompetent, stripped of autonomy and dignity. 14 months of trauma that had left me with anxiety, hypervigilance, and fear that someone might try to declare me incompetent again. The psychological damage was profound. What I knew for certain was that Vanessa had made calculated choices to destroy my life to solve her gambling debt problems. She'd filed false guardianship petitions. She'd obtained fraudulent medical reports. She'd testified falsely in court. She'd orchestrated my wrongful institutionalization. She'd stolen and sold Eleanor's jewelry. Each was a separate criminal act that revealed her character. She'd been willing to psychologically torture and financially devastate her father-in-law to pay off gambling debts. I'm 79 years old, finally free after 14 months of wrongful guardianship and institutionalization. My late wife's jewelry collection that represented her life's passion is gone forever, sold to pay my daughter-in-law's gambling debts. The trauma of being declared incompetent when I was actually cognitively intact, of being imprisoned in a memory care facility, of having my protests dismissed as symptoms of dementia. It's a nightmare that will haunt me for whatever years I have remaining. I'm telling my story to warn other elderly people that guardianship abuse is real and devastating, that family members may use fraudulent guardianship proceedings to steal assets, and that once you're declared incompetent, it's extraordinarily difficult to prove otherwise and regain your freedom. I'm warning people to be vigilant about protecting themselves legally, to have trusted advocates who can defend them if someone files guardianship petitions, and to understand that the guardianship system that's meant to protect vulnerable elderly people can be weaponized by predatory family members to steal and imprison. My daughter-in-law convinced my son to put me in a nursing home so they could rent out my house for profit. The utterly devastating living situation and housing crisis I've been trapped in for the past 14 months has revealed that my daughter-in-law Brenda orchestrated a calculated scheme where she convinced my son Marcus that I could no longer safely live independently, pressured me into signing over power of attorney during a hospitalization for pneumonia when I was vulnerable and confused, then used that authority to place me in a Medicaid nursing facility against my will, while she and Marcus moved into my house and are now renting out rooms to strangers for $3,500 monthly in income that funds their lifestyle, while I sit in an institutional setting at 77 years old, despite being physically and cognitively capable of independent living. I'm Ruth Carmichael, and what makes this betrayal so profoundly crushing is not just the loss of my home and independence, though being institutionalized against my will has been psychologically devastating, but the realization that Brenda spent years studying my routines and documenting minor age-related forgetfulness to build a false case for my incompetence, and that my own son Marcus, who I raised as a single mother after his father abandoned us when he was 2 years old, chose to believe his manipulative wife's characterization of me as declining and incapable, rather than trusting his own mother, who had sacrificed everything to give him opportunities in life. I'm a retired postal clerk who worked for the United States Postal Service for 38 years before retiring at 66. I'd been a single mother to Marcus from the time he was 2 years old, after his father left us with no support or contact. I'd worked full-time throughout Marcus's childhood while raising him alone, often taking extra shifts to ensure we had financial stability. I'd put Marcus through community college and had helped him get established in his career as an HVAC technician. I'd bought my house in 1991 when Marcus was 10 years old. It had been a stretch financially as a single mother, but I'd wanted to provide Marcus with a stable home, and I'd viewed home ownership as building security for our future. The house was a small, 2-bedroom bungalow in a working-class neighborhood. I'd paid $68,000 for it originally, and had paid off my 30-year mortgage 3 years ago when I was 74. The house was now worth approximately $235,000 due to general appreciation and improvements I'd made over the years. My retirement income consisted of my federal pension of about $2,600 monthly, plus Social Security of roughly $1,400 monthly, giving me total income of $4,000. It was adequate for my needs, since my house was paid off and I lived modestly. I'd accumulated about $78,000 in retirement savings through my thrift savings plan that I kept as emergency reserves. Marcus was now 47 years old and had been married to Brenda for 11 years. They had 2 teenage children, my grandchildren, who I loved dearly. Marcus worked as an HVAC technician, making decent money, and Brenda worked part-time as a dental receptionist. They lived in a rented house about 30 minutes from me, and had always claimed they were struggling financially, despite their combined income. I'd had a good relationship with Marcus and Brenda, or so I'd thought, through most of their marriage. I'd been involved with my grandchildren, had hosted family gatherings at my house, and had felt like an integrated part of their family unit. Brenda had always been friendly to me, though I'd noticed over the years that she'd seemed very interested in my financial situation and my house. Brenda would make comments about how valuable my house had become and about how I was sitting on significant equity. She'd suggest I should consider downsizing to a smaller place and using the money from selling my house to help Marcus and his family. I'd always resisted these suggestions, explaining that I loved my home and intended to live there for as long as I was able. Looking back now, I could see that Brenda had been laying groundwork for years to eventually take control of my house. She'd been documenting instances of me forgetting things, normal age-related memory lapses like forgetting where I'd put my keys or repeating a story I'd told before. She'd characterized these normal behaviors as concerning signs of cognitive decline. She'd also been noting times when I'd had normal health issues, a bad cold, some arthritis pain, fatigue after a busy day, and would frame these as evidence I was becoming too frail to live independently. About 18 months ago, I'd been hospitalized for pneumonia. I'd been quite ill and had spent 5 days in the hospital receiving IV antibiotics and supportive care. During the hospitalization, I'd been weak and sometimes confused due to the infection and the medications. It had been a scary experience, but I'd recovered well and had been discharged home with instructions for follow-up care. What I didn't fully understand at the time was that Brenda had used my hospitalization as an opportunity to gain legal control over my affairs. While I'd been sick and somewhat confused in the hospital, Brenda had brought me documents to sign that she'd said were routine healthcare paperwork. I'd been too weak and foggy to read everything carefully, and had trusted that Brenda was helping me with necessary administrative tasks. The documents I'd signed had actually been power of attorney forms, giving Marcus legal authority to make healthcare and financial decisions on my behalf. Brenda had apparently worked with an attorney to prepare these documents in advance, waiting for an opportunity when I'd be vulnerable enough to sign them without fully understanding what I was agreeing to. After I'd been discharged from the hospital and had returned home, I'd been recovering for several weeks. I'd still been somewhat weak, but had been improving steadily. I'd expected to resume my normal, independent life once I'd fully recovered my strength. But Marcus and Brenda had other plans. About 3 weeks after my hospital discharge, They'd told me that they'd found a wonderful care facility where I could live and receive the support I needed. They'd framed it as a temporary rehabilitation placement where I could get therapy and assistance while finishing my recovery from pneumonia. I'd been resistant, saying I was recovering fine at home and didn't need to go to a facility. But Marcus had said that as my power of attorney, he'd made the decision that facility care was necessary for my health and safety. He'd said my doctor had recommended it, though when I'd tried to verify that claim with my doctor directly, I'd been unable to reach him before Marcus and Brenda had transported me to the facility. The wonderful care facility had turned out to be a Medicaid-funded nursing home. It wasn't a short-term rehabilitation center as Marcus and Brenda had characterized it. It was a long-term nursing facility, primarily serving low-income elderly people with serious health problems. The facility was institutional and depressing, with most residents being either severely cognitively impaired or having significant physical disabilities requiring extensive care. I'd been placed in a shared room with a roommate who had advanced dementia. The facility had rigid schedules for meals, activities, and everything else. I'd had very limited privacy or autonomy. The staff had been overworked and had treated me like all the other residents who needed extensive assistance with basic tasks, even though I was fully capable of caring for myself. I'd protested immediately that this placement was inappropriate and that I wanted to go home. But Marcus had said the placement was for my own good, and that I needed to trust his judgment as my power of attorney. Brenda had been even more direct, saying I was too frail and forgetful to live alone, and that this was the best option for someone in my condition. I'd been trapped. The power of attorney I'd signed while sick and confused in the hospital had given Marcus legal authority to make decisions about where I lived and what care I received. The facility staff had deferred to Marcus as my legal decision-maker, and when I'd insisted I wanted to leave, they'd treated my objections as confusion or denial about my condition, rather than as valid preferences from a competent adult. Within weeks of my placement in the nursing facility, I'd discovered what Marcus and Brenda had really been planning. Through a friend who'd driven past my house, I'd learned that Marcus and Brenda had moved into my house. They weren't living there themselves. They'd rented out the entire house to tenants, while continuing to live in their own rental property. When I'd confronted Marcus about this, he'd initially claimed they were just helping maintain my house while I was in the facility. But I'd eventually gotten him to admit that they'd moved my belongings to storage and had rented out my house to generate income. According to Marcus, the rental income from my house was being used to help pay for my care at the nursing facility. But the math hadn't made sense. The Medicaid nursing facility cost approximately $4,500 monthly, which was being covered primarily by Medicaid since I'd been classified as low income. My pension and Social Security, my $4,000 monthly income, was being taken almost entirely as my contribution toward the facility costs under Medicaid rules. Meanwhile, Marcus and Brenda were collecting approximately $3,500 monthly in rent from my house, and were apparently keeping that money rather than using it for my care as claimed. I'd been horrified to realize what had happened. Brenda had orchestrated a scheme where I'd been placed in institutional care I didn't need. My income was being taken to pay for that care, and Marcus and Brenda were profiting by renting out my house and pocketing the rental income. I'd essentially been removed from my own life so that my son and daughter-in-law could profit from my house. I'd tried to revoke the power of attorney and to get myself discharged from the nursing facility, but I'd encountered obstacle after obstacle. The facility had claimed that discharging me would be unsafe without a proper care plan in place. Marcus had used his power of attorney authority to block my attempts to revoke it, claiming I wasn't competent to make that decision. The legal system had been slow and had deferred to Marcus's authority as my appointed decision-maker. I'd eventually been able to contact a legal aid attorney who specialized in elder rights. The attorney, a woman named Sandra Liu, had been appalled by my situation. She'd said that what Marcus and Brenda had done appeared to be elder abuse through inappropriate guardianship and financial exploitation. Sandra had helped me file court petitions to revoke the power of attorney and to challenge my nursing facility placement as inappropriate. The legal battle had been ongoing for over a year. I'd finally been able to get cognitive evaluation by an independent neuropsychologist who'd confirmed I had no dementia or significant cognitive impairment that would justify guardianship or institutionalization. I'd been evaluated by a geriatric physician who'd confirmed I was physically capable of independent living and didn't require nursing facility care. Armed with these evaluations, Sandra had been able to get the power of attorney revoked and had gotten me released from the nursing facility. But by the time I'd been freed, 14 months after first being placed there, my life had been completely disrupted. My house was occupied by tenants with a lease Marcus had signed on my behalf. My belongings were scattered in storage. I'd lost over a year of my life to institutional living I didn't need, while my son and daughter-in-law had profited from renting my house. The process of reclaiming my house had been complicated by tenant rights laws. The tenants Marcus and Brenda had rented my house to had a valid lease and couldn't be immediately evicted just because the property owner hadn't authorized the rental. I'd had to wait for the lease term to end, another 6 months after my release from the facility, before I could legally require the tenants to vacate. During those 6 months, I'd had to live in a small apartment I'd rented with my newly restored access to my income. It had been surreal and infuriating to be paying rent for an apartment while my own paid-off house was being occupied by strangers and generating income for Marcus and Brenda. I'd also filed criminal complaints about Marcus and Brenda's conduct. The police investigation had been slow, but eventually charges had been filed. Marcus had been charged with elder financial abuse and fraud for using the power of attorney to profit from my property without authorization. Brenda had been charged as an accessory since she'd apparently been the primary architect of the scheme. The criminal case had been complicated by Marcus trying to claim he'd been acting in my best interest as my power of attorney. His defense attorney had argued that Marcus had genuinely believed I needed nursing facility care, and that renting my house had been a legitimate estate management decision. But prosecutors had evidence that undermined that defense. Text messages between Marcus and Brenda discussing how much rental income they could generate from my house, and how they'd use that money for their own expenses. The civil litigation for damages had been separate from the criminal case. I'd sued both Marcus and Brenda for the rental income they'd collected from my house, approximately $49,000 over 14 months, plus damages for the inappropriate nursing facility placement and the emotional distress they'd caused. I'd also filed complaints against the attorney who'd helped Brenda prepare the power of attorney documents, alleging he'd been complicit in creating documents designed to facilitate elder abuse. Marcus and Brenda's marriage had apparently been strained by the legal proceedings and by Marcus's potential prison sentence. I'd heard through family members that they were having financial problems paying legal fees and that the stress was creating conflict between them. Part of me had felt satisfaction that their scheme was costing them dearly, though another part was just sad that it had come to this with my own son. My relationship with Marcus was essentially destroyed. He'd chosen to participate in Brenda's scheme to institutionalize me and profit from my house, rather than protecting his mother who'd raised him alone and sacrificed for him throughout his childhood. That choice had revealed his character and his priorities. He'd valued money over his mother's well-being and autonomy. I'd also lost relationship with my grandchildren in the fallout. Marcus and Brenda had prevented me from seeing them during the nursing facility placement and the subsequent legal battles. They'd apparently told the kids some version of events that painted me as the problem, rather than acknowledging their own fraud and abuse. 14 months after being placed in the nursing facility against my will, I was finally back living in my own house. The tenant's lease had expired, and they'd vacated. I'd moved my belongings out of storage and had reclaimed my home. But the house felt different now, contaminated by knowledge of what Marcus and Brenda had done. The criminal trial was scheduled to begin in 3 months. Marcus faced potentially 5 to 8 years in prison if convicted on all charges. Brenda faced lesser charges, but still could see prison time as an accessory to the fraud. The family destruction was complete. My son would likely go to prison, My relationship with my grandchildren was severed, and the trust that should exist in families had been utterly destroyed. What I knew for certain was that Brenda had spent years planning to take control of my house, and that Marcus had been willing to participate in institutionalizing his own mother to profit from her property. They'd executed a scheme that had stolen over a year of my life, had put me in institutional care I didn't need, and had generated tens of thousands in profit for themselves. Those were deliberate, calculated choices that revealed who they really were beneath whatever facades they'd maintained. I'm 77 years old, back in my house after being institutionalized for over a year by my son and daughter-in-law who wanted to rent it out for profit. The year I lost in that nursing facility can never be recovered. The dignity, the autonomy, the time itself. The son I raised and loved betrayed me in the most comprehensive way possible, for money. Some days I still can't believe this is my reality, but I'm rebuilding my independent life and telling my story so other elderly people will be extremely careful about signing power of attorney documents, even when family members claim it's for their own good. My grandchildren isolated me from friends so they could control my medical decisions. The horrifying medical and personal autonomy violation I've endured over the past 16 months has exposed that my 3 adult grandchildren, whom I raised after my daughter died and who I trusted to help me maintain my independence as I aged, systematically cut me off from my friends, church community, and social support networks so they could gain complete control over my medical care and eventually push me towards signing a do not resuscitate order that serves their financial interests rather than my genuine healthcare wishes. I'm Walter Kowalski, 79 years old, and what makes this betrayal almost incomprehensible is not just the isolation itself, though being cut off from decades-long friendships has been devastating, but the discovery that my grandchildren deliberately manufactured medical emergencies and exaggerated my cognitive decline to doctors and social workers to justify restricting my contact with anyone outside their control, all apparently because they're eager to inherit my estate and view my continued medical treatment as an expensive obstacle to receiving their inheritance sooner. I'm a retired machinist who worked in manufacturing for 43 years before retiring at 65. My wife Eleanor passed away 12 years ago after a long marriage. Our daughter Susan, who'd been a single mother, died in a workplace accident 8 years ago when my 3 grandchildren, Michael, now 32, Sarah, now 30, and Christopher, now 27, were young adults just starting their careers. Susan's death had been devastating, but I'd remained close to my grandchildren and had been involved in their lives as they navigated young adulthood without their mother. I'd always been active and independent despite my age. I'd maintained my own home, a modest 3-bedroom house I'd owned for 40 years. I'd had an active social life, including weekly card games with friends from my manufacturing days, regular attendance at my Lutheran church where I'd been a member for decades, and participation in a veterans organization where I'd connected with other Korean War veterans. I'd also been in good physical health for someone my age, some arthritis and the normal age-related issues, but generally mobile and active. My estate was modest, but significant. The house worth approximately $280,000, retirement savings of about $190,000, and a life insurance policy worth $100,000. The total of roughly $570,000 wasn't a fortune, but it represented a lifetime of working and saving. My will left everything equally to Michael, Sarah, and Christopher, since they were my only living descendants after Susan's death. About 2 years ago, I'd had a minor health scare, a TIA or mini-stroke, that had sent me to the hospital for a few days. I'd recovered fully with no lasting effects, but the incident had made me think about my future care needs and about ensuring I had support as I continued aging. My grandchildren had been very attentive during the hospitalization and had expressed concern about me living alone. Michael, who lived closest to me, about 20 minutes away, had suggested he should have medical power of attorney in case another health emergency arose and someone needed to make decisions on my behalf. He'd explained that without power of attorney, there could be confusion about who had authority to make medical choices if I was incapacitated. Sarah and Christopher had supported the idea, saying they'd all feel better knowing someone could step in to manage my health care if needed. I'd been somewhat reluctant to give up any autonomy, but the recent hospital stay had made me realize I should have practical arrangements in place. I'd agreed to give Michael medical power of attorney, understanding that he'd only use it if I was unable to make decisions myself. We'd completed the legal documents with an attorney Michael had recommended, and I'd signed over medical decision-making authority that would activate if I was ever deemed incapable of making my own healthcare choices. That had been the beginning of what I now recognized as a systematic plan to isolate and control me. Within weeks of signing the medical power of attorney, Michael had started suggesting that I should cut back on my activities. He'd said my card games with friends were too taxing and that I should rest more. He'd suggested that driving to church and the Veterans Organization was becoming unsafe given my age and the recent TIA. He'd framed these suggestions as concern for my health and safety. I'd resisted initially, saying I was fully recovered from the TIA and that my activities were important to my mental and physical health. But Michael had been persistent, enlisting Sarah and Christopher to express similar concerns. All three of my grandchildren had started saying I seemed more forgetful, more confused, and less capable of managing my own affairs. They'd claim I was repeating myself or forgetting conversations we'd had, though I'd had no awareness of any such cognitive issues. My grandchildren had also started intercepting my phone calls and screening my visitors. Michael had suggested I get a new cell phone that would be easier to use, and had set it up in ways that routed calls through him for safety. When friends from church or my card game would call, Michael would often answer and would tell them I was sleeping or not feeling well, or that the doctor had said I shouldn't have too much stimulation. My friends would leave messages that I'd never receive. When people would try to visit, Michael, Sarah, or Christopher, who'd started spending much more time at my house, would turn them away, saying I was resting or unwell or confused and not up for visitors. They'd tell my friends and church members that I was declining cognitively and that too much social interaction was overwhelming for me. They'd positioned themselves as protective grandchildren managing my care when I was actually being isolated from my entire support network. Within about 6 months, my social life had been almost completely destroyed. The friends I'd played cards with for years had stopped inviting me because they'd been told repeatedly I wasn't well enough to participate. My church had stopped including me in activities because my grandchildren had told church members I was too confused to participate meaningfully. The Veterans Organization had stopped reaching out after being told I was in declining health and couldn't manage outings. I'd protested to Michael, Sarah, and Christopher that I wanted to see my friends and maintain my activities, but they'd insisted they were protecting me from overexertion and from potential exploitation by people who might try to take advantage of my supposed declining mental state. They'd made me doubt my own perceptions. If all three of them were saying I was forgetting things and seeming confused, maybe I was having cognitive issues I wasn't aware of. The medical manipulation had escalated about a year ago when I'd had what Michael had claimed was a serious fall at my house. I'd woken up in the hospital with Michael telling doctors I'd been found unconscious and confused. I'd had no memory of falling or being confused, but Michael had insisted it had happened and had provided detailed accounts to medical staff about my supposed cognitive decline and increasing frailty. Based on Michael's reports, the hospital had done extensive cognitive testing. The results had been normal for someone my age, some minor memory issues typical of elderly patients, but no signs of dementia or significant impairment. But Michael had disputed the findings, insisting to doctors that I had much more serious problems at home that weren't being captured by hospital testing. Michael had used the hospitalization to push for more control over my life. He'd suggested I should no longer live alone and should move to an assisted living facility. When I'd refused, he'd proposed that he should move into my house to provide supervision and care. I'd resisted that too, saying I was capable of living independently and didn't need constant oversight. The conflict had come to a head when Michael had started discussing end-of-life planning. He'd brought up DNR, Do Not Resuscitate, orders, and had suggested I should sign documents indicating I wouldn't want aggressive medical treatment if I had another serious health event. Michael had framed this as simply documenting my wishes, but the conversations had felt pressured and focused more on what would be easiest for everyone, rather than on my actual preferences. I'd become increasingly uncomfortable with how Michael, Sarah, and Christopher were managing my life. I'd felt isolated from my friends, pressured about medical decisions, and uncertain about whether I could trust my own perceptions, given their insistence I was declining cognitively. But I'd also felt trapped, because they'd positioned themselves as my only caregivers, and had convinced medical providers that they were acting in my best interest. The truth had begun emerging about 4 months ago, when an old friend from my manufacturing days, a man named Gene, who I'd worked with for 20 years, had shown up at my house unannounced. Gene had driven over after not hearing from me in months, and after being told repeatedly by Michael that I was too unwell for visits. Gene had been shocked by what he'd found. I'd answered the door myself and had been completely lucid and coherent. Gene and I had talked for over an hour, and he'd said I seemed exactly like myself. Same sharp memory, same personality, no signs of the serious cognitive decline my grandchildren had been describing to everyone. Gene had asked direct questions about why I disappeared from all my activities and social connections. As I'd explained to Gene about my grandchildren's increasing control over my life and their claims about my declining health, Gene had become increasingly concerned. He'd said nothing about my presentation or our conversation, suggested I had the kind of cognitive problems that would justify the isolation and control my grandchildren had imposed. Gene had suggested I might be experiencing elder abuse through isolation and manipulation. Gene had helped me contact an elder law attorney without my grandchildren's knowledge. The attorney, a woman named Barbara Hernandez, had met with me and had assessed my cognitive function. Barbara had said I was clearly competent and capable of making my own decisions, and that the isolation and medical manipulation I'd described sounded like textbook elder abuse, designed to gain control over my health care and potentially my finances. Barbara had helped me understand that medical power of attorney only activated when I was incapable of making my own decisions. It wasn't supposed to give Michael authority to override my choices while I was competent. She'd also explained that the isolation from friends and community, the manufacturing of medical emergencies, and the pressure to sign DNR orders all suggested my grandchildren were trying to control me for reasons that likely related to my estate rather than genuine concern for my well-being. Barbara had helped me take back control of my life and my medical care. We'd revoked Michael's medical power of attorney and had established new healthcare documents that gave authority to an independent professional guardian, rather than to family members who had conflicts of interest. We'd also sent formal letters to my grandchildren, warning them about continued interference with my autonomy and my social connections. The response from Michael, Sarah, and Christopher had been immediate and hostile. They'd claimed I was being manipulated by Gene and by the attorney, that I was too confused to understand what I was signing, and that they'd only been trying to protect me from exploitation. They'd threatened to pursue guardianship proceedings to have me declared incompetent if I didn't restore their authority over my medical care. Barbara had recommended I undergo independent cognitive evaluation to document my competence and to defend against any guardianship petition. I'd been evaluated by a neuropsychologist who'd conducted extensive testing over several sessions. The results had been unequivocal. I was cognitively intact for my age, with no signs of dementia or impairment that would justify guardianship or any restriction on my autonomy. Armed with the cognitive evaluation, I'd been able to resist my grandchildren's attempts to regain control. I'd also filed reports with Adult Protective Services about the isolation and medical manipulation I'd experienced. The APS investigator had substantiated findings of emotional abuse and had documented that my grandchildren had inappropriately restricted my social connections and had misrepresented my cognitive status to medical providers. I'd also discovered why my grandchildren had been so motivated to control my medical care and push me toward DNR orders. Going through my financial records with Barbara's help, I'd found evidence that Michael had been borrowing against my house without my knowledge. He'd forged my signature on a home equity loan for $75,000 that he'd used for his own expenses. Sarah had apparently been receiving monthly allowances from my accounts that I'd never authorized. Christopher had been using my credit cards for personal purchases. My grandchildren had been systematically stealing from me while positioning themselves to inherit my estate as quickly as possible. The isolation and medical manipulation had been designed to prevent me from discovering their theft and to ensure I died sooner rather than later, so they could inherit before their fraud was exposed. The DNR orders they'd been pushing me to sign would have made it easier to let me die, rather than treating potentially survivable medical emergencies. The full scope of their betrayal had been devastating. The grandchildren I'd raised after their mother's death, who I'd loved and supported unconditionally, had been stealing from me while trying to isolate and control me in ways that could have led to my premature death. They'd viewed me not as their grandfather who deserved love and respect, but as an inconvenient obstacle to money they wanted. I'd filed criminal complaints about the financial fraud and the forged loan documents. Police had investigated and had found evidence supporting my claims. Michael had been charged with forgery and identity theft related to the home equity loan. Sarah and Christopher had been charged with financial exploitation of a vulnerable adult for their unauthorized access to my accounts. I'd also updated my will to disinherit all 3 grandchildren completely. Barbara had helped me establish an estate plan that would leave my assets to various charities that had been meaningful to me, including my church, the Veterans Organization, and organizations supporting elderly people experiencing abuse. My grandchildren who'd stolen from me and had tried to hasten my death would receive nothing. 16 months after Jean had shown up at my house and helped me discover what my grandchildren were doing, I'd rebuilt my life and my independence. I'd reconnected with my friends from cards and from church and from the Veterans Organization. I'd had the isolation removed and had reestablished the social connections that were essential to my well-being and quality of life. I'd also moved to a senior living community that provided some services and social opportunities while allowing me to maintain my independence. The community had been supportive when I'd explained my situation, and the staff had been vigilant about protecting me from my grandchildren's attempts to regain access or control. Michael, Sarah, and Christopher had all tried repeatedly to contact me and to restore our relationship. They'd claimed they'd made mistakes, but had only been trying to help. They'd said I was being manipulated by Jean and by Barbara into cutting them off and disinheriting them. They'd insisted they loved me and deserved another chance. But I'd maintained firm boundaries. My grandchildren hadn't made mistakes. They'd executed a systematic plan to isolate me, steal from me, and potentially hasten my death for inheritance purposes. They'd forged documents, lied to medical providers, cut me off from everyone who cared about me, and pressured me toward medical decisions that would have served their financial interests rather than my healthcare needs. Those were deliberate choices that revealed their character and their priorities. What I knew for certain was that my grandchildren had valued my estate more than my life or my well-being. They'd been willing to isolate an elderly man from all his social supports, to manipulate medical providers with false information about my cognitive status, and to pressure me toward DNR orders that could have led to preventable death, all to speed their inheritance and to prevent me from discovering their financial fraud. I'm 79 years old and rebuilding a life after my grandchildren tried to destroy my autonomy, my social connections, and potentially my life itself for financial gain. The relationship with Michael, Sarah, and Christopher is permanently over. They're strangers to me now, people who happen to be related by blood, but who proved they were capable of elder abuse for inheritance purposes. I'm grateful to Jean for showing up when he did, and to Barbara for helping me reclaim my independence. I'm living my remaining years on my own terms, surrounded by genuine friends rather than family members who viewed me as an inconvenient obstacle to money they wanted to possess. My granddaughter forged my signature to remortgage my paid-off home for her startup. The absolutely devastating property and financial fraud I discovered 9 months ago has exposed that my granddaughter Chelsea, who I helped raise after my daughter's divorce, left her struggling as a single mother, and who I supported financially through college and her early career struggles, forged my signature on mortgage documents to borrow $290,000 against my fully paid-off house to fund her technology startup, leaving me at 72 years old with a mortgage payment I can't afford on my fixed income and facing potential foreclosure of the home I've lived in for 34 years. I'm Barbara Templeton, and what makes this betrayal almost incomprehensible is not just the criminal fraud itself, though having my signature forged and my property stolen out from under me is certainly devastating, but the premeditated calculation required for Chelsea to research mortgage processes, forge legal documents, impersonate me to notaries, and execute a complex financial crime against her own grandmother, who had been nothing but generous and supportive throughout her entire life, all while continuing to visit me regularly and accept my affection and support, as though she hadn't just destroyed my financial security and housing stability. I'm a retired librarian who worked for the county library system for 36 years before retiring at age 68. I'd bought my house in 1989 when I was 38 years old, a modest 3-bedroom ranch in a quiet, established neighborhood. I'd paid $87,000 for the house originally and had paid off my 30-year mortgage 5 years ago when I was 67. Owning my home free and clear had been a major accomplishment and had provided me with financial security in retirement, since my only housing cost was property taxes and maintenance. My retirement income consisted of my pension of approximately $2,800 monthly, plus Social Security of about $1,600 monthly, giving me total income of $4,400. It was adequate for my needs since I had no mortgage payment and lived modestly. I'd also accumulated about $95,000 in retirement savings that I kept as an emergency fund and for eventual healthcare expenses or assisted living costs if needed. My granddaughter Chelsea was 29 years old and was the daughter of my oldest child, my daughter Patricia. Patricia had gotten divorced when Chelsea was 8 years old and had struggled financially as a single mother working as a dental hygienist. I'd helped Patricia and Chelsea significantly over the years, providing childcare, helping with Chelsea's school expenses, and generally being a steady presence and support system for both of them. I'd been particularly involved in Chelsea's life and had been proud of her accomplishments. She'd graduated from college with a degree in computer science. I'd helped with tuition and living expenses that her mother couldn't cover and that weren't met by Chelsea's financial aid. After college, Chelsea had worked at several tech companies, but had always dreamed of starting her own business. She'd been developing various startup ideas for years and had talked enthusiastically about eventually launching her own company. About 3 years ago, Chelsea had quit her job at a software company to focus full-time on developing her startup idea, some kind of app or platform related to social networking for professional women. I hadn't fully understood the technical details, but Chelsea had been passionate about it and had been confident it would be successful. She'd been funding her startup development through her savings and through investments from friends and family. I'd contributed $15,000 to Chelsea's startup about 2 years ago, when she'd been seeking initial funding. Chelsea had explained that she was raising money from people who believed in her vision, and she'd presented it as an investment opportunity where I might eventually receive significant returns when the company succeeded. I'd been happy to support Chelsea's entrepreneurial dreams and had viewed the $15,000 as a gift more than an investment, since I knew startup businesses were risky. Over the past 2 years, Chelsea had continued working on her startup and had been regularly seeking additional funding. She'd done several funding rounds with various investors and had apparently been making progress on developing her platform. Chelsea would visit me regularly and would update me on her business progress. She'd talk about user growth, technical milestones, and funding challenges. About 15 months ago, Chelsea had mentioned she was pursuing a significant funding round that would allow her to really scale her business. She'd said she was talking to venture capital firms and angel investors about raising several $100,000. I'd been impressed and proud that Chelsea's business had progressed to the point where serious investors were interested. What I didn't know was that Chelsea wasn't actually succeeding in raising venture capital funding. Investors had apparently been rejecting her pitches, finding her business model unproven or her projections unrealistic. Chelsea had been burning through her previous funding and had been desperate for capital to keep her startup operating. Unable to secure legitimate investment, Chelsea had apparently decided to fraudulently obtain money by taking out a mortgage on my house without my knowledge or permission. Chelsea's fraud had been sophisticated and required significant planning. She'd apparently obtained copies of my identification and personal information, probably from documents I'd had in my house during her visits over the years. She'd forged my signature on mortgage application documents. She'd either found a corrupt notary willing to notarize forged signatures or had impersonated me during the notarization process somehow. She'd completed an entire mortgage application process, resulting in a $290,000 loan against my house that I knew nothing about. The mortgage company had apparently done inadequate verification. They'd accepted the forged documents, had processed the application, and had sent the $290,000 loan proceeds to an account Chelsea controlled. Chelsea had then transferred that money into her startup's business accounts and had used it to fund continued operations of her failing company. I'd discovered the fraud completely by accident. I'd received a piece of mail that looked like mortgage statements. It had said, "Mortgage Statement," on the envelope and had listed my address as the property. I'd been confused because I didn't have a mortgage and hadn't had one for 5 years. I'd assumed it was some kind of marketing mail or mistake and had opened it to see what it was about. Inside had been a detailed mortgage statement showing that I had a $290,000 mortgage on my property with monthly payments of approximately $2,100 due. The statement had shown the loan as being about 3 months old with 3 payments already made. I'd been completely baffled. I'd never taken out this mortgage and had no idea what this statement was about. I'd called the mortgage company immediately to report what I'd assumed was identity theft or some kind of administrative error. The customer service representative had pulled up my account and had confirmed that yes, I had a $290,000 mortgage on my property that had been originated about 3 months earlier. When I'd insisted I'd never applied for or received this mortgage, the representative had become concerned and had transferred me to their fraud department. The fraud investigator I'd spoken with had asked detailed questions about the mortgage application and funding. She'd confirmed that the application had been submitted with my name and information, that it had included documents that appeared to be signed by me, and that the $290,000 loan proceeds had been dispersed to a bank account. When I'd asked whose account had received the money, the investigator had said she couldn't provide those details immediately, but would investigate. I'd been terrified and confused. Someone had forged my signature to take out a $290,000 mortgage on my house and had stolen the money. I'd filed a police report immediately for identity theft and fraud. The detective who'd taken my report had said this was a serious crime and had begun investigating. The investigation had quickly identified Chelsea as the perpetrator. The bank account that had received the mortgage proceeds was linked to Chelsea's startup company. Records showed Chelsea had been the person who'd submitted the mortgage application documents, though she'd forged them to appear as though they'd come from me. The notarization on the documents had been fraudulent. Either the notary had been complicit in the fraud, or Chelsea had somehow falsified the notarization. When confronted by police, Chelsea had eventually admitted to the fraud. According to her confession, she'd been desperate for funding for her startup after being unable to secure venture capital investment. She'd known my house was paid off and worth substantially more than the $290,000 she'd borrowed against it. She'd rationalized that she was borrowing money that would technically be hers eventually anyway when I died, and she inherited. So she'd viewed it as accessing her future inheritance early, rather than as stealing from me. Her justifications had been sociopathic. Chelsea hadn't borrowed anything. She'd forged documents and committed fraud to steal $290,000 secured by my house. She'd put my home at risk of foreclosure since I couldn't afford the $2,100 monthly mortgage payments on my fixed income. She'd destroyed my financial security in my elderly years to fund her failing startup business. The immediate crisis had been figuring out what to do about the fraudulent mortgage. The mortgage company had said that even though the loan had been obtained through fraud, they were secured creditors with a lien on my property. They couldn't simply forgive the loan because I hadn't actually applied for it. They'd need to either be repaid or would eventually foreclose if payments weren't made. I'd consulted with an attorney who specialized in elder financial abuse and fraud. The attorney had explained that my situation was legally complex. Yes, Chelsea had committed fraud and I was the victim. But the mortgage company had provided funds in good faith based on documents that appeared legitimate. Getting the mortgage discharged would require proving the fraud in court and potentially suing the mortgage company for failing to adequately verify the application. The attorney had recommended I pursue multiple tracks simultaneously: criminal charges against Chelsea, a civil lawsuit against both Chelsea and the mortgage company, and attempting to negotiate with the mortgage company about restructuring or forgiving the fraudulent loan. But all of these processes would take time, and in the meantime, I had a $2,100 monthly mortgage payment on my fixed income that left me only $2,300 monthly for all other expenses. I'd tried making the mortgage payments for the first 2 months after discovering the fraud, using my emergency savings to cover the shortfall between my income and my expenses. But I'd quickly realized this was unsustainable. I was draining my savings at a rate that would deplete them entirely within 18 months, leaving me completely impoverished with no reserves for healthcare or other emergencies. The criminal case against Chelsea had been progressing for 9 months. She'd been charged with multiple felonies including forgery, fraud, identity theft, and elder financial abuse. The charges were extremely serious given the amount involved and Chelsea's violation of her grandmother's trust. Chelsea faced potentially 10 to 15 years in prison if convicted on all counts. Chelsea's attorney had been trying to negotiate a plea deal. The defense strategy had apparently been to portray Chelsea as a desperate entrepreneur who'd made a terrible mistake, but who hadn't intended to harm me. Her attorney had argued that Chelsea had genuinely believed her startup would succeed and would generate enough returns to repay the mortgage, so she'd viewed this as a business loan rather than theft. But prosecutors hadn't been sympathetic to that characterization. Chelsea had committed premeditated fraud, requiring extensive planning, forging documents, completing fraudulent applications, impersonating me to notaries. Those weren't the actions of someone making an impulsive mistake, but rather of someone executing a calculated crime. Prosecutors had been seeking substantial prison time. The civil litigation had been even more complicated. I'd sued Chelsea for the full amount of the fraudulent mortgage plus damages. Chelsea had no assets to speak of. Her startup had failed entirely after Chelsea's arrest had scared off any remaining investors or partners. She'd already spent the $290,000 on her business operations and had nothing left to repay me with. I'd also sued the mortgage company for negligence in processing a fraudulent application. My attorney had argued the company had failed to adequately verify the application, had accepted forged documents, and had been negligent in their due diligence. The mortgage company had defended themselves by saying they'd followed standard industry practices and that the forged documents had been sophisticated enough to pass their verification processes. The litigation with the mortgage company was critical because they were the entity that actually had money to potentially compensate me. If I could prove they'd been negligent and get the fraudulent mortgage discharged or get damages to cover it, I might be able to save my house. But the legal process was slow and expensive, and there were no guarantees about the outcome. In the meantime, I'd been unable to continue making the mortgage payments. After 4 months of trying to cover the payments from my savings, I'd simply run out of money and had stopped paying. The mortgage company had begun foreclosure proceedings. I was now facing losing my home of 34 years because my granddaughter had fraudulently borrowed against it, and I couldn't afford the payments on my fixed income. The prospect of losing my house at 72 years old had been devastating. This was the home I'd lived in for over 3 decades, where I'd raised my children, where I'd created my life. I'd worked for 30 years to pay off the mortgage, and had been enjoying the security of owning my home free and clear. Now, because of Chelsea's fraud, I was facing homelessness in my elderly years, unless the legal proceedings somehow resolved in my favor. The emotional toll had been even worse than the financial crisis. Chelsea had been like a second daughter to me. I'd helped raise her, had been deeply involved in her life, had supported her financially through college and her early career. I'd given her $15,000 for her startup as an investment just 2 years before she'd defrauded me. I'd believed we had a close, loving relationship. But apparently, Chelsea's affection had been conditional on my usefulness to her. When she'd needed money for her failing startup, she'd had no hesitation about forging my signature and stealing my home equity. The regular visits where she'd updated me on her business progress had been happening while she was literally stealing from me. She'd apparently made some of the fraudulent mortgage payments during the early months using the stolen money, all while visiting me and accepting my grandmother love. I'd had to process that the person I'd thought Chelsea was didn't actually exist. The loving granddaughter persona had been performance. The real Chelsea was someone capable of elaborate, premeditated fraud against her elderly grandmother, someone who'd been willing to put me at risk of homelessness to fund her business ambitions. My daughter Patricia, Chelsea's mother, had been devastated by what Chelsea had done. Patricia had been horrified to learn her daughter had committed such serious fraud against her own grandmother. Patricia had been supportive of me pursuing criminal charges and had cut off her relationship with Chelsea, telling her she was disgusted by her choices and her betrayal of the grandmother who'd always been generous and supportive. But Patricia also struggled with the situation because Chelsea was her daughter. Patricia was torn between supporting me and maintaining some connection with her child. Chelsea's potential decade-plus prison sentence would mean Patricia might not have a relationship with her daughter during what should be productive years of her life. The family destruction was comprehensive. I'd lost my granddaughter and my home security. Patricia had lost her daughter to prison, and our family structure had been shattered. 9 months after discovering the fraudulent mortgage, I was living day to day, not knowing if I'd lose my house to foreclosure. The criminal trial was scheduled to begin in 2 months. The civil litigation against the mortgage company was ongoing, with no resolution in sight. I'd burned through most of my savings trying to make fraudulent mortgage payments before accepting I couldn't afford them. I was facing potential homelessness at 72 because my granddaughter had decided funding her failing startup was worth destroying my life. What I knew for certain was that Chelsea had made calculated choices to commit serious fraud against me. She'd researched mortgage processes, had forged extensive documentation, had impersonated me, and had executed a complex crime. Those weren't impulsive mistakes, but rather deliberate criminal actions. She'd continued visiting me and accepting my love while knowing she'd committed fraud that could cost me my home. Those choices revealed her character. She was someone willing to destroy her grandmother for money. I'm 72 years old, facing foreclosure on the house I've owned for 34 years because my granddaughter forged my signature to steal my home equity. The comfortable retirement I'd built through decades of work and discipline has been destroyed by someone I loved as my own. Some days feel hopeless, but I'm surviving and fighting through the legal system to try to save my home, while telling my story in hopes other elderly people will protect their property and will recognize that even beloved family members may be capable of devastating betrayal. My granddaughter's fiancé convinced her to contest my will before I even died. The profoundly disturbing and hurtful legal battle I've been forced to endure for the past 8 months has exposed that my granddaughter Melissa's fiancé, Derek, convinced her to file a lawsuit contesting my will and challenging my mental competency while I'm still alive and in good health, claiming that my decision to leave the bulk of my estate to various charities rather than to family members proves I'm mentally incompetent and being unduly influenced. All because Derek apparently expected a large inheritance through Melissa and has decided to try to legally force me to change my estate plan to benefit him financially. I'm Evelyn Hartley, 78 years old, and what makes this betrayal so extraordinarily painful is not just the legal costs and stress of defending my right to distribute my own assets as I see fit, though fighting a competency challenge at my age has been exhausting and humiliating, but the realization that my granddaughter Melissa, who I helped raise after my daughter's early death from breast cancer, and who I've loved unconditionally for 28 years, has allowed her fiancé to manipulate her into essentially declaring me incompetent and attempting to seize control of my estate while I'm still living, healthy, and fully capable of making my own decisions about my property and my legacy. I'm a retired high school English teacher who worked in public education for 37 years before retiring at age 66. My late husband, Charles, was a successful commercial real estate broker who passed away from a stroke 6 years ago at age 75. Through Charles's career success and our joint disciplined saving and investing over 45 years of marriage, we'd accumulated substantial assets. When Charles died, I'd inherited his estate, which combined with my own assets had left me with approximately $2.3 million in total net worth, including our paid-off house, worth about $650,000, investment accounts of roughly $1.4 million, and retirement accounts of about $250,000. The assets represented a lifetime of work, saving, and careful financial management by both Charles and me. We'd never lived extravagantly but had been comfortable and had enjoyed travel and hobbies during our retirement years together before Charles's death. The money had given me security and comfort in my widowhood and elderly years. My family consisted primarily of my granddaughter Melissa, who was 28 years old. Melissa's mother, my daughter Catherine, had died from breast cancer when Melissa was only 8 years old. I'd been very involved in helping raise Melissa after Catherine's death, essentially co-parenting her with her father, my former son-in-law, through her teenage years. Melissa and I had always been close, or so I'd believed, with a bond strengthened by shared grief over Catherine's death. I'd also been financially generous with Melissa throughout her life. I'd paid for her private high school education, approximately $60,000 total over 4 years. I'd covered her undergraduate college expenses at a private university, about $180,000 between tuition, room, board, and living expenses. I'd helped her with a down payment on her first condo, a $40,000 gift. Over the years, I'd probably given Melissa close to $300,000 in financial support, beyond normal grandmother gifts and assistance. About 18 months ago, Melissa had started dating Derek, a 32-year-old man who worked in pharmaceutical sales. Derek had been charming and attentive initially, and I'd been happy that Melissa had found someone who seemed devoted to her. They'd gotten engaged after about a year of dating, and Melissa had been planning a wedding for this coming fall. But I'd noticed troubling signs in Derek's behavior as their relationship had progressed. He'd seemed very interested in my financial situation and had asked Melissa detailed questions about what she'd eventually inherit from me. He'd made comments about their future plans that seemed to assume they'd have access to substantial family money. He'd even suggested once that I should consider gifting them money now rather than making them wait for an inheritance, framing it as smart tax planning, though I'd suspected his real motivation was wanting immediate access to my money. I'd also observed that Derek had expensive tastes and lifestyle expectations that seemed to exceed what his pharmaceutical sales income could reasonably support. He'd driven luxury cars, had worn expensive watches and clothes, and had talked about wanting to live in upscale neighborhoods and take elaborate vacations. It had seemed clear that Derek was counting on Melissa's eventual inheritance from me to fund the lifestyle he wanted. About a year ago, I'd made the decision to substantially revise my estate plan. I'd been thinking carefully about my legacy and about how I wanted my assets distributed after my death. I'd decided that leaving the bulk of my $2.3 million estate to Melissa might actually do her more harm than good. She'd receive a massive windfall in her late 20s or 30s that could undermine her motivation to build her own career and financial independence. I'd also wanted to support causes that had been meaningful to Charles and me. I'd worked with my estate planning attorney to create a new will that left Melissa $200,000, a substantial inheritance that would provide her with real financial benefit without being life-changing enough to potentially corrupt her work ethic or values. The remaining approximately $2 million of my estate would be divided among several charities: breast cancer research in memory of my daughter Catherine, my former high school's scholarship fund, and several other educational and medical causes Charles and I had supported during our lives. I'd felt good about this estate plan. Melissa would receive enough money to be meaningful and helpful. It could pay off her mortgage, fund graduate school if she wanted, or provide a significant investment nest egg. But she wouldn't receive so much that she'd never need to work or build her own financial security. And the charitable gifts would create lasting legacy in Catherine's and Charles's memories while supporting causes we'd cared about. I'd told Melissa about my new estate plan when it was finalized. I'd explained my reasoning, that I wanted to support her, but also wanted to create meaningful, charitable legacy, and that I believed $200,000 was a generous inheritance that would benefit her without potentially harming her development. Melissa had seemed to accept my decision, saying she understood and appreciated that I was still leaving her a substantial sum. But apparently, Derek had been furious when he'd learned about my revised estate plan. According to what I'd learned later, Derek had been expecting that Melissa would inherit my entire $2.3 million estate. He'd apparently been counting on that money for their future plans and lifestyle. Learning that Melissa would only inherit $200,000 while the rest went to charities had enraged him. Derek had apparently spent months researching ways to challenge my estate plan. He'd consulted with attorneys about whether my will could be contested. He'd looked into legal theories about undue influence and lack of testamentary capacity. He'd apparently become obsessed with finding ways to force me to change my will or to invalidate the charitable provisions in favor of family inheritance. About 8 months ago, Derek had convinced Melissa to file a lawsuit against me. The lawsuit was extraordinary in its audacity. They were seeking to have me declared mentally incompetent and to have a guardian appointed to manage my affairs and my estate. The legal filing claimed that my decision to leave most of my estate to charity rather than to my only grandchild was evidence of diminished mental capacity, and that I must be suffering from dementia or must be under the undue influence of my financial advisors or charities. The lawsuit had sought to have the court appoint Melissa as my guardian, with authority to manage my financial affairs and my estate planning. It had also sought to invalidate my current will and to reinstate an earlier version that had left everything to Melissa, or, alternatively, to have the court establish a distribution plan that would benefit Melissa more substantially than my current estate plan. I'd been served with the lawsuit papers at my home by a process server. Reading through the legal filing had been one of the most shocking and hurtful experiences of my life. My granddaughter, who I'd loved and supported unconditionally, who I'd helped raise after her mother's death, who I'd given hundreds of thousands of dollars to over the years, was suing me, claiming I was mentally incompetent and seeking to have me declared unable to manage my own affairs. The legal claims had been outrageous. The lawsuit had characterized my charitable estate plan as irrational and inconsistent with normal family relationships. It had claimed that leaving most of my estate to charity rather than to Melissa suggested cognitive impairment or manipulation. It had included statements from Derek claiming he'd personally observed me seeming confused or forgetful during family gatherings, normal age-related minor lapses that Derek was trying to characterize as dementia symptoms. I'd immediately hired a litigation attorney to defend against the lawsuit. My attorney had been appalled by Melissa and Derek's legal claims, saying that attempting to have someone declared incompetent simply because you disagree with their estate planning decisions was an abuse of guardianship laws designed to protect truly vulnerable elderly people. The legal defense had required extensive documentation of my mental competency. I'd undergone comprehensive cognitive testing by a neuropsychologist who'd evaluated my memory, reasoning, judgment, and decision-making abilities. The testing had confirmed what I'd already known. I was cognitively intact for my age, with no signs of dementia or impairment that would affect my ability to manage my affairs or make estate planning decisions. I'd also been evaluated by a geriatric psychiatrist who'd assessed whether I was subject to undue influence from anyone regarding my estate planning. The psychiatrist had found no evidence of manipulation or coercion and had documented that my charitable estate plan reflected long-held values and was entirely consistent with my character and my history of philanthropic interests. My estate planning attorney had testified about the process of creating my will, explaining that I'd been fully engaged in discussions about my estate, had asked thoughtful questions, had clearly understood all options and implications, and had made decisions that reflected my stated values and goals. The attorney had characterized my estate planning as entirely rational and consistent with my right to dispose of my property as I chose. The medical and legal evidence had been overwhelmingly in my favor, but defending the lawsuit had still been expensive, stressful, and time-consuming. I'd spent over $85,000 in legal fees fighting Melissa and Derek's attempt to have me declared incompetent. I'd endured hours of depositions and legal proceedings. I'd had to share intimate details of my finances and my personal life with courts and attorneys. The entire process had been humiliating and exhausting. The lawsuit had also completely destroyed my relationship with Melissa. How could I maintain a loving grandmother-granddaughter relationship with someone who was actively trying to have me declared mentally incompetent and seeking to seize control of my assets? Melissa had chosen Derek's greed over her relationship with me, over basic respect for my autonomy, and over recognition that I had the right to distribute my own property as I saw fit. I'd tried one time to reach out to Melissa directly to understand how she could participate in such an offensive lawsuit. I'd asked to speak with her alone, without Derek present. During that conversation, Melissa had seemed somewhat conflicted and had said things that suggested Derek had been the primary driver of the lawsuit. She'd claimed Derek had convinced her that charitable estate planning at the expense of family was a sign of cognitive problems, and that challenging my competency was actually for my own protection. But even if Derek had been the instigator, Melissa had made the choice to participate. She'd signed the legal papers. She'd provided statements supporting the competency challenge. She'd allowed her name to be used on a lawsuit seeking to have her grandmother declared mentally incompetent. Those were choices that revealed her character and her priorities. She'd valued potential inheritance money over respecting my autonomy and my right to make my own decisions. After 8 months of litigation, the court had finally ruled in my favor. The judge had found no evidence of mental incompetency or undue influence. The court had explicitly recognized my right to dispose of my property through estate planning as I chose, and had noted that leaving substantial assets to charity while still providing family members with meaningful inheritances was entirely rational and common. The lawsuit had been dismissed with prejudice, meaning Melissa and Derek couldn't refile similar claims. The court had also ordered Melissa and Derek to pay my attorney fees, approximately $85,000, as sanctions for bringing a frivolous lawsuit that lacked factual or legal merit. The judge had been harsh in his ruling, characterizing the attempt to have me declared incompetent over estate planning disagreements as an abuse of guardianship laws and as elder abuse through the legal system. But even winning the lawsuit hadn't erased the damage. I'd spent 8 months defending my mental competency and my right to make my own decisions. I'd endured the humiliation of having my granddaughter publicly claim I was mentally incompetent. I'd paid substantial legal fees, even though I'd eventually been awarded sanctions. And most painfully, I'd lost my relationship with Melissa, possibly permanently. I'd also revised my estate plan in response to the lawsuit. Melissa's inheritance had been reduced from $200,000 to $50,000, enough to acknowledge the family relationship, but a dramatic reduction from what I'd originally planned. The reduction was partly punitive in response to the lawsuit, but it was also practical recognition that Melissa had shown herself willing to pursue my assets aggressively, and that providing her with substantial inheritance might just invite future legal challenges or conflict. I'd also included a no-contest clause in my updated will, specifying that if anyone challenged the estate plan after my death, they'd forfeit their entire inheritance. The clause was designed to prevent Melissa or Derek from attempting future legal challenges to my charitable bequests. 8 months after being served with the competency lawsuit, I was living with the reality that my granddaughter had tried to have me declared mentally incompetent to seize control of my estate. The relationship was essentially over. I'd told Melissa that, while I wished her well in life, I couldn't maintain a grandmother relationship with someone who'd sought to have me declared incompetent and had challenged my fundamental right to make my own decisions about my property. Melissa had tried several times to reconcile after losing the lawsuit. She'd sent letters claiming Derek had manipulated her and that she regretted participating in the legal challenge. But her apologies had felt hollow and self-serving. She was sorry she'd lost the lawsuit and had reduced her inheritance, not genuinely remorseful about the profound disrespect and betrayal the lawsuit had represented. Derek's role in the lawsuit had also poisoned any relationship Melissa and I might have had going forward. Even if I'd believed Melissa's claims that Derek had been the primary instigator, she'd still chosen to stay with him after he'd convinced her to sue her own grandmother. Melissa had chosen Derek and his financial expectations over her relationship with me. That choice revealed her priorities and her values in ways I couldn't overlook or forgive. What I knew for certain was that Derek had seen my assets as something he was entitled to through Melissa, and when he'd learned my estate plan didn't align with his financial expectations, he'd convinced Melissa to pursue legal action to try to force me to change my plans. They'd attempted to use the legal system to override my autonomy and my right to distribute my property as I chose. They'd sought to have me declared incompetent because they disagreed with my estate planning decisions. Those were choices that revealed fundamental disrespect for me as a person and as an autonomous adult with rights to make my own decisions. I'm 78 years old, living with the aftermath of an 8-month legal battle where my granddaughter sued me, seeking to have me declared mentally incompetent because she and her fiancé wanted a larger inheritance. I won the lawsuit and retained my autonomy, but at the cost of my relationship with Melissa and at substantial financial and emotional expense. The charitable estate plan I'd created to honor my late husband and daughter while supporting causes we'd cared about remains intact, and I'm at peace with my decision to substantially reduce Melissa's inheritance given her willingness to participate in challenging my competency. Some days, I still feel grief over losing my relationship with Melissa, but I'm also clear that her choices to participate in the lawsuit revealed that she valued potential money over respecting her grandmother's right to self-determination. I'm telling my story so other elderly people facing similar pressure from family members about inheritance expectations will know they have every right to distribute their assets as they choose, and that attempts to challenge competency simply over estate planning disagreements can be successfully defended with proper legal help and documentation of mental capacity. My grandson used my identity to take out credit cards and left me with $92,000 in debt. The absolutely catastrophic financial fraud I uncovered 5 months ago has devastated my credit and my financial stability. After discovering that my grandson Kyle, who lived with me for 2 years while attending community college, and who I supported financially through school and living expenses, systematically stole my personal information during that time to open 17 different credit card accounts in my name, running up approximately $92,000 in fraudulent charges for electronics, designer clothing, gambling deposits, and cash advances that he spent on himself and his friends, while I remained completely unaware until collection agencies started calling me about defaulted accounts I'd never opened. I'm Donald Fletcher, 76 years old, and what makes this identity theft so uniquely painful is not just the staggering debt Kyle left me responsible for in my retirement years, though $92,000 represents more than my total annual income and has destroyed my credit score. But the calculated betrayal of someone who lived in my home, ate my food, accepted my financial support for his education, and repaid my generosity by stealing my identity and committing fraud that has fundamentally compromised my financial security and left me facing potential lawsuits and garnishments from creditors pursuing debts I never incurred. I'm a retired electrician who worked for a municipal utility company for 39 years before retiring at age 71. I'd been a careful saver throughout my career and had accumulated a modest but adequate retirement. My pension provided about $2,900 monthly, and Social Security provided another $1,700 monthly, giving me total income of $4,600. I'd also accumulated approximately $143,000 in retirement savings. I'd been living comfortably in the small two-bedroom house I'd owned for 32 years, which was fully paid off. I'd always been financially conservative and responsible. I'd maintained excellent credit throughout my life. I'd paid my bills on time, had never defaulted on any obligation, and had a credit score in the mid-700s. I'd used credit cards minimally and responsibly, maintaining just 2 cards that I'd paid off monthly. My financial reputation had been spotless. My grandson Kyle was 24 years old and was the son of my daughter Jennifer, who'd struggled with addiction issues throughout Kyle's childhood. Jennifer had lost custody of Kyle when he was 14, and he'd spent his teenage years in foster care. I'd maintained contact with Kyle during those years and had tried to be a positive presence in his life, despite the chaos caused by his mother's addiction. When Kyle had turned 21 and had expressed interest in going to community college, I'd offered to help. I'd invited him to live with me rent-free while he attended school, and I'd covered his tuition and books. Kyle had moved into my spare bedroom about 3 years ago, and for 2 years he'd lived with me while taking classes and working part-time at a retail store. During the time Kyle had lived with me, I'd tried to be supportive and encouraging. I'd provided him with housing, food, and education funding. I'd helped him with transportation when needed. I'd been proud that Kyle was pursuing education and seemed to be building a better life than his troubled childhood might have predicted. Kyle had moved out about a year ago after completing his associate degree. He'd gotten a job and had moved into an apartment with roommates. We'd maintained regular contact after he'd moved out. He'd visit occasionally, and we'd talk on the phone every few weeks. I'd believed we'd had a positive relationship and that my support had helped Kyle establish himself. What I hadn't known was that during the 2 years Kyle had lived with me, he'd been systematically stealing my personal information. He'd apparently gone through my mail, my files, and my personal documents to obtain my social security number, date of birth, and other identifying information. He'd taken pictures of my driver's license. He'd memorized my banking information and credit card details. Kyle had used this stolen information to apply for credit cards in my name. According to what I'd later learned from fraud investigators, Kyle had opened the first fraudulent account about 18 months ago while still living with me. Over the following year and a half, he'd opened 17 different credit card accounts with various issuers, all in my name, but with his own contact information listed so the bills and statements would go to him rather than to me. Kyle had apparently been sophisticated about the fraud. He'd opened accounts gradually over time rather than all at once, which might have triggered alerts. He'd used a mix of my actual information and false details like his own phone number and email address. He'd been careful to keep the accounts from my notice by ensuring all correspondence went to addresses and contacts he controlled. Over 18 months, Kyle had charged approximately $92,000 across these 17 fraudulent credit cards. He'd bought electronics, expensive phones, laptops, gaming systems, cameras. He'd purchased designer clothing and shoes. He'd made cash advances. He'd used the cards for gambling deposits on online betting sites. He'd bought gifts for friends and had apparently funded a lifestyle far beyond what his retail job income could support. Kyle had made minimum payments on the accounts for several months to keep them in good standing, probably using cash advances from some cards to make payments on others in a classic debt spiral. But eventually, the balances had become unmanageable, and Kyle had stopped making payments entirely. The accounts had gone into default, had been sent to collections, and the collection agencies had started pursuing the person whose name was on the accounts. Me. I'd discovered the fraud when I'd started receiving calls from collection agencies about credit card accounts I'd never opened. The first call had been confusing, a collector demanding payment on a Visa account with over $8,000 balance. I'd told them I didn't have that account and that there must be some mistake. The collector had insisted the account was in my name and at my social security number. I'd hung up assuming it was a scam. But then more calls had started coming from different agencies about different accounts. Each collector had my correct name, address, and social security number. They'd all claimed I owed substantial balances on various credit cards. The amounts had been shocking. $8,000 here, $5,000 there, $7,000 on another account. I'd pulled my credit report and had been devastated by what I'd found. There were 17 credit card accounts listed in my name that I'd never opened. The total debt across all accounts was approximately $92,000. Most accounts were seriously delinquent or already in collections. My credit score had plummeted from the mid-700s to below 500 due to all the late payments and defaulted accounts. I'd immediately known this was identity theft, but I hadn't initially suspected Kyle. I'd filed police reports and had started the process of disputing the fraudulent accounts with credit bureaus and card issuers. I'd placed fraud alerts on my credit files and had begun the lengthy process of trying to prove I hadn't opened these accounts. The fraud investigators assigned to my case had traced the pattern of the fraudulent accounts. They'd found that many of the accounts had shipping addresses that were Kyle's apartment or his work address. The IP addresses for online account applications had been traced to locations associated with Kyle. Some of the fraudulent charges had been for items found in Kyle's possession when investigators had interviewed him. When confronted with the evidence, Kyle had eventually confessed. He'd admitted stealing my personal information while living with me and using it to open credit cards in my name. He'd said he'd started with just one card, intending to pay it off before I ever knew about it, but that the spending had gotten out of control, and he'd opened more accounts to try to keep up with payments on the earlier ones. He'd gotten caught in a spiral of fraud and had eventually just stopped trying to manage the mounting debt. Kyle's explanation had been that he'd felt entitled to some of the things his friends had: nice phones, fashionable clothes, experiences his peers were having. His retail job had barely covered his basic expenses after moving out, and he'd been frustrated seeing his roommates and co-workers with things he couldn't afford. So he'd justified using my identity to access credit he couldn't qualify for himself. His justifications had been offensive and demonstrated complete lack of accountability. Kyle hadn't experienced a moment of desperation that led to one bad decision. He'd committed systematic fraud over 18 months, opening 17 different accounts and spending $92,000 of fraudulently obtained credit. Every purchase, every account application, every charge had been a separate decision to continue defrauding me. The legal and financial consequences had been devastating. Even though I was clearly a victim of identity theft, dealing with the fraudulent accounts had been enormously complicated and time-consuming. Each credit card issuer had its own fraud investigation process. I'd had to file police reports, submit affidavits, provide documentation proving I hadn't opened the accounts, and follow up repeatedly with each company. Some card issuers had been cooperative and had closed the fraudulent accounts after investigating my fraud claims. Others had been skeptical or difficult, questioning whether I'd really had no knowledge of the accounts given that Kyle was family and had lived with me. A few companies had initially refused to write off the debt, insisting I must have had some involvement or knowledge. I'd had to hire a consumer protection attorney to help me navigate the identity theft resolution process and to advocate with creditors who weren't responding appropriately to my fraud claims. The attorney fees had been several $1,000s, money I'd had to take from my retirement savings to pay for legal help dealing with fraud I hadn't committed. the impact on my credit had been catastrophic. My credit score had dropped from the low 700s to below 500 due to all the delinquent accounts. Even after fraud investigations resolved and accounts were removed from my credit file, the damage to my credit history meant my score recovered slowly. 5 months after discovering the fraud, my score was still only in the low 600s, which affected my ability to access credit for legitimate purposes and had even impacted my insurance rates. I'd also had to invest enormous time and energy into the fraud resolution process. I'd spent dozens of hours on phone calls with credit card companies, credit bureaus, and collection agencies. I'd filed police reports and had cooperated with fraud investigations. I'd gathered documentation and had written letters disputing accounts. The administrative burden of dealing with Kyle's fraud had been overwhelming, especially at 76 years old, when I should have been enjoying retirement rather than fighting to clear my name from identity theft. The criminal prosecution of Kyle had been proceeding for 5 months. He'd been charged with multiple felonies, including identity theft, credit card fraud, and theft from a vulnerable adult. The charges were extremely serious given the amount of money involved. $92,000 in fraudulent charges represented substantial grand theft. Kyle had been looking at potentially 8 to 12 years in prison if convicted on all counts. Kyle's defense attorney had been trying to negotiate a plea deal. The defense strategy had apparently emphasized Kyle's difficult childhood, his mother's addiction issues, and his lack of prior criminal record. But prosecutors hadn't been sympathetic to those mitigating factors given the systematic nature of the fraud and the substantial harm to me as an elderly victim who'd actually been supporting Kyle during much of the time he'd been defrauding me. The restitution hearing had established that Kyle owed me not just the $92,000 in fraudulent charges, but also the legal fees I'd incurred, the time and costs of credit repair, and damages for the harm to my credit and financial reputation. The total restitution order was approximately $108,000. But Kyle had no assets and no ability to pay. His retail job paid perhaps $30,000 annually. Even with wage garnishment, recovering the full amount would take decades if it happened at all. The emotional betrayal had been as devastating as the financial fraud. Kyle had lived in my home for 2 years as my guest and my dependent. I'd provided him with housing, food, and financial support for his education. I'd trusted him and had welcomed him into my life. During that entire time, he'd been stealing my identity and using it to commit fraud that would eventually devastate my finances. Kyle had continued stealing from me even after moving out. Several of the fraudulent accounts had been opened after he'd left my house. He'd apparently kept the personal information he'd stolen and had continued using it for fraud even when he was no longer living with me and accepting my daily support. The ongoing nature of the betrayal showed this wasn't an impulsive mistake, but a sustained pattern of calculated theft. I'd also had to grapple with my own feelings of foolishness. How had I not noticed that Kyle was stealing my mail or going through my files? Why hadn't I been more protective of my personal information when I had a house guest? I'd blamed myself for being too trusting and too open with my personal documents around Kyle. My attorney had reminded me that I'd had no reason to suspect my own grandson would steal my identity, and that Kyle had exploited normal family trust to commit his fraud. My daughter Jennifer, Kyle's mother, had been devastated when she'd learned what Kyle had done to me. Despite her own struggles with addiction, Jennifer had apparently taught Kyle basic values about right and wrong. She'd been horrified that Kyle had stolen from me and had committed fraud that could send him to prison. Jennifer had apologized repeatedly for Kyle's behavior and had cut off contact with him, saying she was ashamed to call him her son. The relationship with Kyle was permanently destroyed. I'd told him through my attorney that I wanted no contact with him and that he was no longer my grandson in any meaningful sense. Kyle had tried to reach out several times, leaving voicemails claiming he was sorry and wanted to make things right, sending letters from his attorney asking if I'd support a lenient sentence. I'd refused all contact and had told the prosecutor I supported maximum penalties for Kyle's crimes. What I knew for certain was that Kyle had made calculated choices over 18 months to systematically defraud me. He'd stolen my personal information while living under my roof and accepting my support. He'd opened 17 different credit card accounts in my name. He'd charged $92,000 in fraudulent purchases. He'd destroyed my credit and had left me with years of effort to clear my name and restore my financial reputation. Each of those was a separate decision that revealed his character. He'd valued designer clothes and electronics over his grandfather's financial security and over basic honesty. I'm 76 years old, still working through the aftermath of $92,000 in identity theft committed by the grandson I'd supported through community college. My credit is slowly recovering but remains damaged. I'm still dealing with occasional collection calls about fraudulent accounts. I've spent thousands in legal fees and countless hours of my retirement fighting to clear my name from fraud I never committed. The betrayal by someone I'd loved and supported has left me cautious about trusting anyone, even family, with access to my personal information. 5 months after discovering the fraud, I'm rebuilding my financial reputation and my sense of security, while Kyle faces the criminal consequences of his choices. Some days I still feel angry, some days just sad about how completely Kyle destroyed our relationship for material possessions he couldn't afford. But I'm surviving and telling my story so other elderly people will be extraordinarily vigilant about protecting their personal information, even from family members. Because identity theft by relatives is apparently more common than most people realize, and the consequences are devastating and long-lasting. My grandson's wife told hospice to stop my treatment so she could inherit faster. The absolutely horrifying medical decision and betrayal I barely survived 9 months ago has exposed that my grandson Tyler's wife Andrea, who Tyler designated as my healthcare proxy after convincing me his medical background made them the logical choice to handle my healthcare decisions during my cancer treatment, deliberately instructed hospice staff to discontinue my curative treatment and transition me to comfort care only, despite my explicit wishes to continue fighting the disease, essentially trying to hasten my death so that Tyler would inherit my $1.2 million estate more quickly, since Andrea and Tyler were drowning in debt from her compulsive spending habits and couldn't wait for me to die naturally. I'm William Thatcher, 81 years old, and what makes this attempted murder by medical neglect so profoundly disturbing is not just the fact that my own grandson's wife tried to effectively kill me by cutting off life-sustaining treatment, though coming within days of death before a vigilant nurse questioned the orders and discovered they contradicted my stated wishes, was terrifying. But the realization that Andrea had been researching how to use healthcare proxy authority to hasten elderly relatives' deaths, had specifically targeted me because of my substantial estate, and had manipulated Tyler into participating in a scheme to essentially murder me through the healthcare system while making it appear to be my own end-of-life choice, rather than their calculated decision to speed up inheritance distribution. I'd been diagnosed with treatable but aggressive bladder cancer 15 months ago at age 80. The oncologist had explained that my cancer was stage 3, but was highly responsive to treatment. With surgery, followed by chemotherapy and immunotherapy, I'd had approximately a 60 to 70% chance of achieving remission. Without treatment, the cancer would progress and would likely be fatal within 12 to 18 months. The choice had been clear. I'd wanted to pursue aggressive treatment with the goal of beating the cancer and extending my life. I'd been generally healthy for my age before the cancer diagnosis. I'd had normal age-related issues like high blood pressure and some arthritis, but I'd been active, cognitively sharp, and had enjoyed good quality of life. The cancer diagnosis had been frightening, but my doctors had been optimistic about treatment outcomes. I'd been determined to fight and had been fully committed to the treatment plan. I'd been a widower for 7 years since my wife Dorothy had passed away from a stroke. Dorothy and I had been married for 51 years and had built a comfortable life together. I'd worked as an accountant for a regional firm for 40 years before retiring at 65. Through careful saving, investing, and some inheritance Dorothy and I had received, we'd accumulated substantial assets. My current estate was worth approximately $1.2 million, including my house worth about $380,000, investment accounts of roughly $720,000, and retirement accounts of about $100,000. My grandson Tyler was 34 years old and was the son of my daughter Rebecca. Rebecca had struggled with substance abuse throughout Tyler's childhood before dying from an overdose when Tyler was 16. I'd been very involved in Tyler's life, essentially co-parenting him with his father, my former son-in-law, through his teenage years after Rebecca's death. Tyler and I had a close relationship, or so I'd believed, strengthened by the tragedy we'd shared. Tyler had become a physician's assistant working in orthopedics. He'd married Andrea 5 years ago, and they had 2 young children, my great-grandchildren who I adored. Andrea had worked in pharmaceutical sales but had been unemployed for the past 3 years, claiming she was focusing on raising their children, though Tyler had mentioned she'd been fired from her last position for performance issues. I'd noticed that Tyler and Andrea seemed to struggle financially, despite Tyler's decent PA salary. They'd lived in an expensive house that seemed beyond their means, had driven luxury vehicles, and had always talked about money problems despite their outwardly affluent lifestyle. Tyler had borrowed money from me several times over the years, $15,000 for a down payment on their house, $8,000 when Andrea had lost her job, smaller amounts for various emergencies. I'd probably lent Tyler close to $35,000 over the years, viewing it as supporting family, though the loans were never repaid. When I'd been diagnosed with cancer and had been facing surgery and months of treatment, Tyler had suggested I should establish healthcare directives and designate someone as my healthcare proxy to make medical decisions if I became unable to do so myself. Tyler had said that given his medical background, he and Andrea were logical choices to serve as my healthcare decision-makers, and that having clear legal documentation would prevent confusion if medical emergencies arose. The suggestion had seemed reasonable. Tyler had medical knowledge that would help him understand treatment options and communicate with my doctors. I'd trusted him completely as my grandson and as someone with professional healthcare experience. I'd agreed to sign documents making Tyler and Andrea joint healthcare proxies with authority to make medical decisions on my behalf if I couldn't make them myself. What I hadn't fully understood was how broad the healthcare proxy authority was. The documents I'd signed gave Tyler and Andrea power to make essentially any medical decision, including decisions about life-sustaining treatment, do not resuscitate orders, and end-of-life care. I'd thought the proxy was for emergencies if I was unconscious or truly incapable of making decisions. I hadn't realized it could be activated based on their determination that I lacked capacity to make informed healthcare choices. The cancer treatment had been difficult, but I'd been tolerating it reasonably well. I'd had surgery to remove the tumor, followed by several months of chemotherapy. The treatment had been exhausting and had caused significant side effects including fatigue, nausea, and general weakness. But I'd been committed to completing the full treatment protocol because it gave me the best chance of beating the cancer. About 6 months into my treatment, Tyler and Andrea had suggested I should consider transitioning to hospice care. They'd said that at my age, the aggressive cancer treatment might be causing more harm than benefit, that my quality of life had deteriorated significantly, and that focusing on comfort rather than cure might be a more appropriate approach. They'd framed this as concern for my well-being and quality of life in my final months. I'd rejected their suggestion firmly. I'd told them I wanted to complete my cancer treatment, that I was willing to tolerate the side effects for the chance of remission, and that I wasn't ready to give up and accept death. My oncologist had agreed with my decision, saying that while the treatment was challenging, my body was responding well, and remission remained achievable. But Tyler and Andrea had continued raising the hospice topic repeatedly. They'd characterized my determination to continue treatment as denial about my prognosis, had suggested I was suffering unnecessarily, and had said they were concerned I wasn't thinking clearly about quality versus quantity of life. Their repeated pressure to stop treatment and accept hospice had been frustrating and hurtful, but I'd continued refusing. What I hadn't known was that Andrea had been researching how to use healthcare proxy authority to override my treatment wishes. According to what investigators later discovered, Andrea had been posting in online forums asking how healthcare proxies could make end-of-life decisions for elderly relatives who were irrationally insisting on continuing burdensome treatments. She'd been seeking advice on how to have someone deemed incapable of making their own healthcare decisions so that proxy authority would activate. Andrea had also been in contact with certain hospice organizations that were apparently willing to accept patients based on healthcare proxy authorization, even when the patient themselves didn't want hospice care. These hospice providers would accept questionable determinations that patients lacked capacity to refuse hospice, allowing proxies to enroll patients against their stated wishes. About 7 months into my cancer treatment, at a point when I was particularly weak from a chemotherapy cycle, Andrea had apparently called my oncologist's office, claiming to be acting as my healthcare proxy. She'd told the oncologist staff that I'd become confused and was no longer capable of making rational treatment decisions, and that as my healthcare proxy, she was making the decision to discontinue curative treatment and transition me to comfort care only. Andrea had also contacted a hospice organization and had enrolled me in their program, signing documents stating that I'd chosen to forego curative treatment and wanted only palliative care for my remaining time. The hospice had apparently accepted Andrea's authority as healthcare proxy without independently verifying my actual wishes. The result was that my cancer treatment was abruptly stopped. My oncologist's office had been told that I was discontinuing treatment per my healthcare proxy's decision. The chemotherapy and immunotherapy that had been scheduled had been canceled. Hospice nurses had started coming to my house to provide comfort care and pain management rather than curative treatment. I'd been confused and distressed when my scheduled cancer treatment hadn't happened. When I'd called the oncologist's office, they'd told me that treatment had been discontinued per my healthcare proxy's instructions. When I'd insisted I wanted to continue treatment, the staff had seemed uncertain about how to proceed given conflicting information from me versus from my designated healthcare decision-makers. Hospice had also been coming to my house, providing services I hadn't requested. Hospice nurses had been administering pain medications and had been discussing end-of-life planning. When I'd told them I didn't want hospice and wanted to continue my cancer treatment, the nurses had treated my objections as confusion or denial, common reactions from patients being transitioned to end-of-life care. The nightmare had continued for nearly 2 weeks. My cancer treatment had remained canceled while hospice continued providing palliative care instead. Andrea and Tyler had visited during this time, and I'd confronted them about why my treatment had been stopped. They'd said they'd made the difficult decision as my healthcare proxies that continuing treatment wasn't in my best interests, given my age and quality of life, and that hospice care was more appropriate. I'd become increasingly agitated and distressed, insisting I wanted my cancer treatment resumed. Andrea and Tyler had characterized my protests as confusion and had apparently told hospice staff and my doctors that I was experiencing delirium or diminished capacity that prevented me from making rational healthcare decisions. The more forcefully I'd insisted on my treatment preferences, the more my protests had been interpreted as evidence that I lacked capacity to make decisions. I'd likely have died within months as my cancer progressed without treatment, which appeared to be exactly what Andrea had intended. But I'd been saved by a particularly observant hospice nurse named Sandra, who'd been troubled by the contradictions she'd observed. Sandra had noted that, despite being enrolled in hospice for end-of-life care, I'd been repeatedly and consistently stating that I wanted to continue cancer treatment and wasn't ready to die. Sandra had also observed that I'd been cognitively sharp and articulate in expressing my treatment preferences, showing no signs of confusion or diminished capacity. Sandra had reported her concerns to her hospice supervisor, who'd initiated a review of my case. The review had included an independent capacity assessment by a geriatric psychiatrist, who'd evaluated my ability to understand my medical situation and make informed decisions. The psychiatrist's evaluation had concluded unequivocally that I had full decision-making capacity, understood my cancer diagnosis and treatment options, and was clearly and consistently expressing wishes to continue curative treatment rather than accepting hospice care. The evaluation had also uncovered that Andrea had fraudulently claimed I lacked capacity and had used healthcare proxy authority to override my actual treatment wishes. The hospice had immediately discharged me from their program. My oncologist had been notified that the treatment discontinuation had been unauthorized and had been contrary to my actual wishes. My cancer treatment had been resumed after a 2-week interruption. But the 2-week gap in treatment had potentially affected my cancer prognosis. The interruption had allowed disease progression during a critical treatment period. My oncologist had said that while we'd resumed treatment, the interruption had been medically harmful and had potentially reduced my overall chances of achieving remission. The discovery of what Andrea had done had led to criminal investigation. Detectives had reviewed the timeline and the documentation, had interviewed hospice staff and my medical providers, and had examined Andrea's online activity researching how to use healthcare proxy authority to hasten deaths. The investigation had revealed the financial motive behind Andrea's actions. Andrea and Tyler were apparently drowning in debt despite Tyler's income. Andrea had been spending compulsively, credit cards maxed out, car payments they couldn't afford, the mortgage on their expensive house consuming most of Tyler's salary. According to financial records investigators obtained, Andrea and Tyler had approximately $180,000 in unsecured debt beyond their mortgage, with creditors threatening lawsuits and with bills going to collections. Andrea had apparently seen my cancer diagnosis as an opportunity to solve their financial problems through early inheritance. If I died, Tyler would inherit my $1.2 million estate. Andrea's research about healthcare proxy authority and hospice enrollment had been specifically focused on figuring out how to hasten my death legally while making it appear to be my own end-of-life choice. Tyler had apparently been complicit in at least some of Andrea's planning. Text messages between them showed discussions about my estate, about how much Tyler would inherit, and about their debts being resolved once I finally passed. The messages suggested Tyler had known Andrea was taking steps to discontinue my treatment, though it was unclear whether he'd understood the full implications or had believed Andrea's characterization that she was making legitimate healthcare decisions in my best interests. Andrea had been charged with multiple serious crimes, including attempted murder through medical neglect, elder abuse, fraud, and filing false medical documentation. The charges were extraordinary, but prosecutors said they were appropriate given Andrea had deliberately cut off life-sustaining treatment in an attempt to cause death for financial gain. Andrea faced potentially 20 to 30 years in prison if convicted. Tyler had been charged with conspiracy and elder abuse. Prosecutors said his medical background made him particularly culpable, since he'd have understood the implications of discontinuing cancer treatment. Tyler had been facing potentially 5 to 10 years in prison, depending on exactly what he'd known about Andrea's planning and intentions. I'd immediately revoked the healthcare proxy authority I'd granted to Tyler and Andrea. I'd also revised my will to disinherit Tyler completely. Someone who'd participated in attempting to hasten my death to inherit sooner didn't deserve to inherit anything. My estate would now be distributed to various charities and to my great-grandchildren through trusts that Tyler and Andrea couldn't access. The relationship with Tyler was completely destroyed. My grandson had participated, whether actively or through willful ignorance, in a scheme to cut off my cancer treatment and hasten my death for inheritance purposes. That betrayal was beyond what I could process or forgive. Tyler had tried to contact me several times, claiming Andrea had manipulated him and that he'd been horrified to learn the full extent of what she'd done. But his texts, discussing my estate and their debts being resolved when I finally passed, made clear he'd been aware enough of what was happening. 9 months after Andrea's attempt to kill me through medical neglect, I was continuing cancer treatment that was showing positive results. Scans indicated the cancer was responding well to treatment, and remission remained achievable. I'd survived Andrea's attempt to cut off my treatment and cause my death, though the 2-week interruption she'd caused had potentially affected my long-term prognosis. The criminal trials were upcoming. Andrea was fighting the charges, with her defense apparently arguing she'd made good-faith healthcare decisions, believing they were in my best interests. But prosecutors had extensive evidence of her financial motives, her research into hastening deaths, and her fraudulent claims that I lacked decision-making capacity. What I knew for certain was that Andrea had researched, planned, and executed a scheme to cut off my life-sustaining cancer treatment to cause my death so Tyler would inherit more quickly. She'd exploited healthcare proxy authority I'd granted in good faith, had lied to medical providers about my capacity and wishes, and had caused a harmful 2-week treatment interruption that could affect my survival. Those were deliberate choices that revealed she'd been willing to commit murder for money. I'm 81 years old, continuing cancer treatment that was nearly ended by my grandson's wife, who tried to kill me through medical neglect so they could inherit faster. I survived because of a vigilant hospice nurse who questioned contradictory information and insisted on independent capacity assessment. The trauma of having treatment discontinued against my will, of being enrolled in hospice when I wanted to keep fighting, of my protests being dismissed as confusion, it's added psychological burden to already difficult cancer treatment. I'm telling my story to warn other elderly people to be extraordinarily careful about granting healthcare proxy authority even to trusted family members, to document treatment wishes clearly and with multiple providers, and to understand that healthcare proxy authority can be abused by family members motivated by inheritance to hasten deaths. I'm warning that there are hospice organizations willing to accept questionable proxy authorizations to enroll patients who don't actually want their services. Most importantly, I'm telling people that if they face situations where proxies are making medical decisions they disagree with, they should advocate loudly and insist on independent capacity assessments to protect their right to make their own healthcare choices. My grandsons convinced me they'd care for me at home, then stole my medications to sell. The absolutely horrifying medical neglect and theft situation I've been enduring for the past 10 months has exposed that my 2 grandsons, Tyler and Brandon, who convinced me to move in with them after I was diagnosed with cancer, by promising they'd provide loving home care during my treatment, have actually been stealing my prescription pain medications to sell on the street, leaving me to suffer through chemotherapy and cancer pain without adequate medication, while they pocketed thousands of dollars from selling the opioids my oncologist prescribed for my legitimate medical needs. I'm George Berkowitz, 75 years old, and what makes this betrayal almost unfathomable is not just the theft of medications I desperately needed, though suffering through cancer treatment without proper pain management has been torturous, but the calculated cruelty of my own grandchildren watching me writhe in agony from cancer pain and chemotherapy side effects, while they deliberately withheld the medications that could have provided relief because they valued the drug resale money more than their grandfather's suffering and dignity during what might be the final months of my life. I'm a retired insurance adjuster who worked for the same company for 43 years before retiring at age 71. I'd been widowed 8 years ago when my wife Helen passed away after a long battle with Parkinson's disease. I'd lived alone since Helen's death in a small 1-bedroom apartment, maintaining my independence and managing well despite some age-related health issues like high blood pressure and arthritis. My retirement income consisted of my company pension of about $3,400 monthly, plus Social Security of roughly $1,800 monthly, giving me total income of $5,200. I'd also accumulated approximately $165,000 in retirement savings through my 401k. I'd been financially comfortable and had felt secure about my ability to fund my remaining years. I'd been diagnosed with stage 3 colon cancer about 11 months ago, after routine screening had detected a tumor. The diagnosis had been devastating. The oncologist had recommended an aggressive treatment plan, including surgery to remove the tumor, followed by several months of chemotherapy to target any remaining cancer cells. The prognosis had been uncertain. but the doctor had said the treatment gave me a reasonable chance of survival. The cancer diagnosis had created immediate concerns about my living situation. I'd been living alone in my apartment, but managing cancer treatment, the surgery recovery, the chemotherapy sessions, the side effects, while living alone had seemed overwhelming. I'd need transportation to medical appointments, help with household tasks during periods when I'd be weak from treatment, and someone to monitor my condition and help manage my medications. My two grandsons, Tyler, age 28, and Brandon, age 26, were the sons of my daughter Michelle, who died from a drug overdose 6 years ago. Tyler and Brandon had struggled after their mother's death, both battling their own substance abuse issues. But they'd both claimed to be clean and sober for the past several years and seemed to be getting their lives together. Tyler worked in construction, and Brandon worked in a warehouse. When I'd been diagnosed with cancer, Tyler and Brandon had reached out, expressing concern and offering help. They'd said I shouldn't face cancer treatment alone, and that they wanted to provide care and support during this difficult time. They'd suggested I move in with them. They shared a rental house with 3 bedrooms, so they could help me through treatment and recovery. I'd been touched by their offer, and had been grateful to have family willing to help. Moving in with my grandsons had seemed like a practical solution that would ensure I had support during cancer treatment, while also giving me a chance to rebuild closer relationships with Tyler and Brandon. I'd agreed to move into their house temporarily while I underwent treatment. The arrangement had been that I'd pay rent to contribute to household expenses. We'd agreed on $800 monthly, which had seemed fair. Tyler and Brandon had said they'd provide transportation to medical appointments, help with household tasks when I was weak from treatment, and generally ensure I was cared for during this challenging time. The first few weeks after moving in had seemed fine. Tyler and Brandon had been attentive, had driven me to appointments, and had seemed genuinely concerned about my well-being. I'd had surgery to remove the colon tumor, and during my recovery period, Tyler and Brandon had helped with tasks I couldn't manage while healing from surgery. The problems had begun when I'd started chemotherapy about 6 weeks after surgery. The chemo had been brutal, intense nausea, fatigue, weakness, and significant pain. My oncologist had prescribed various medications to manage the side effects, including anti-nausea medications and opioid pain relievers for the cancer pain and treatment side effects. The pain medications had been critical for maintaining any quality of life during treatment. Without them, the pain had been excruciating, both the cancer pain itself and the nerve pain and body aches that had been side effects of the chemotherapy. The doctor had prescribed oxycodone to be taken every 6 hours for pain management, with the understanding that adequate pain control was essential for patients enduring cancer treatment. I'd noticed within the first week of having the pain medication prescription that my pills seemed to be disappearing faster than they should. I'd count my pills, and the numbers hadn't matched what I'd expected based on how many I'd taken. I'd assumed initially that I was confused or miscounting due to the brain fog from chemotherapy. But as the pattern had continued, I'd realized something was wrong. Entire days' worth of pills would be missing from my prescription bottle. I'd confront Tyler and Brandon about it, and they'd claim they didn't know anything about missing pills. They'd suggest I was confused from the medications and the cancer treatment, or that maybe I'd taken more pills than I'd remembered. The situation had escalated as I'd started suffering through terrible pain because I hadn't had adequate medication. I'd ration the pills I'd had, trying to make them last until my next prescription refill. I'd skip doses or take half doses because I'd been afraid of running out completely. The result had been that I'd suffered through cancer treatment in horrible pain that could have been managed if I'd had access to my full prescribed medication. When I'd try to refill my prescription early because I'd run out, the pharmacy would tell me it was too soon and that my insurance wouldn't cover an early refill. I'd explain that my pills were disappearing, but the pharmacy staff would give me skeptical looks, as though I was the one abusing medications, rather than being a victim of theft. I'd eventually realized that Tyler and Brandon were stealing my pain medications. I'd caught Brandon in my room going through my medication bottles. When confronted, Brandon had claimed he was just checking to see if I'd taken my medicines, but his guilty expression and defensive reaction had made clear he'd been stealing pills. I'd also overheard conversations between Tyler and Brandon about pills and connects and amounts of money. I'd pieced together that they were selling my prescription opioids, medications I needed for cancer pain management, to drug dealers or users on the street. Each pill they stole from me was apparently worth $20 to $30 on the street market, making my monthly prescription worth approximately $1,800 in illegal sales. Tyler and Brandon had been systematically stealing my cancer pain medications to sell for drug money while watching me suffer through chemotherapy and agony. They'd rationalized their theft by claiming they needed the money, or by suggesting I didn't really need all the pain medication the doctor had prescribed. They'd minimized my suffering while prioritizing their profit from reselling my medications. I'd confronted them directly about the theft and had demanded they stop stealing my medications. Both Tyler and Brandon had become defensive and angry. They'd claimed I was accusing them falsely, that I was paranoid from the cancer medications, and that they'd been doing me a favor by letting me live with them. Tyler had even suggested that maybe I should find somewhere else to live if I was going to accuse them of theft. The threat of being kicked out had terrified me. I'd been in the middle of chemotherapy treatment. I'd been weak and sick, and I'd had nowhere else to go. I'd felt trapped, living with grandsons who were stealing my medications, but dependent on them for housing and basic care during treatment. I'd tried various strategies to protect my medications. I'd kept the bottles hidden in different locations. I'd tried locking them in a small safe I'd purchased, but Tyler and Brandon had found ways to access them, going through my belongings when I was sleeping or at appointments, or apparently forcing open the safe at some point. The medical impact had been severe. I'd been enduring cancer treatment without adequate pain management because my medications were being stolen. I'd suffer through nights crying from pain because I'd had no pills left. I'd miss doses and then experience withdrawal symptoms on top of the cancer pain and chemo side effects. The suffering had been almost unendurable. I'd tried explaining the situation to my oncologist at one of my appointments. I'd told the doctor that my pain medications were being stolen and that I was suffering without adequate pain control. The doctor had been skeptical. I could see the doubt in his expression as I'd explained that my grandsons were stealing my opioids to sell. The oncologist had said he'd need to be very careful about prescribing controlled substances if there was concern about diversion or theft. He'd suggested that if I couldn't secure my medications properly, he might need to reduce the prescription or find alternative pain management approaches. I'd been horrified. I was the victim of theft but was being treated as though I was the problem. The situation had come to a crisis point about 3 months ago when I'd run out of pain medication 5 days before my next prescription was due. Tyler and Brandon had stolen nearly an entire week's worth of pills. I'd been in such severe pain, both from the cancer and from withdrawal, that I'd ended up calling 911 and had been taken to the emergency room. At the hospital, I'd explained to the ER doctor what was happening, that I was a cancer patient whose grandsons were stealing my pain medications to sell, leaving me to suffer without adequate pain control. The ER doctor had been sympathetic but cautious. He'd provided me with a few days' worth of pain medication to get me through until my regular prescription refill, but he'd also made a report to Adult Protective Services about my living situation. The APS social worker who'd investigated had been shocked by what she'd found. She'd interviewed me about the medication theft and the living conditions at Tyler and Brandon's house. She'd documented that I was living with individuals who had histories of substance abuse and who were apparently stealing my prescription medications. The social worker had said my living situation was clearly unsafe and had constituted medical neglect and elder abuse. The APS investigation had also uncovered that Tyler and Brandon hadn't been providing the care they'd promised when I'd moved in. They'd frequently been unavailable when I'd needed transportation to appointments. They'd done minimal housework or cooking, leaving me to manage household tasks even when I'd been too weak from treatment. They'd essentially been collecting my $800 monthly rent while providing no care and actually stealing from me. The social worker had helped me find a spot in a medical respite facility, a place that provided temporary housing and care for people recovering from serious illness or medical treatment who had nowhere safe to live. The facility had been basic but clean, and most importantly, the staff had secured my medications and had ensured I received them on schedule as prescribed. Moving out of Tyler and Brandon's house had been difficult logistically, since I'd been weak from treatment, but the social worker and some volunteers had helped me pack and move my belongings. Tyler and Brandon had been angry about losing the rent income I'd been providing and had claimed I was abandoning family who'd been trying to help me. Once in the respite facility with my medications properly secured and administered, I'd experienced immediate relief. Finally receiving my pain medications on the prescribed schedule had made an enormous difference in my quality of life during treatment. The pain had been manageable. I'd been able to rest and recover better between chemo sessions, and I hadn't been suffering unnecessarily. I'd filed police reports about Tyler and Brandon's theft of my prescription medications. The detective handling the case had said prescription drug theft and resale was a serious crime, particularly when the victim was a vulnerable elderly person dependent on the medications for legitimate medical needs. The investigation had apparently found evidence supporting my claims. Tyler and Brandon had apparently been regular sellers of prescription opioids to known dealers. Tyler and Brandon had been arrested and charged with multiple crimes, including theft of prescription medications, elder abuse, medical neglect, and drug trafficking. They'd both faced significant prison sentences if convicted, potentially 5 to 10 years, given the quantities involved and the vulnerable victim circumstances. The criminal case was ongoing 10 months after I'd moved out of their house. Tyler and Brandon had both been released on bail pending trial. They'd both apparently hired attorneys who were trying to negotiate plea deals. According to the prosecutor I'd spoken with, both of them were likely to accept plea agreements that would involve prison time, though probably less than the maximum sentences they'd faced at trial. The betrayal had been absolutely devastating. Tyler and Brandon were my grandsons, the children of my deceased daughter Michelle, who I'd loved deeply. I'd welcomed them into my home during my cancer treatment, trusting them to provide care during one of the most vulnerable periods of my life. Instead, they'd exploited my illness to steal medications they could sell for profit, leaving me to suffer in agony while they pocketed drug money. I'd often thought about whether Michelle would have been ashamed of her son's behavior. She'd struggled with addiction herself before her fatal overdose, so she'd understood the desperation and poor judgment that drugs could cause. But I'd like to think she would have been horrified that her sons had stolen cancer medications from their sick grandfather to sell on the street. My cancer treatment had continued for several more months after moving to the respite facility. I'd completed the full chemotherapy regimen, and recent scans had shown no evidence of remaining cancer. I'd apparently achieved remission, though I'd need ongoing monitoring to ensure the cancer didn't return. After completing treatment and achieving remission, I'd moved from the medical respite facility into a senior apartment community that had some supportive services. I'd been living there for about 3 months now, rebuilding my strength and my life after cancer treatment, and after the betrayal by my grandsons. I'd had no contact with Tyler or Brandon since moving out of their house. They'd both tried to reach out a few times, leaving voicemails claiming they were sorry and wanted to explain themselves. I'd deleted their messages without listening to them completely. There was nothing they could say that would justify or excuse watching their grandfather suffer through cancer treatment in terrible pain while they stole the medications that could have provided relief. The financial impact had been significant beyond just the immediate medication theft. I'd spent money on the safe and other security measures trying to protect my medications. I'd paid the $800 monthly rent to Tyler and Brandon for housing and care they'd never actually provided. I'd had medical bills from the emergency room visit when I'd been in crisis from running out of pain medication. The total costs had probably been around $10,000 beyond what I'd have spent if I'd made different living arrangements. But the real cost hadn't been financial. It had been the suffering I'd endured during cancer treatment, the nights crying in pain because I'd had no medication, the chemotherapy sessions where I'd been nauseous and aching with no relief, the fear and helplessness of being dependent on people who were harming me rather than helping me. Those experiences had been traumatic in ways that went beyond money. What I knew for certain was that Tyler and Brandon had made deliberate choices over months to steal medications from their grandfather who was battling cancer. They'd watched me suffer and had chosen repeatedly to prioritize drug resale money over my medical needs and my dignity. Each time they'd stolen pills from my prescription bottle, they'd known they were leaving me to experience pain they could have prevented. Those were choices that revealed their character and their values. They'd been willing to cause their grandfather tremendous suffering for relatively small amounts of money. I'm 75 years old, in cancer remission, living in a senior apartment after my grandsons systematically stole my cancer pain medications to sell while watching me suffer through chemotherapy and agony. The betrayal during one of the most vulnerable periods of my life was comprehensive. Not just theft, but active infliction of suffering through medical neglect. Some days I still can't fully process how my own grandchildren could have been capable of such cruelty. But I survived both the cancer and their abuse, and I'm telling my story so other vulnerable elderly people will be extraordinarily careful about depending on family members who might exploit their medical conditions and medication needs for profit. My nephew emptied my bank account by claiming he was helping with bill payments. The financially catastrophic betrayal I've been grappling with for the past 7 months has uncovered that my nephew Trevor, who I raised from age 12 after his parents were killed in a plane crash, and who I put through college and graduate school with my teaching pension savings, systematically drained my bank accounts over a 2-year period by convincing me to give him access to pay my bills while I recovered from hip surgery, then continuing to transfer money to himself long after I'd recovered by maintaining the facade that he was managing my finances responsibly, while actually stealing approximately $230,000 that represented my entire life savings. I'm Evelyn Morrison, 76 years old, and what makes this violation so profoundly heartbreaking is not merely the financial devastation of losing everything I'd accumulated through 42 years as a public school teacher, though that's certainly ruinous at my age, but the recognition that Trevor, who I'd loved as my own child after his parents died, who called me Aunt Evie with apparent affection through his entire adult life, who I believed loved me genuinely in return, was systematically robbing me while performing the role of devoted nephew who regularly visited and claimed to be helping manage my household affairs. I taught elementary school for 42 years before retiring at age 68. Teaching had never been a lucrative career, but I'd been disciplined about saving throughout my working life. I'd contributed consistently to my pension, had maintained a separate savings account, and had been careful with my money. By retirement, I'd accumulated approximately $280,000 in savings beyond my pension. Not wealthy by any standard, but comfortable enough to provide security for my remaining years, along with my monthly pension of about $3,200. I'd never married or had children of my own. My younger sister Rebecca and her husband James had been my closest family, and their son Trevor had been like a son to me. When Rebecca and James were killed in a small plane crash when Trevor was 12 years old, I'd taken him in without hesitation. Trevor had been devastated by losing both parents suddenly, and I'd done everything possible to provide him with stability and love during his teenage years. Raising Trevor had been expensive. I'd covered all his needs through his teenage years and had paid for his college education at a state university, then had helped fund his graduate school in business administration. I'd probably spent over $120,000 on Trevor's education alone over the years, viewing it as an investment in his future and as my responsibility as his only remaining family. Trevor was now 38 years old and working as a financial analyst at an investment firm. He'd seemed to be doing well professionally and had been married for 5 years to a woman named Ashley. They'd had 2 young children, my great-niece and great-nephew who I adored. Trevor had always maintained regular contact with me, visiting at least monthly and calling frequently. I'd believed we had a close, loving relationship built on genuine family bonds, strengthened by the tragedy we'd survived together when he was young. About 2.5 years ago, I'd needed hip replacement surgery. The surgery had gone well, but the recovery had been lengthy and had limited my mobility for several months. During my recovery period, Trevor had been attentive and helpful, visiting regularly and offering to assist with tasks I was finding difficult while using a walker and managing post-surgical pain. One area Trevor had offered to help with was managing my bills and finances. He'd said that writing checks and managing online bill payments would be difficult for me while I was recovering, and that he'd be happy to handle those tasks temporarily until I was fully mobile again. Trevor had emphasized that he worked in finance professionally and that managing my household bills would be simple for him. I'd been grateful for Trevor's offer and had agreed to let him help. I'd provided Trevor with access to my checking account, the account I used for regular expenses and bill payments that maintained a balance of about $15,000. Trevor had said he'd review my bills as they came in, verify they were correct, and pay them from my account. I'd trusted him completely and had been relieved to have one less thing to worry about during my recovery. Initially, everything had seemed fine. Trevor would update me about bills he'd paid, utilities, insurance premiums, property taxes. The amounts he reported seemed reasonable, and I'd had no reason to question what he was doing. My checking account statements showed regular payments going out, and Trevor had always had explanations when I'd asked about specific transactions. As I'd recovered from surgery and regained mobility, I'd assumed Trevor would transition bill-paying responsibilities back to me. But Trevor had suggested he should continue managing my finances since he'd already set up systems and routines. He'd said it made sense for someone with his professional expertise to handle my money management, ensuring I wasn't making mistakes or missing payments. He'd framed continued management as doing me a favor and protecting me from financial errors as I aged. I'd been somewhat hesitant about giving up control of my own finances indefinitely, but Trevor had been persuasive. He'd emphasized that elderly people often make financial mistakes, that scammers target seniors, and that having a financially savvy family member managing my accounts would protect me from potential problems. I'd agreed to let Trevor continue handling my bill payments and financial management, though I'd retained the ability to access my accounts and review statements. Looking back now, I could see that Trevor's continued management of my finances hadn't been about helping me. It had been about maintaining access to my money, so he could continue stealing from me without detection. Over the 2 years following my hip surgery, Trevor had systematically transferred money from my accounts to himself while disguising the transfers as legitimate bill payments, or while making transfers at times he knew I wasn't carefully monitoring my statements. The theft had been sophisticated and gradual. Trevor hadn't emptied my accounts in one obvious transaction that would have immediately alerted me. Instead, he'd taken money in amounts and with timing designed to avoid detection. He'd make extra transfers beyond legitimate bill payments, disguising them with vague descriptions that looked like they could be legitimate expenses. He'd gradually increase the amounts he was taking as I became accustomed to seeing larger numbers of transactions on my statements. Trevor had also gained access to my savings accounts beyond just the checking account I'd originally given him access to for bill paying. He'd apparently used information from my tax documents and other financial paperwork I'd let him handle to identify my other accounts, and had somehow managed to add himself as an authorized user, or had forged my signature on documents giving him access. Over 2 years, Trevor had stolen approximately $230,000 from my various accounts. My life savings had been systematically drained, while Trevor maintained the facade of being a helpful nephew, managing my bills and protecting me from financial errors. By the time I discovered what he'd done, I'd had less than $50,000 remaining of the $280,000 I'd had when Trevor had first offered to help with my bill paying. The discovery had begun when I'd received a notice from my bank that one of my savings accounts had been closed due to the balance dropping to zero. I'd been confused because I hadn't closed any accounts and couldn't understand why an account that had contained over $80,000 would have zero balance. I'd called the bank and had asked for transaction history. The bank representative had provided me with a record showing numerous transfers out of the account over the previous year, eventually depleting it entirely. The transfers had been made electronically to an account I didn't recognize. When I'd asked for more information about the destination account, the bank had said it appeared to be an account in Trevor's name. I'd been shocked and confused. Why would Trevor be transferring money from my savings account to himself? I'd called him immediately and had asked about the transfers. Trevor had claimed there must be some mistake, that he'd never made unauthorized transfers from my accounts. He'd suggested I might be confused about my accounts or that the bank might have made errors. But I'd pressed Trevor for explanations and had obtained additional transaction records from all my accounts. The records had shown a pattern of transfers to Trevor over 2 years, totaling over $200,000. Trevor had been systematically moving money from my accounts to his own while claiming to be managing my bills and protecting my finances. When confronted with the detailed transaction records, Trevor had eventually admitted to taking the money. His explanation had been that he'd been experiencing financial difficulties. His lifestyle expenses had exceeded his income, and he'd gotten into debt. He'd claimed he'd borrowed money from my accounts with full intention of repaying it, that he'd viewed it as a temporary loan rather than theft. He'd said he'd planned to restore all the money before I noticed it was missing. His justifications had been offensive and delusional. Trevor hadn't borrowed money. Borrowing requires asking permission and agreeing to terms. He'd stolen money by taking it without my knowledge or consent, while maintaining access to my accounts under the false pretense that he was helping me manage my bills. He'd stolen over $200,000 over 2 years while visiting me regularly, accepting my affection and allowing me to spend time with his children while pretending he was the devoted nephew rather than the person systematically robbing me. I demanded that Trevor immediately repay the money he'd stolen. He'd claimed he didn't have it. He'd spent it on his mortgage, private school tuition for his children, a new car, vacations, and various other lifestyle expenses. He'd said he'd need time to figure out how to repay me, that he couldn't immediately access that kind of money. The conversation had been devastating. Not only had Trevor stolen my life savings, but he'd spent it on his own comfortable lifestyle and had no way to immediately restore what he'd taken. I'd been 76 years old, with less than $50,000 remaining of my original $280,000 in savings, and the person who'd stolen from me was claiming he needed time to figure out repayment. I'd reported Trevor to the police immediately. The detective handling my case had said this was clear elder financial abuse and theft. Trevor had exploited his position of trust and his access to my accounts to systematically steal over $200,000. The detective had said prosecution was likely, and that Trevor faced significant prison time if convicted, given the amount involved and his violation of a vulnerable adult's trust. I'd also consulted with an attorney about civil recovery. The attorney had said I could sue Trevor for restitution and could potentially place liens on his assets, including his house. But the attorney had warned that even with court judgments, actually recovering the money would be difficult if Trevor had already spent it and didn't have liquid assets to repay me. The financial impact had been catastrophic. I'd lost approximately $230,000 of my $280,000 in savings, over 80% of everything I'd accumulated through 42 years of teaching. At 76 years old, I had no ability to rebuild that kind of savings through employment. My remaining $50,000 plus my monthly pension would need to last for whatever remained of my life, and I'd need to drastically reduce my expenses and my quality of life. I'd had to make painful adjustments to my lifestyle. I'd moved from my comfortable 2-bedroom apartment to a smaller, cheaper studio to reduce housing costs. I'd cut all discretionary spending, including the small donations I'd made to causes I cared about, and the occasional treats I'd enjoyed, like going out to eat. I'd had to accept that the comfortable retirement I'd worked 4 decades to build had been stolen by my nephew, who I'd raised and loved. The emotional devastation had been even worse than the financial loss. Trevor had been my child in every meaningful way after his parents died. I'd raised him through his teenage years, had supported him through college and graduate school, had been there for his wedding and the births of his children. I'd believed we had a genuine, loving relationship built on shared history and family bonds. But apparently, Trevor's affection had been conditional on my usefulness to him. When he'd needed money to fund a lifestyle beyond his means, he'd had no hesitation about stealing from the elderly aunt who'd raised him. The regular visits and phone calls and inclusion in his children's lives had all been performance designed to maintain my trust and my belief in his devotion, while he continued robbing me. The criminal case had been progressing for 7 months. Trevor had been charged with multiple felonies, including elder financial abuse, theft from a vulnerable adult, and fraud. His attorney had been trying to negotiate a plea deal, but prosecutors had been insisting on substantial prison time, given the amount stolen and the violation of familial trust. Trevor's wife Ashley had reached out to me, asking me not to pursue charges against Trevor. She'd claimed that Trevor's imprisonment would destroy their family, that their children would be traumatized, and that I should consider the impact on the kids who were innocent in all this. She'd tried to appeal to my affection for my great-niece and great-nephew. But I'd been clear with Ashley that Trevor had made his choices knowing the potential consequences. He'd stolen over $200,000 from me over 2 years while performing the role of devoted nephew. He destroyed my financial security in my elderly years so he could fund his comfortable lifestyle. The impact on his children was tragic, but it was Trevor who'd created that situation by choosing to steal from his elderly aunt rather than living within his means. I'd also discovered that Ashley had likely known about at least some of Trevor's theft. Financial records showed that some of the money Trevor had taken from me had gone directly to paying off credit card debt that was in both Trevor and Ashley's names. Ashley had benefited from Trevor's theft through their reduced debt and their funded lifestyle, making her claims of innocence questionable. The civil lawsuit for restitution had resulted in judgments against Trevor for the full amount he'd stolen, plus interest and legal fees. But collecting those judgments had proven difficult. Trevor's salary was being garnished, but the amounts recovered were small relative to what he'd taken. The lien on his house would eventually provide some recovery when they sold the property, but that wouldn't help me in the near term when I needed the money. 7 months after discovering Trevor's systematic theft, I was living in a small studio apartment on a drastically reduced budget, while Trevor continued living in his comfortable house and maintaining his lifestyle despite criminal charges and civil judgments against him. The injustice was galling. He'd stolen my security and my comfort, but was still living far better than I was. The relationship was, of course, completely destroyed. I'd lost not only my nephew, but also my connection to his children, who I'd loved as my great-niece and great-nephew. Trevor had made clear through his attorney that he didn't want me contacting his family, apparently fearing I'd tell his children about what he'd done to me. I'd lost family relationships I'd treasured because Trevor had prioritized his lifestyle over his integrity and his relationship with the aunt who'd raised him. What I knew for certain was that Trevor had made calculated choices over 2 years to systematically steal from me. He hadn't made one mistake in a moment of crisis. He'd executed hundreds of transactions, transferring my money to himself while knowing exactly what he was doing, and while maintaining the performance of devoted nephew. Those choices revealed his character and his values. He was someone willing to betray and destroy the person who'd raised him if it meant funding the comfortable lifestyle he felt entitled to. I'm 76 years old, living in a small studio on a drastically reduced budget after my nephew stole over $200,000 of my life savings while pretending to help manage my bills. The comfortable retirement I'd worked 42 years to build was destroyed by someone I'd loved as a son. Some days, the betrayal and loss feel overwhelming, but I'm surviving and telling my story in hopes that other elderly people will be extraordinarily careful about giving family members access to their finances, even, or perhaps especially, family members they've loved and supported unconditionally, who may feel entitled to resources they haven't earned. My son and daughter-in-law convinced me to deed them my house, then evicted me. The absolutely crushing betrayal I'm living through at 73 years old has exposed that my only son Robert and his wife Jennifer, who I trusted completely and welcomed into my life when they married 23 years ago, systematically manipulated me into signing over my house to them by claiming they wanted to help me avoid estate taxes and protect my assets. Then, immediately after the deed transfer was complete, they served me with a legal eviction notice, giving me 30 days to vacate the home I've lived in for 46 years, so they could move in and profit from the increased property value in my now gentrified neighborhood. I'm Howard Patterson, and what makes this situation so extraordinarily painful is not just the loss of my home in my elderly years, though that's devastating enough, given I have limited income and nowhere to go, but the realization that my son, the child I raised, put through college, and supported unconditionally throughout his life, plotted with his wife for months to essentially steal my most valuable asset while pretending they were helping me with estate planning out of filial concern and love. I'm a retired postal worker who bought my modest three-bedroom house in 1977 when my wife Martha and I were newlyweds and I was just starting my career. We'd paid $42,000 for the house in a working-class neighborhood that was all we could afford at the time. Martha and I raised our son Robert in that house, creating decades of memories that made it far more than just a building. It was the place where we'd built our family and our life together. Martha passed away 6 years ago after a long battle with cancer. Her death devastated me, but I'd remained in our house because it was filled with memories of our life together, and I couldn't imagine living anywhere else. The neighborhood had changed dramatically over the 46 years I'd lived there. What had once been a modest, working-class area had been discovered by young professionals and developers, and property values had skyrocketed. My house that I'd purchased for $42,000 was now worth approximately $650,000, according to recent comparable sales in the area. I lived on a fixed income, my postal pension of about $2,400 monthly, plus Social Security of roughly $1,600 monthly, gave me $4,000 total income. It was adequate for my needs since my house was paid off and I lived frugally, but I certainly wasn't wealthy. The house was my only significant asset, representing essentially my entire life savings in the form of accumulated real estate equity. My son Robert was 48 years old, married to Jennifer for 23 years, and they had 3 teenage children, my grandchildren who I loved dearly. Robert worked as a middle manager at an insurance company, earning a decent salary but apparently not enough to afford the lifestyle he and Jennifer wanted. They lived in a nice but expensive suburban area and had significant costs, with 3 kids in various activities and preparing for college. I'd always had a good relationship with Robert and Jennifer, or so I'd thought. They'd visit regularly, include me in family gatherings, and seemed genuinely concerned about my well-being as I aged. After Martha's death, they'd been particularly attentive, checking on me frequently and helping with tasks that were becoming harder for me to manage alone. About 14 months ago, Robert had started a conversation about my estate planning. He'd said he was concerned that when I eventually passed away, the house would have to go through probate, and there might be significant estate taxes that would reduce what his kids, my grandchildren, would ultimately inherit. Robert had explained that property values in my neighborhood had increased so dramatically that my estate might face substantial tax liabilities that could be avoided with proper planning. I'd been confused about the estate tax concerns because I'd thought those only applied to estates worth millions of dollars, not to someone like me with just a house and modest savings. But Robert had been insistent that there were various taxes and fees that could consume a substantial portion of the estate, and that there were legal strategies to protect the assets for the next generation. Robert had recommended that I consult with an estate planning attorney he knew named Thomas Wright. Robert had said Thomas specialized in helping elderly homeowners protect their assets and ensure their families received maximum benefit from their estates. I'd agreed to meet with Thomas because I wanted to be responsible about planning, and I trusted Robert's judgment about what was best for the family. Thomas Wright had met with me and had reviewed my financial situation. He'd confirmed Robert's concerns about estate taxes and probate costs, saying that my house's significant value could trigger various taxes and fees that would substantially reduce what my grandchildren would ultimately inherit. Thomas had presented several options, but he'd strongly recommended one specific strategy: deeding the house to Robert immediately while retaining a life estate that would allow me to live in the house for the rest of my life. Thomas had explained that the life estate arrangement would let me continue living in my home until I died, but would transfer actual ownership to Robert immediately. This would supposedly start the clock on gift tax exclusions and would avoid probate entirely when I eventually passed away. Thomas had made it sound like a smart legal strategy that would benefit everyone. I'd keep my home for my lifetime. Robert would receive the house without tax complications, and the grandchildren would ultimately benefit from the preserved value. I'd still been somewhat hesitant about giving up legal ownership of my house, even with the life estate supposedly protecting my right to live there. But Robert and Jennifer had been very persuasive. They'd emphasized repeatedly that this was about protecting my legacy for their children, that they'd never dream of disturbing me or forcing me out, and that the life estate gave me complete protection to remain in the house for as long as I lived. Jennifer had been particularly emotional during these conversations. She'd told me about their financial struggles with college expenses looming for their 3 children, and she'd said they were counting on eventually inheriting my house to help fund their kids' educations. She'd made me feel guilty about potentially leaving them with a tax burden that could reduce their inheritance, framing the deed transfer as something I owed them after everything they'd done to support me after Martha's death. Somewhat reluctantly, I'd agreed to the arrangement. Robert had scheduled an appointment with a notary, and I'd signed documents transferring the deed to my house to Robert, while supposedly retaining a life estate that allowed me to live there for the remainder of my life. Thomas Wright had assured me multiple times that the life estate was ironclad protection, and that nobody could remove me from my home while I was alive. I'd signed the documents in early February. By March, everything had changed. Robert and Jennifer's attentive visits had stopped almost immediately after the deed transfer was recorded. They'd suddenly been too busy to visit. Calls went unreturned, and invitations to family events had dried up. I'd been hurt and confused by the sudden change in their behavior, but had tried to tell myself they were just busy with work and the kids. Then, in April, I'd received a certified letter from an attorney representing Robert and Jennifer. The letter had informed me that they were exercising their rights as property owners to terminate my occupancy of the house. The letter had claimed that the life estate I'd believed I had was actually a much more limited arrangement that could be terminated by the owners with proper notice, and that I was being given 30 days to vacate the property. I'd been shocked and terrified. I'd immediately tried to contact Robert, but he'd refused to take my calls. I'd driven to their house, and Jennifer had answered the door, but had told me through a crack that they were acting on legal advice and that I needed to communicate with their attorney. She'd closed the door in my face while I'd stood on their doorstep, begging to talk to my own son. I'd pulled out the documents I'd signed and had tried to understand what had happened. The deed transfer was clearly documented. I'd signed ownership of my house to Robert. But the life estate language was confusing and filled with legal jargon I didn't fully understand. I'd tried to contact Thomas Wright, the attorney who'd originally advised me, but his office had told me he no longer represented me and couldn't provide any information. Desperate and confused, I'd contacted a legal aid organization for seniors. The attorney I'd spoken with had reviewed my documents and had delivered devastating news. The life estate I'd thought I had wasn't actually the protective arrangement I'd been led to believe. The language in the documents gave Robert the right to terminate my occupancy with appropriate notice for various reasons, including if he wanted to move into the property himself, or if the property was needed to secure his family's financial stability. The legal aid attorney had said the documents had been drafted deliberately to appear protective, while actually giving me very limited rights. She'd said Thomas Wright had likely been working primarily for Robert's benefit rather than mine, creating documents that allowed Robert to get ownership of my house while making it easy to remove me once the deed was transferred. She'd characterized the entire arrangement as elder financial abuse through legal manipulation. I'd been living in my house for 46 years, and suddenly I was being told I had to leave within 30 days. I'd had nowhere to go and no resources to fight a legal battle. My fixed income of $4,000 monthly wasn't enough to rent even a modest apartment in my now expensive neighborhood, and I certainly couldn't afford to purchase another home. I'd tried one more time to reach Robert, sending him a letter begging him to reconsider and explaining that I had nowhere to go. His response had come through his attorney, a cold letter stating that the eviction notice stood, and that if I didn't vacate voluntarily, they'd pursue formal eviction proceedings through the courts, which would create a legal record that could affect my ability to rent elsewhere. The legal aid attorney had said I could fight the eviction, but that litigation would be expensive and time-consuming, and the outcome was uncertain given the language in the documents I'd signed. She'd recommended I focus on finding alternative housing, rather than spending my limited resources on a legal battle I might not win. I'd felt completely betrayed and helpless. My son, who I'd raised and loved unconditionally, was throwing me out of my home so he could move into the house and benefit from its appreciated value. Robert and Jennifer had apparently been planning this for months, identifying my house as a valuable asset they wanted, researching legal strategies to obtain it, and recruiting Thomas Wright to create documents that appeared protective while actually facilitating their plan. Friends and family members I'd reached out to had been shocked and outraged on my behalf. Several had offered to let me stay with them temporarily, but I'd been humiliated by the idea of being homeless at 73 and dependent on others' charity because my own son had stolen my house. I'd eventually accepted a temporary arrangement to stay with my younger brother while I tried to figure out long-term housing. I'd also filed reports with Adult Protective Services and the State Attorney General's office about elder financial abuse. The investigators had been sympathetic, but had said that because I'd signed the documents transferring the deed, even if under false pretenses, prosecution would be difficult. They'd opened an investigation into Thomas Wright's role and whether he'd violated professional ethics by creating documents that facilitated elder abuse. But that investigation could take months or years to resolve. Moving out of my house after 46 years had been one of the most traumatic experiences of my life. I'd walked through empty rooms remembering decorating with Martha when we'd first bought the place, remembering birthday parties and holidays with young Robert, remembering decades of normal family life. I'd cried packing up photographs and mementos, taking only what I could fit in my brother's spare room and putting the rest in storage I could barely afford. I'd learned from neighbors who'd stayed in touch that Robert and Jennifer had moved into my house within weeks of me leaving. They'd apparently sold their suburban home and had relocated to my now valuable neighborhood, taking advantage of the property I'd spent decades paying for. My house that I'd bought for $42,000 and had maintained and improved over 46 years was now theirs. And they'd acquired it essentially for free, by manipulating me into signing it over. The relationship with my son was completely destroyed. Robert had made it clear through his attorney that he wanted no contact with me beyond what was legally required. I'd been told I wasn't welcome at family gatherings, and that if I attempted to contact my grandchildren, I'd be accused of harassment. The son I'd raised and the grandchildren I'd loved were completely cut off from me because I was no longer useful to Robert and Jennifer now that they had my house. I'd also learned that Robert and Jennifer were telling people their own version of events. According to what I'd heard through mutual acquaintances, they were claiming I'd become mentally incompetent and had voluntarily moved to live with my brother for care, and that the house transfer had been my idea to help them financially. They were painting themselves as dutiful children helping a declining parent, rather than as the predatory opportunists who'd deliberately stolen my home. The financial impact had been catastrophic. I'd lost my only significant asset and had nowhere permanent to live. The $4,000 monthly income that had been adequate when I'd lived in my paid-off house was completely inadequate for renting in my now expensive former neighborhood. Even finding an affordable rental in a safe area had been nearly impossible on my limited income. I'd eventually found a studio apartment in a less desirable area about 40 minutes from my old neighborhood. The rent was $1,400 monthly, which consumed over a third of my income. The apartment was small, somewhat run down, and in an area where I didn't know anyone and didn't feel particularly safe. But it was what I could afford after my son had stolen my house. Living in that small apartment after 46 years in my family home had been extraordinarily depressing. I'd had to get rid of most of my possessions because they didn't fit in the studio. I'd been isolated from my old neighborhood and community. I'd had no contact with my son or grandchildren. I'd spent my days watching television and trying not to think about how completely my life had been destroyed by my son's greed. The investigations into Robert's conduct and Thomas Wright's professional ethics were ongoing, but moved slowly. The district attorney's office had said they were reviewing whether criminal charges were appropriate for elder financial abuse, but they'd been clear that prosecution was complicated by the fact I'd voluntarily signed the documents, even if under false pretenses and manipulation. 8 months after being forced out of my home, I'm still living in my small apartment and trying to process how my son could have done this to me. I've been in therapy, working through feelings of betrayal, anger, and depression. My therapist has helped me understand that Robert's actions were about his character defects and his prioritization of money over family relationships, not about anything I'd done wrong or failed to do as a parent. I've also connected with other elderly people who've experienced similar financial abuse from family members. There are apparently numerous cases of adult children manipulating elderly parents into signing over assets through various legal mechanisms, then immediately cutting off the parents once the assets are transferred. The pattern is common enough that elder law attorneys and advocates have been trying to raise awareness and create better protections. What I know for certain is that my son Robert and his wife Jennifer deliberately planned to steal my house from me. They researched legal mechanisms to achieve ownership, recruited an attorney to create documents that appeared protective but actually facilitated their plan, and spent months manipulating me emotionally to convince me to sign those documents. Once they had the deed, they immediately discarded me and took possession of the property I'd spent 46 years living in and maintaining. I'm 73 years old, living in a small apartment in an unfamiliar neighborhood, surviving on my fixed income, and permanently estranged from my son and grandchildren. The life I'd built over decades, the home, the family relationships, the sense of security, was destroyed by my son's calculated greed. Some days are harder than others, but I'm surviving and trying to warn other elderly people about the dangers of trusting family members who might view their assets as opportunities rather than as the elderly person's security and legacy. The legal proceedings continue. There's possibility Robert could face consequences either through criminal charges or through professional sanctions against attorney Thomas Wright that might provide some civil remedy. But nothing will restore my house or the 46 years of memories it contained. Nothing will restore my relationship with my son, who I now recognize was capable of betraying me in the most fundamental way possible for financial gain. I'm trying to make peace with these losses and to build whatever life remains for me with dignity and integrity, even as I process the reality that my own child saw me primarily as an obstacle to an asset he wanted to possess. My son convinced me to sign over POA, then sold my antique business without permission. The financially ruinous and emotionally devastating betrayal I've been grappling with for the past 11 months has uncovered that my son Warren, who worked alongside me in the antique restoration business I'd built over 43 years, and who I'd been mentoring to eventually take over the family enterprise, convinced me to grant him power of attorney by claiming it would simplify business operations and succession planning, then immediately used that authority to sell my entire business, including the building, inventory, client list, and the company name itself, to a corporate buyer for $850,000 without my knowledge or consent, pocketing the proceeds while leaving me with nothing of the life's work that represented my professional identity and my planned retirement income. I'm Bernard Whitmore, 77 years old, and what makes this betrayal so uniquely crushing is not just the massive financial loss. Though $850,000 represents the culmination of 4 decades of building relationships with clients and accumulating valuable inventory. But the discovery that Warren had been secretly negotiating the business sale for over 6 months while continuing to work beside me daily, maintaining the facade of dutiful son and business partner while systematically preparing to steal the enterprise I'd spent my adult life creating and had always envisioned would remain in our family for future generations. I'd started Whitmore Antiques and Restoration in 1980 when I was 34 years old. I'd always had a passion for furniture history and traditional woodworking techniques, and I'd turned that passion into a profession by establishing a shop specializing in antique furniture restoration, appraisal, and sales. The business had started small, just me working out of a rented garage space with basic tools and equipment. Over 4 decades, I'd built Whitmore Antiques into a respected and successful business. I'd eventually purchased a commercial building in a revitalizing downtown district that housed both the restoration workshop and a showroom for antique sales. I'd accumulated extensive inventory of quality antique furniture and decorative items. I'd built a loyal client base that valued my expertise and my reputation for quality restoration work. The business had been generating approximately $320,000 in annual revenue with healthy profit margins. The business had been more than just income. It had been my identity and my life's work. I'd spent 43 years learning about furniture history, mastering restoration techniques, building relationships with clients and auction houses, and establishing Whitmore Antiques as a trusted name in our regional antiques community. The business represented my professional legacy and my contribution to preserving historical artifacts and traditional craftsmanship. My son Warren was 48 years old and had been working in the business with me for about 15 years. Warren had initially pursued other careers, but had eventually expressed interest in learning the antiques trade. I'd been thrilled to have my son join the business and had spent years teaching him restoration techniques, furniture history, client relations, and business operations. I'd envisioned Warren eventually taking over Whitmore Antiques and continuing the family business after my retirement. Warren had been competent in the business, though not particularly passionate about the work the way I was. He'd viewed it more as employment than as calling. But he'd been reliable and had developed adequate skills in restoration and client service. I'd been gradually giving him more responsibility in business operations, with the understanding that he'd eventually assume full ownership and management. My wife Constance had passed away from complications of diabetes 3 years ago. Her death had been devastating, and in the grief and adjustment that followed, I'd leaned more heavily on Warren both emotionally and in the business operations. Warren had stepped up during that difficult time, taking on more client interactions and operational decisions while I'd processed my loss. About 18 months ago, Warren had raised the topic of formalizing succession planning for the business. He'd said we should have clear legal arrangements about what would happen to Whitmore Antiques when I eventually retired or passed away. Warren had suggested various strategies, including gradually transferring ownership to him, establishing buy-sell agreements, and creating powers of attorney that would allow smooth business continuity if I became incapacitated. The discussions had seemed reasonable and responsible. At 76 years old at the time, I'd recognized that having clear succession plans was prudent. Warren had framed these legal arrangements as protecting both the business and me, ensuring that operations could continue smoothly and that my interests would be protected if I faced health issues or cognitive decline. Warren had recommended an attorney he'd found who supposedly specialized in business succession planning for family enterprises. The attorney, a man named Martin Greer, had met with me and had presented various legal options for succession planning. One key recommendation had been establishing a power of attorney that would give Warren authority to make business and financial decisions on my behalf if I was ever unable to do so myself. Martin had explained that power of attorney was a common tool for succession planning that would prevent business disruption if I became ill or incapacitated. He'd emphasized that the power of attorney would only activate if I was unable to make decisions myself, and that it would allow Warren to keep the business operating and make necessary decisions without court involvement or delays. I'd been somewhat hesitant about giving Warren such broad authority, but both he and Attorney Martin had been reassuring. They'd emphasized that this was standard practice for family business succession, that the power of attorney was for my protection as much as for business continuity, and that Warren would only use the authority if I was genuinely unable to make decisions myself. Somewhat reluctantly, I'd signed the power of attorney documents, along with other succession planning paperwork. I'd trusted Warren as my son and business partner, and I'd believed the legal arrangements were genuinely about protecting the business we'd been building together. What I hadn't known was that the power of attorney documents had been drafted much more broadly than Martin Greer had described to me. Instead of being limited to situations where I was incapacitated, the documents had given Warren immediate authority to make business and financial decisions on my behalf. The language had been deliberately vague and expansive, giving Warren essentially unfettered power over business operations and assets. I'd also not known that Warren had already been in negotiations with a corporate buyer interested in acquiring established antique businesses in our region. A company called Heritage Acquisitions, that owned several antique shops and restoration businesses across multiple states, had approached Warren about purchasing Whitmore Antiques. Warren had been secretly negotiating sale terms for months, while continuing to work alongside me daily, without mentioning anything about a potential business sale. About 13 months ago, approximately 5 months after I'd signed the power of attorney, Warren had finalized a deal to sell Whitmore Antiques to Heritage Acquisitions for $850,000. The sale had included everything: the building, all inventory, the client list, the business name, and all goodwill and intellectual property associated with the business. Warren had used his power of attorney authority to execute the sale documents, claiming he was acting on my behalf. I'd known nothing about the sale until it was completed. Warren had hidden the entire transaction from me. The first indication I'd had that something was wrong was when I'd arrived at the shop one morning to find unfamiliar people in the building who'd identified themselves as representatives of Heritage Acquisitions and had informed me they now owned the business. I'd been confused and had insisted there must be some mistake. I owned Whitmore Antiques and had never sold it to anyone. The Heritage representatives had shown me documentation proving they'd purchased the business from Warren Whitmore, acting as my attorney-in-fact under power of attorney. They'd had signed contracts, transfer documents, and proof that $850,000 had been transferred to an account Warren controlled. I'd called Warren immediately, demanding to know what was happening. Warren had claimed he'd sold the business for my benefit, to provide me with liquidity for retirement, and to relieve me of the burden of continuing to operate the business at my age. He'd said the sale had been in my best interests, and that he'd been acting appropriately under his power of attorney authority. But Warren's story had quickly fallen apart. The $850,000 from the business sale hadn't been placed in my accounts. It had gone to accounts Warren controlled. Warren had claimed the money was being held in trust for my benefit, but he'd been unable to provide any documentation supporting that claim. It had become clear that Warren had sold my business and had kept the proceeds for himself. I'd also discovered that Warren had negotiated a separate employment agreement with Heritage Acquisitions as part of the sale. Warren had secured himself a position as regional manager for Heritage's antique businesses in our area, with a salary of $95,000 annually plus benefits. He'd essentially sold my business to secure himself a comfortable corporate job, profiting twice, once from the sale proceeds and again from his new employment arrangement. The betrayal had been comprehensive and calculated. Warren had convinced me to sign power of attorney documents under false pretenses about their purpose and scope. He'd secretly negotiated a business sale for months while working beside me daily and maintaining the facade of partnership. He'd executed the sale using authority I'd granted under false pretenses, had stolen the proceeds, and had secured himself employment with the buyer. He'd destroyed my life's work and my retirement plans to enrich himself. I'd immediately hired an attorney to challenge the business sale and to revoke Warren's power of attorney. My attorney had been appalled by what Warren had done, characterizing it as clear elder financial abuse and fraud. The attorney had explained that while power of attorney does grant authority to act on someone's behalf, that authority must be exercised in the principal's best interests, not for the attorney-in-fact's personal benefit. Warren had obviously violated his fiduciary duties by selling my business and keeping the proceeds. The legal battle to recover my business or the sale proceeds had been ongoing for 11 months. My attorney had filed lawsuits against both Warren and Heritage Acquisitions. Against Warren, we'd alleged fraud, breach of fiduciary duty, theft, and elder financial abuse. Against Heritage, we'd claimed they'd purchased the business in bad faith, knowing, or should have known, that Warren lacked legitimate authority to sell it without my knowledge. Warren's defense had been that he'd had valid power of attorney and had acted within his authority. His attorney had tried to claim that selling the business had been a reasonable exercise of his powers, and that the proceeds were always intended for my benefit, even though they'd been deposited in Warren's accounts. But the evidence had clearly shown Warren's self-dealing and personal enrichment from the sale. Heritage Acquisitions had defended by claiming they were good-faith purchasers who'd verified Warren's power of attorney authority and had paid fair market value for the business. They'd argued they couldn't be expected to know that Warren was exceeding his authority or acting for personal benefit rather than mine. Heritage had taken the position that any dispute was between Warren and me, and that their purchase should stand regardless of whether Warren had improperly profited. The litigation had been expensive and time-consuming. I'd already spent over $120,000 in legal fees fighting to recover my business or the sale proceeds. The process had involved extensive discovery, depositions, expert witnesses on business valuation and power of attorney standards, and complex legal arguments about fiduciary duties and good faith purchase doctrines. The financial impact had been catastrophic, beyond just the stolen business. Whitmore Antiques had been my planned retirement income source. I'd intended to continue operating it at reduced hours, generating income while eventually transitioning more operations to Warren before fully retiring. With the business sold, I'd lost my primary income source. My retirement savings of approximately $180,000 were being rapidly depleted by legal fees fighting to recover my stolen business. I'd also lost my professional identity and my daily purpose. For 43 years, I'd gone to Whitmore Antiques daily. I'd worked with clients, restored beautiful furniture, searched for interesting inventory, and engaged with the antiques community. Suddenly, that was all gone, stolen by my son who'd sold my life's work out from under me to benefit himself. The emotional devastation had been as severe as the financial loss. Warren wasn't just a business partner, he was my son, the child Constance and I had raised and loved. I'd brought him into the business hoping to create a family legacy that would continue after my death. I'd taught him everything I knew about the antiques trade. I'd trusted him completely with both my business and my personal affairs. Warren had repaid that trust by systematically planning to steal my business. He'd manipulated me into signing power of attorney documents under false pretenses. He'd negotiated a sale behind my back for months. He'd used legal authority I'd granted him in good faith to execute a transaction that enriched him while destroying my livelihood and my legacy. The betrayal had been comprehensive and calculated over an extended period. The relationship with Warren was permanently destroyed. I'd told him through my attorney that I wanted no contact with him and that he was no longer my son in any meaningful sense. Warren had made a few attempts to contact me, sending messages claiming he'd only been trying to help me retire and that I was being ungrateful for his efforts to simplify my life. His inability to acknowledge that he'd stolen my business and my life's work was sickening. I'd also had to accept that even if I won in court and recovered the sale proceeds, I couldn't recover the business itself. Heritage Acquisitions had taken possession, had integrated Whitmore Antiques into their corporate operations, and had already made changes to how it operated. The business I'd built over 43 years no longer existed in its original form. Even financial recovery wouldn't restore what I'd actually lost. My professional identity, my daily work, my connection to the antiques community, and my family business legacy. After 11 months of litigation, there had finally been some movement toward resolution. Warren had been facing criminal charges for elder financial abuse and fraud, in addition to the civil litigation. The prospect of prison time had apparently motivated him toward settlement discussions. Warren's attorney had approached my attorney about potential settlement terms that would involve Warren transferring the sale proceeds to me and cooperating with unwinding the transaction with Heritage if possible. But even potential financial recovery wouldn't erase the betrayal or restore what had been lost. Warren had proven himself capable of systematic fraud against his own father. He'd destroyed our relationship, had stolen my business and my legacy, and had demonstrated that he'd valued money more than family, integrity, or basic human decency. What I knew for certain was that Warren had made calculated choices over many months to steal my business. He'd researched power of attorney law. He'd found an attorney willing to draft documents that exceeded what he'd described to me. He'd negotiated secretly with corporate buyers. He'd executed a sale using fraudulently obtained authority. He'd stolen $850,000 and had destroyed my life's work. Each step had been a separate decision that revealed his character and his priorities. I'm 77 years old, fighting to recover from the theft of the antique restoration business I'd built over 43 years. My son used fraudulently obtained power of attorney to sell my life's work without permission and kept the proceeds. The litigation continues, and while I may eventually recover financially, I'll never recover the business itself, the daily purpose it provided, or the family legacy I'd hoped to create. Some days the betrayal feels overwhelming, wondering how the son I raised could have planned and executed such comprehensive theft of his father's life work. I'm telling my story so other elderly business owners will be extraordinarily careful about granting power of attorney even to children, and will verify with independent attorneys that any such documents are properly limited and cannot be abused. I'm also warning others that children who seem like trustworthy business partners may be capable of betrayal when they see opportunity for personal enrichment, and that sometimes the people closest to us are the ones most capable of devastating betrayal because they're the ones we trust most completely and grant the greatest access to our assets and our affairs. My son hid my eviction notice so I'd lose my home and move in with him. The absolutely devastating housing crisis and betrayal I discovered just 3 weeks ago has revealed that my son Derek deliberately concealed official eviction notices and legal documents that were being mailed to me regarding the foreclosure proceedings on my house, allowing me to miss critical court dates and response deadlines so the foreclosure would proceed to completion and I'd lose my home of 41 years. All because Derek wanted me to be forced to move into his house, where he could charge me $2,500 monthly rent to live in his basement and could gain access to my $320,000 inheritance that his late father left me with instructions it be preserved for my care and eventual distribution to grandchildren. I'm Eleanor Whitfield, 79 years old, and what makes this sabotage so uniquely devastating is not just losing my home where I raised my children and lived my entire adult life, though being forced from my house of 4 decades has been traumatic beyond words, but the discovery that Derek deliberately destroyed my ability to defend against foreclosure by hiding legal documents he was intercepting from my mail. That he watched me face losing my home while knowing he could have prevented it simply by giving me the papers he was stealing. And that his motivation was financial control. Engineering my homelessness so he could position himself as my savior, while actually planning to exploit my vulnerability by charging exorbitant rent and gaining influence over how I spent the inheritance his father had intended to protect. I'd lived in my house for 41 years, having purchased it with my late husband Frank in 1982 when we were both in our late 30s and our son Derek was a toddler. We'd bought the modest 3-bedroom ranch for $68,000 with a 30-year mortgage that we'd paid off in 2012. The house had been the center of our family life, where we'd raised Derek and his younger sister Amy, where we'd celebrated countless holidays and milestones, where Frank and I had planned to grow old together. Frank had passed away 3 years ago from complications of heart disease at age 76. His death had been devastating after 53 years of marriage. Frank had left me with a comfortable inheritance, approximately $320,000 in life insurance proceeds and investments, with explicit written instructions that the money was to be preserved for my care and comfort during my remaining years, with whatever remained eventually distributed to our grandchildren. Frank had been very clear that he didn't want Derek or Amy to have access to the principal during my lifetime, only what remained after ensuring my needs were met. I'd been living comfortably in my paid-off house on my modest retirement income. My Social Security provided about $1,900 monthly, and a small pension from 32 years working as a school secretary provided another $800 monthly, giving me total income of $2,700. With no mortgage payment, this income was adequate for property taxes, utilities, maintenance, and living expenses. The $320,000 inheritance was invested conservatively, and I'd been withdrawing modest amounts only for special needs or emergencies, preserving the principal as Frank had intended. About 2 years ago, I'd made a significant financial mistake. A contractor had contacted me about necessary roof repairs, presenting a bid of $12,000 for the work. The contractor had said I could finance the repairs through a home equity loan if I didn't want to pay cash. I'd agreed to financing, signing documents the contractor provided without fully understanding what I was agreeing to. What I'd thought was a simple home equity loan for roof repairs was actually a predatory mortgage with terrible terms, extremely high interest rate, balloon payment structure, and provisions that made default almost inevitable. The contractor had apparently been working with a predatory lender to target elderly homeowners, getting them to sign mortgages they didn't understand while disguising the transaction as simple repair financing. The monthly payments on the predatory loan had been $940, a crushing amount given my $2,700 monthly income. I'd struggled to make payments for several months, but eventually I'd fallen behind. The lender had quickly moved to foreclosure once I'd missed payments, apparently having no interest in working out payment plans or modifications. I'd received initial foreclosure notices and had been frightened and confused about what to do. I'd tried to contact the lender but had gotten nowhere. I'd known I needed legal help, but hadn't known where to turn or how to find an attorney who could help me fight the predatory loan and the foreclosure. Derek had visited regularly during this period, and I'd told him about my financial struggles with the loan and my fear of losing my house. Derek had offered to help by managing my mail and documents, saying I was probably missing important notices due to my age and confusion. He'd said he'd make sure all my mail was properly organized and would alert me to anything requiring attention. I'd been grateful for Derek's offer and had given him a key to my mailbox. Derek had been collecting my mail several times per week, supposedly sorting through it and bringing me the important items while filtering out junk mail and clutter. I'd trusted that Derek was helping me stay organized and wouldn't miss critical documents. What I hadn't known was that Derek was deliberately hiding foreclosure-related documents that were being mailed to me. Over approximately 8 months, I'd apparently been sent multiple legal notices, foreclosure complaint, court hearing dates, deadlines to file responses, final sale notices. Each of these documents had been required to be mailed to me as the homeowner, and each had provided opportunities for me to respond, to seek legal help, to fight the predatory loan terms, or to negotiate alternatives to foreclosure. But I'd never seen any of these documents because Derek had been intercepting them from my mail and hiding them. He'd been throwing away legal notices, hiding court documents, and ensuring I remained completely unaware of the foreclosure proceedings against my house. Without receiving the notices, I'd missed every court date, had filed no responses, and had taken no action to defend my home. The foreclosure had proceeded by default because I'd never appeared or responded, not because I'd chosen not to defend myself, but because Derek had prevented me from even knowing court proceedings were happening. The foreclosure judgment had been entered, the house had been scheduled for sheriff's sale, and I'd been on the verge of losing my home entirely before I'd even known legal action was underway. I'd discovered Derek's sabotage completely by accident. A neighbor who was friendly with me had mentioned seeing someone who looked like Derek taking mail from my mailbox on several occasions. The neighbor had thought it was odd and had mentioned it casually. The comment had triggered alarm bells, and I'd started to wonder whether Derek was actually giving me all my mail as he'd claimed. I'd gone to the courthouse on a hunch to check whether there were any legal proceedings involving my property. The clerk had found the foreclosure case file and had let me review it. The file had been shockingly extensive. Complaint filed 9 months earlier, multiple court hearings scheduled and held without my presence, judgment entered, sale date scheduled for just 3 weeks away. According to the file, all required notices had been mailed to me at my address, but I'd never responded or appeared. I'd been horrified. My house was scheduled to be sold at sheriff's sale in 3 weeks, and I'd known nothing about it. I'd also realized that Derek must have been intercepting and hiding the legal notices because I definitely never received them. There was no other explanation for such comprehensive proceedings without my knowledge. I'd confronted Derek immediately. Initially, he'd denied everything, claiming I must have received the notices and forgotten about them due to age-related memory issues. But when I'd told him the neighbor had seen him taking my mail, and when I'd pressed him about specific documents I'd never received, Derek had eventually broken down and admitted what he'd been doing. According to Derek's confession, he'd been deliberately hiding foreclosure-related mail to allow the proceedings to reach completion. Derek's plan had been for me to lose my house, at which point he'd offer to let me move into his basement. Derek and his wife had been planning to charge me $2,500 monthly for basement accommodations, nearly my entire Social Security income, and had been counting on me using Frank's inheritance to pay the rent since my income wouldn't cover it. Derek's financial motivation had been transparent. By charging me $2,500 monthly rent that I'd have to pay from inheritance funds, he'd be able to drain the $320,000 Frank had left me over time. The inheritance Frank had intended to preserve for my care and eventual grandchildren would instead flow to Derek through rental payments. Derek and his wife would profit from my homelessness, extracting money Frank had specifically intended they not access during my lifetime. Derek had also apparently been resentful that Frank had restricted access to the inheritance rather than leaving it to children directly. Derek had felt entitled to Frank's money and had been frustrated that it was tied up in accounts for my benefit, with restrictions preventing him from accessing principal. Engineering my financial dependence through forcing me to pay expensive rent from inheritance funds had been Derek's way of accessing money Frank had specifically tried to protect. The cruelty was breathtaking. Derek had watched me worry about losing my home for months. I'd cried to him about my fear of foreclosure, about not knowing what to do, about feeling lost in dealing with the predatory loan. The entire time, Derek had been the one ensuring I couldn't defend myself by hiding the legal documents that would have enabled me to get help or fight the foreclosure. With just 3 weeks until the scheduled sheriff's sale of my house, I'd had to act desperately fast. I'd contacted legal aid services for seniors and had been connected with an attorney named Patricia Rodriguez, who specialized in foreclosure defense and elder financial abuse. Patricia had been appalled by Derek's conduct and had immediately filed emergency motions to stop the sale and to reopen the foreclosure case based on fraud and lack of proper notice. Patricia had argued to the court that I'd never actually received notice of the foreclosure proceedings because my son had been deliberately intercepting and destroying legal mail sent to me. She'd presented evidence of Derek's confession and his financial motives. She'd also raised issues about the predatory nature of the underlying loan and the contractor's apparent scheme to target elderly homeowners. The court had been troubled by the evidence of deliberately hidden notices and had granted a temporary halt to the sheriff's sale while investigating. The judge had been particularly concerned that an elderly homeowner had been prevented from defending her home by family member sabotage. The court had ordered Derek to testify about his mail interception and had also ordered investigation into the predatory lending practices. The legal battle had been ongoing for the past 3 weeks. Patricia was fighting both to undo the foreclosure that had proceeded without my actual knowledge and to challenge the predatory loan that had triggered everything. She was also pursuing charges against Derek for interfering with legal process, mail theft, and elder financial abuse. The investigation had revealed that Derek had hidden approximately 15 different legal documents over 8 months: foreclosure complaint, hearing notices, response deadlines, mediation offers, sale notifications. Each document had represented an opportunity for me to defend myself, to seek legal help, or to negotiate alternatives. Derek had systematically destroyed my ability to protect my home by ensuring I never knew it was under legal threat. The criminal charges against Derek included mail theft, a federal crime, interference with legal process, and elder financial abuse. The prosecutor handling the case said Derek's conduct was particularly egregious because he'd exploited his mother's trust to sabotage her ability to defend her home, all for financial gain. Derek faced potentially 5 to 8 years in prison if convicted. My relationship with Derek was obviously completely destroyed. My son had engineered my potential homelessness for money, had hidden legal documents that would have allowed me to defend my home, and had planned to exploit my resulting vulnerability by charging exploitative rent funded from inheritance his father had tried to protect. That level of betrayal was incomprehensible from someone I'd raised and loved. Derek's wife had also been complicit. The rent scheme had apparently been jointly planned. Both of them had been counting on income from housing me in their basement, funded by draining Frank's inheritance. Neither had shown any remorse about the plan to essentially profit from my homelessness until after being caught. My daughter Amy had been shocked and furious when she'd learned what Derek had done. Amy had offered to let me stay with her family if I lost the house, charging no rent and simply providing family support. Amy had said she was disgusted by Derek's scheme and couldn't believe her brother would sabotage our mother's housing security for money. 3 weeks after discovering Derek's sabotage, the legal outcome remained uncertain. The court was considering whether to void the foreclosure based on lack of proper notice caused by deliberate mail interception. Even if the foreclosure was voided, I still faced the predatory loan that I couldn't afford to pay. Patricia was fighting to have the loan invalidated as predatory and potentially fraudulent, but that outcome wasn't guaranteed. I was living with the very real possibility I might still lose my home, despite Derek's crimes being exposed. Even if Derek went to prison for what he'd done, that wouldn't necessarily save my house if the court determined the foreclosure was technically valid despite the hidden notices. What I knew for certain was that Derek had made deliberate choices for months to hide legal documents that would have allowed me to defend my home. Every time he'd collected my mail and removed foreclosure notices, he'd chosen to prevent me from protecting myself. Every time I'd expressed fear about losing my house to him, he'd stayed silent about hiding the documents that were critical to my defense. Every step had been calculated to engineer my homelessness for his financial benefit. I'm 79 years old, fighting to save my home of 41 years after my son deliberately hid foreclosure notices to sabotage my ability to defend against predatory lending. Even with legal help, the outcome is uncertain. I may still lose my house despite Derek's sabotage being discovered. The inheritance my late husband left to ensure my security and comfort may end up being spent on emergency housing or legal fees rather than being preserved as he intended. I'm telling my story to warn other elderly people to be extraordinarily careful about who they allow to handle their mail, to have multiple trusted individuals monitoring for legal notices, to independently check court records if there's any suspicion foreclosure or legal action might be occurring, and to understand that family members may sabotage elderly relatives' housing security for financial gain. The person offering to help organize mail may actually be hiding documents that are critical to defending your home and your rights. My son's wife convinced him I have dementia so she could take over my business. The absolutely crushing professional and personal destruction I've experienced over the past 13 months has revealed that my daughter-in-law Victoria, who married my son Daniel 6 years ago, and who I welcomed into our family business as a gesture of trust and inclusion, has been systematically convincing Daniel, my employees, and eventually medical professionals that I'm suffering from progressive dementia, so she could orchestrate my forced retirement and take control of the manufacturing company I built from nothing over 38 years. I'm Frank Russo, 74 years old, and what makes this betrayal uniquely devastating is not just the loss of the business that represented my life's work, though that's certainly catastrophic, but the realization that Victoria carefully studied my routines and quirks over years to identify normal behaviors she could reframe as symptoms of cognitive decline, and that my own son Daniel, who I'd groomed to eventually take over the company, chose to believe Victoria's manufactured narrative rather than trusting his own father, ultimately siding with his wife in stripping me of the company I'd sacrificed everything to build. I founded Russo Precision Manufacturing in 1985 when I was 36 years old. I'd worked in machine shops since I was 18 and had saved enough money to lease a small facility and purchase used equipment. The company had started with just me and 2 employees, but through decades of hard work, reinvestment of profits, and building a reputation for quality precision parts, I'd grown the business to approximately 40 employees and annual revenue of about $8 million. The company was my legacy and my life's work. I'd sacrificed time with my family during my son Daniel's childhood to build the business. My wife, Marie, had passed away from cancer 8 years ago, and the company had become even more central to my identity after her death. I'd always envisioned Daniel eventually taking over the company, continuing what I'd built and providing security for his own family. Daniel had worked in the business since college, learning every aspect of operations. He was 42 years old now and served as the company's operations manager. He was competent and knowledgeable about the business, though I'd still been very involved in major decisions and client relationships. I'd been gradually transitioning more responsibility to Daniel with the plan that he'd eventually assume full leadership when I was ready to retire. 6 years ago, Daniel had married Victoria, a woman 20 years younger than him who'd been working in marketing at a different manufacturing company when they'd met. Victoria had been friendly and charming initially, and I'd welcomed her into our family. She'd expressed interest in the business and had eventually asked if there might be a role for her, since she had marketing and business development experience that could benefit the company. I'd been somewhat hesitant about hiring family members beyond Daniel, but Victoria had been persuasive about her skills, and Daniel had supported the idea. I'd eventually agreed to bring Victoria on as our business development manager, a newly created position focused on expanding our client base and diversifying our product offerings. Victoria had been given a competitive salary and had been integrated into company leadership meetings alongside Daniel and myself. For the first few years, Victoria had seemed to perform adequately in her role. She'd brought in some new clients and had implemented marketing initiatives that had modestly increased our visibility in the industry. But looking back now, with the benefit of hindsight, I could see that Victoria had been studying me very carefully during those years, observing my routines, noting my habits and quirks, and apparently identifying behaviors she could later characterize as evidence of cognitive decline. The campaign to portray me as experiencing dementia had begun subtly about 18 months ago. Victoria had started making occasional comments to Daniel and to other employees about me seeming confused or forgetful about things. She'd point to normal behaviors, like me asking someone to repeat information because I'd been distracted, or because the shop floor was noisy, or like me deciding to change direction on a decision after considering new information. and would frame these as concerning signs that I might be experiencing memory or cognitive problems. Initially, these comments had seemed like expressions of concern rather than attacks on my competence. Victoria would say things like, "I'm worried about Frank, he seemed really confused in the meeting today." Or, "Did you notice Frank forgot he'd already asked me that question?" Daniel and employees would generally dismiss these concerns initially, noting that I seemed sharp and capable overall, and that everyone forgets minor things occasionally. But Victoria had been persistent and had gradually escalated her campaign. She'd started documenting instances of my supposed confusion or forgetfulness in emails to Daniel and to our company accountant. She'd characterized normal workplace disagreements as me being irrational or unable to follow complex discussions. She'd interpret my management decisions that differed from her recommendations as evidence that I was losing the ability to make sound business judgments. Victoria had also begun creating situations designed to make me look confused or forgetful. She'd schedule meetings and then tell me the wrong time so I'd show up late or at the wrong moment. She'd provide me with incorrect information about client requirements and then point out my mistakes when I'd acted on the information she'd given me. She'd deliberately withhold communications about schedule changes or new developments and then express concern when I'd seem out of the loop about things I'd never been told. Over months, Victoria had successfully planted doubt about my cognitive function in Daniel's mind and among some of our key employees. People who'd worked with me for decades and who knew I was sharp and capable were starting to wonder if maybe Victoria was right, that I was experiencing decline. Daniel had started watching me more carefully for signs of the problems Victoria kept describing. The campaign had escalated dramatically about 13 months ago, when Victoria had convinced Daniel that I needed to see a neurologist for evaluation. She'd compiled a lengthy document detailing supposed instances of confusion, forgetfulness, and poor judgment over the previous year. The document had been carefully constructed to make normal behaviors sound pathological. Me asking clarifying questions became repeatedly asking the same questions. Me changing my mind after reflection became inability to remember previous decisions. Me disagreeing with Victoria's recommendations became irrational rejection of sound business advice. Daniel had been convinced by Victoria's documentation and had confronted me about seeing a doctor. He'd been emotional, saying he was worried about me and that Victoria had helped him see concerning patterns he'd been missing. I'd been defensive and somewhat hurt that my own son was questioning my cognitive function based on his wife's characterizations of normal workplace interactions. To prove I was fine and to reassure Daniel, I'd agreed to see a neurologist. I'd undergone evaluation and testing, and the results had been normal for someone my age. Some minor age-related changes, but absolutely no evidence of dementia or significant cognitive impairment. The neurologist had told me directly that I showed no signs of Alzheimer's or any other dementing illness. I'd been relieved, and had expected Victoria's campaign to end once medical evaluation had confirmed I was cognitively intact. But Victoria had doubled down, claiming the neurologist must have missed subtle signs or that I'd performed well during testing but showed problems in real-world business situations. She'd started suggesting to Daniel that we should get a second opinion from a specialist who could do more comprehensive evaluation. Victoria had also begun more directly undermining my authority in the company. She'd countermand my decisions to employees, claiming I was confused and that they should follow her directions instead. She'd communicate directly with clients about matters I was handling, sometimes contradicting what I'd told them and claiming I'd been mistaken. She'd positioned herself as the person who was really running things, while managing my supposed cognitive decline. The situation had come to a crisis point when Victoria had convinced Daniel that for the good of the company, we needed to formalize a transition plan that would move me out of day-to-day operations. She'd drafted a proposal that would make Daniel CEO and would give Victoria substantial authority as COO, while I'd be moved to a chairman emeritus role with no operational responsibilities. Victoria had framed this as protecting the company from my declining decision-making capacity and as ensuring business continuity. Daniel had presented me with this proposal in a meeting that had included Victoria, our company attorney, and our accountant. He'd been emotional, saying this was difficult for him, but that he needed to protect the business I'd built by ensuring competent leadership as I experienced cognitive decline. Victoria had been sympathetic but firm, presenting extensive documentation of my supposed incompetence and arguing that immediate transition was necessary. I'd been blindsided and outraged. I'd refused to accept the premise that I was cognitively impaired and had pointed to the neurological evaluation showing I was fine. But Victoria had been prepared with counter-arguments. She'd claimed the evaluation hadn't captured the real-world problems, that she'd observed me daily and knew there were serious issues, and that my refusal to acknowledge the problems was itself evidence of impaired insight often seen in dementia patients. The company attorney and accountant had both seemed uncomfortable, but had ultimately deferred to Daniel and Victoria's assessment that I was declining. They'd recommended I consider the transition proposal to protect the company's stability and to ensure an orderly succession rather than a crisis-driven change when my supposed impairment became more severe. I'd rejected the proposal outright and had told Daniel and Victoria they were trying to push me out of my own company based on fabricated concerns. But I'd found myself in a vulnerable position. Daniel was officially operations manager with significant authority. Victoria had positioned herself as business development manager with relationships with many clients. Together, they could potentially operate the company without me if they chose to, and they were threatening to do exactly that if I didn't voluntarily step aside. The battle for control of my company had consumed the following months. I'd hired my own attorney to protect my ownership rights and to defend against Daniel and Victoria's attempts to remove me from operations. I'd also sought additional medical evaluation to document my cognitive competence and to counter Victoria's claims about my impairment. The second neurological evaluation, conducted by a different specialist, had again found no evidence of dementia or significant cognitive impairment. The neuropsychologist who'd evaluated me had actually said that some of the behaviors Victoria had characterized as symptoms, like asking clarifying questions or changing decisions after reflection, were signs of thoughtful, careful thinking rather than impairment. I'd also hired a private investigator to document Victoria's activities and to determine if there was evidence she'd been deliberately creating situations to make me appear confused or incompetent. The investigator had found emails between Victoria and several employees where she'd explicitly discussed strategies to undermine my authority and to build a case for my incompetence. The investigator had also discovered that Victoria had been in contact with a business broker about potentially selling the company, suggesting her interest wasn't in preserving my legacy, but in cashing out. Armed with medical documentation of my competence and evidence of Victoria's manipulation, I'd confronted Daniel directly. I'd shown him the investigation results, demonstrating that Victoria had been deliberately creating the impression of my impairment for her own purposes. I'd provided him with the medical evaluations proving I was cognitively intact. I'd begged him to see that his wife was manipulating him to help her take over a valuable business. Daniel's response had been devastating. He'd refused to believe Victoria had been manipulating the situation, insisting she'd only been trying to protect the company and to help manage a difficult transition. He'd claimed the investigation was biased and that the medical evaluations didn't capture the problems he'd personally observed. Most painfully, he'd said he trusted his wife more than his father, and that if I forced him to choose between us, he'd choose Victoria. That conversation had crystallized my understanding that I couldn't save my relationship with Daniel while also protecting the company I'd built. Victoria had successfully positioned herself between us, and Daniel had chosen her narrative over his own father's reality. I'd had to make the painful decision to prioritize protecting my business from Victoria's takeover attempt, even if it meant permanently damaging my relationship with my son. I'd used my majority ownership of the company to remove both Daniel and Victoria from their positions. I'd fired Victoria immediately for misconduct, including falsifying documentation about my competence and attempting to undermine my authority. I'd moved Daniel to a non-management role with clear duties that didn't include strategic decision-making. I'd also brought in professional management consultants to help run operations while I dealt with the fallout. The legal battle had been intense. Victoria had sued for wrongful termination, claiming she'd been fired for raising legitimate concerns about my cognitive decline. Daniel had supported her lawsuit and had filed his own claims about being demoted despite his operational expertise. They'd both argued I was too impaired to make sound business decisions and had petitioned the court to appoint a guardian to protect the company from my supposedly declining judgment. The guardian petition had been denied after the court reviewed my medical evaluations and heard testimony from the neurologists who'd evaluated me. The judge had found no evidence of cognitive impairment that would justify guardianship and had specifically noted that the behavior patterns Victoria had cited as evidence of dementia were normal for someone managing a complex business. The employment litigation had been settled, with me paying Victoria a separation package significantly smaller than she'd demanded, but large enough to make her go away. Daniel had eventually dropped his claims after it became clear the court wasn't going to second-guess my management decisions based on Victoria's manufactured dementia narrative. But the cost had been catastrophic. Beyond just the legal fees and settlement payments, my relationship with Daniel had been destroyed. He'd continued to believe Victoria's characterization of events even after courts had rejected her claims about my impairment. Daniel had left the company entirely and had cut off contact with me, apparently viewing me as the villain who'd wronged his wife, rather than as the father who'd been fighting to protect his life's work from her manipulation. I'd also had to accept that the succession plan I'd envisioned was impossible. Daniel wouldn't be taking over the company because he'd sided with Victoria in trying to force me out. I'd spent months working with business advisors to develop alternative succession plans, eventually deciding to identify and groom non-family management to eventually purchase the company through a structured buyout. 13 months after Victoria's campaign to portray me as having dementia had come to a head, I was still running my company, but at enormous personal cost. My relationship with my only child was destroyed. The legacy succession I'd planned was impossible. I'd spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on legal fees and settlements defending against false claims about my cognitive competence. I'd also had to live with the knowledge that my daughter-in-law had studied me for years, specifically to identify behaviors she could weaponize against me when she decided to take over my company. Victoria had coldly calculated how to manipulate my son into believing I was impaired, how to create documentation that would make normal behaviors look pathological, and how to position herself to seize control of a valuable business by manufacturing a medical crisis that didn't exist. The emotional processing had been devastating. I'd trusted Victoria when Daniel had married her. I'd welcomed her into my family and my business. I'd given her opportunity and authority. She'd repaid that trust by attempting to destroy my reputation, steal my business, and alienate my son from me. What I knew for certain was that Victoria had made calculated choices to pursue personal gain regardless of the damage to me or to her relationship with Daniel. She'd been willing to falsely portray me as having a devastating disease, to manipulate my son into betraying his father, and to attempt to seize a business I'd spent my life building. Those choices revealed her character and her values. She was someone who viewed people as obstacles or opportunities, rather than as human beings deserving of respect and honesty. I'm 74 years old, still running the company I built, but without the son I'd hoped would continue my legacy. Daniel chose to believe his manipulative wife over his own father, chose to participate in trying to force me out of my business based on manufactured claims about dementia. That choice destroyed our relationship in ways that can't be repaired. I'm moving forward with plans to eventually sell the company to capable professional management who've earned my trust through demonstrated competence and integrity, rather than to family members who proved they were willing to betray me for financial gain. My stepchildren forged my signature to refinance my house and took the cash. The absolutely devastating property fraud and financial violation I stumbled upon 7 months ago has revealed that my 2 stepchildren, Marcus and Denise, who I helped raise from ages 9 and 7 after marrying their widowed father, and who continued calling me Mom even after their father's death 4 years ago, forged my signature on refinancing documents to extract $247,000 in equity from my fully paid-off house, leaving me at 74 years old with a mortgage payment of $1,850 monthly that I cannot afford on my fixed income, while they disappeared with the cash to fund Marcus's cryptocurrency investment scheme that subsequently collapsed, losing the entire amount. I'm Patricia Cunningham, and what makes this betrayal so incomprehensibly painful is not just the crushing mortgage debt I now carry on a house I'd owned free and clear for 12 years. Though facing potential foreclosure in my elderly years is terrifying, but the realization that Marcus and Denise spent months planning this elaborate fraud, researching refinancing processes, creating forged documents, finding corrupt notaries, impersonating me to lenders, all while visiting me regularly for Sunday dinners and maintaining the loving stepchildren facade while they systematically prepared to steal my home equity and destroy the housing security that represented my only significant asset and my safe haven for my remaining years. I'd married Marcus and Denise's father, Robert Cunningham, 23 years ago when I was 51 and he was 54. Robert had been widowed for 3 years when we'd met, and his children, Marcus and Denise, had been 9 and 7 at the time. I'd never had biological children of my own, and I'd embraced the opportunity to help raise Robert's kids. They'd called me Mom Patricia initially, and eventually just Mom, as our bonds had strengthened over years of shared family life. Robert and I had bought our house together shortly after marrying, a modest 3-bedroom ranch in a quiet neighborhood. We'd taken out a 15-year mortgage and had paid it off 12 years ago through disciplined payments and occasional extra principal contributions. Owning the house free and clear had been a major accomplishment that had given us financial security in our retirement years. Robert had passed away from lung cancer 4 years ago at age 71. His death had been devastating after 23 years of marriage. But Marcus and Denise had been supportive during that difficult time, helping me through funeral arrangements and the adjustment to widowhood. They'd continued visiting regularly after Robert's death, maintaining family traditions like Sunday dinners and holiday celebrations. I'd believed we'd had genuine family bonds that transcended biology. I'd lived alone in the house after Robert's death, managing comfortably on my retirement income. My pension from 34 years as a medical records administrator provided about $2,400 monthly, and Social Security provided another $1,500 monthly, giving me total income of $3,900. With no mortgage payment and modest living expenses, the income was adequate for my needs. I'd also had about $89,000 in retirement savings as emergency reserves. The house had appreciated significantly since Robert and I had purchased it. We'd bought it for $165,000 23 years ago. According to recent real estate assessments, it was now worth approximately $410,000. The accumulated equity represented my most valuable asset and my primary source of financial security. Marcus was now 32 years old and worked in technology, though his employment seemed to change frequently between various startups and contract positions. Denise was 30 and worked as a hairstylist at a salon she co-owned with a business partner. Both seemed to be doing reasonably well professionally, though I'd gotten occasional hints that they struggled financially. Marcus had asked to borrow money from me a few times, and Denise had mentioned credit card debt and business challenges with her salon. About 15 months ago, Marcus had become very interested in cryptocurrency investing. He'd talk enthusiastically during family dinners about Bitcoin, Ethereum, and various other digital currencies. He'd claim that cryptocurrency represented the future of finance, and that people who got in early could make substantial returns. Marcus had apparently been investing his own money and had been encouraging friends and family to invest as well. Marcus had tried several times to convince me to invest some of my retirement savings in cryptocurrency through his guidance. I declined, explaining that I was risk-averse and needed to preserve my modest savings for security in my elderly years. Marcus had seemed disappointed, but hadn't pressed the issue aggressively. What I hadn't known was that Marcus had developed a much more aggressive plan to access capital for his cryptocurrency ventures. Unable to convince me or others to invest willingly, he'd apparently decided to access my home equity without my knowledge or permission by refinancing my house and taking the cash proceeds. The refinancing fraud had required extensive planning and execution. Marcus had apparently obtained copies of my identification documents, probably photographing my driver's license and social security card during visits to my house. He'd researched refinancing processes and had identified a mortgage broker willing to work with minimal verification. He'd created forged documents, including fabricated income statements and forged signatures on loan applications. Most critically, Marcus had found notaries willing to notarize forged signatures without my actual presence. According to what I'd later learned from investigators, Marcus had paid 2 different notaries to notarize documents claiming I'd signed them in their presence, when I'd actually never met them and had never seen the documents I'd supposedly signed. The refinancing application had been submitted to a subprime lender that apparently did minimal verification of borrower information. The lender had approved a $247,000 cash-out refinance on my $410,000 house, requiring monthly payments of approximately $1,850 for 30 years. The loan proceeds had been deposited into a bank account Marcus had opened in my name, but which he controlled. Marcus had apparently executed the entire fraudulent refinancing over several months without my knowledge. I'd received no communications from the mortgage company because Marcus had provided his own contact information on the loan application. I'd had no idea that my paid-off house suddenly had a $247,000 mortgage until I'd received a property tax statement showing the new mortgage holder as a lien holder on my property. I'd been confused when I'd seen the property tax statement listing a mortgage company I'd never heard of as having an interest in my home. I'd called the county tax assessor's office to inquire whether this was an error. The tax office had confirmed that yes, there was a recorded mortgage on my property in the amount of $247,000, dated about 3 months earlier. I'd been shocked and terrified. I'd immediately called the mortgage company listed on the tax statement. The customer service representative had confirmed that I had a mortgage with them for $247,000, with monthly payments of $1,850 due. When I'd insisted I'd never taken out this mortgage, the representative had become concerned and had transferred me to their fraud department. The fraud investigator I'd spoken with had pulled up my loan file and had found extensive documentation of the refinancing, an application with my name and social security number, income verification documents, property appraisal, and signed loan agreements. The investigator had said that, according to their records, I'd applied for the refinance, had been approved, and had received $247,000 in proceeds that had been distributed according to my written instructions. I'd insisted that I'd never applied for any refinance, had never signed any documents, and had never received any money. The investigator had said they'd need to launch a formal fraud investigation, but had warned me that as the named borrower on the loan, I might still be responsible for the debt, even if someone had forged my signature, depending on what the investigation revealed. I'd filed police reports immediately for identity theft and fraud. The detective assigned to my case had said this was an increasingly common type of fraud. Family members or others with access to elderly people's personal information would forge signatures to refinance paid-off homes and would steal the equity proceeds. The detective had said these cases were often difficult to prosecute because the perpetrators were skilled at creating plausible documentation. The detective had asked whether anyone had access to my personal information or identification documents. I'd had to admit that Marcus and Denise both had access to my house and could have obtained my documents during their frequent visits. The detective had asked if I'd noticed any suspicious behavior or signs that someone was going through my personal files. Looking back, I could remember a few instances where I'd thought documents had been moved or where I'd misplaced my driver's license, only to find it later in a slightly different location than I'd remembered leaving it. I'd attributed these incidents to my own forgetfulness, never suspecting that someone was systematically photographing my documents to facilitate identity fraud. The investigation had quickly identified Marcus as the perpetrator. The bank account that had received the $247,000 refinancing proceeds had been traced to Marcus. The notaries who'd notarized the forged documents had eventually admitted, after being confronted with evidence, that Marcus had paid them to notarize signatures without the actual signer being present. Phone records and email evidence showed Marcus had been in contact with the mortgage broker throughout the refinancing process. When confronted by police, Marcus had eventually admitted to the refinancing fraud. His explanation had been that he'd needed capital for a guaranteed cryptocurrency investment opportunity that would have generated massive returns. He'd claimed he'd intended to pay back the refinanced mortgage entirely within a year using his investment profits, so I'd never would have known about the refinance or been burdened by the debt. His justifications had been delusional and offensive. Marcus hadn't borrowed money for a short-term investment. He'd forged documents and committed fraud to steal my home equity for speculative cryptocurrency ventures. The guaranteed investment he'd put my money into had been anything but. The particular cryptocurrency project Marcus had invested in had been a scam that had collapsed completely within months, leaving Marcus with nothing. The entire $247,000 that Marcus had stolen from my home equity was gone, lost in a failed cryptocurrency scheme. Marcus had no ability to repay the money or to pay off the fraudulent mortgage he'd taken out in my name. Meanwhile, I was left with a $1,850 monthly mortgage payment on a house I'd owned free and clear, a payment I couldn't afford on my $3,900 monthly income. Marcus had been arrested and charged with multiple felonies, including forgery, identity theft, fraud, and elder financial abuse. The charges were extremely serious given the amount involved and the vulnerable victim's circumstances. Marcus faced potentially 10 to 15 years in prison if convicted on all counts. Denise had initially claimed she'd known nothing about Marcus's refinancing fraud. But the investigation had revealed that Denise had been aware of at least some of Marcus's plans. Text messages between Marcus and Denise showed they'd discussed Marcus's need for capital and his frustration that I wouldn't invest in his cryptocurrency ventures. While Denise apparently hadn't directly participated in the forgery, she'd known Marcus was planning something to access my home equity and hadn't warned me or tried to stop him. The betrayal by Denise, knowing what Marcus was planning and staying silent, had been its own layer of hurt. Even if she hadn't directly participated in the fraud, she'd been complicit by not protecting me from her brother's scheme. Both of my stepchildren had valued Marcus's financial interests over my security and well-being. The immediate crisis had been figuring out what to do about the fraudulent mortgage. The mortgage company had said that even though the loan had been obtained through fraud, they were still secured creditors with a lien on my property. They couldn't simply forgive the loan because I hadn't actually applied for it. They'd need to either be repaid or would eventually foreclose if payments weren't made. I'd been unable to make the $1,850 monthly payments on my $3,900 income. After other expenses like utilities, food, insurance, and healthcare costs, I'd had no capacity to pay the fraudulent mortgage. I'd tried making payments for the first 2 months using my emergency savings, but I'd quickly realized this was unsustainable and would deplete my reserves entirely within 2 years. I'd hired an attorney specializing in elder fraud and foreclosure defense. The attorney had explained that my situation was legally complex. Yes, the mortgage was obtained through fraud, and I was a victim. But the mortgage company had provided funds in good faith based on documents that appeared legitimate. Recovering from this situation would require either forcing Marcus to somehow pay off the mortgage, unlikely given he had no assets, suing the mortgage company for negligence in processing a fraudulent application, or potentially losing my house to foreclosure. The attorney had filed lawsuits against both Marcus and the mortgage company. Against Marcus, we'd alleged fraud, theft, elder abuse, and sought damages for the full amount of the fraudulent loan, plus my emotional distress and legal costs. Against the mortgage company, we'd claimed they'd been negligent in processing the loan application without adequate verification, and without ensuring I'd actually appeared before notaries or had actual knowledge of the refinancing. The mortgage company had defended by claiming they'd followed standard industry practices and that the forged documents had been sophisticated enough to pass their verification procedures. They'd taken the position that Marcus's fraud wasn't their responsibility and that I was still obligated to repay the loan regardless of the circumstances of its origination. The litigation had been expensive and emotionally exhausting. I'd already spent over $75,000 in legal fees fighting to avoid foreclosure and trying to get the fraudulent mortgage discharged. The money was coming from my retirement savings, rapidly depleting the modest reserves I'd accumulated for emergencies and eventual care needs. In the meantime, I'd stopped making mortgage payments because I simply couldn't afford them. The mortgage company had begun foreclosure proceedings. I was facing losing my home of 23 years, the house I'd shared with Robert, the house I'd owned free and clear for 12 years, because my stepson had forged my signature to steal my equity. 7 months after discovering the fraudulent refinance, I was still fighting to save my house. My attorney had been negotiating with the mortgage company about potential settlement options that might allow me to keep my home. Options under discussion included having the loan balance substantially reduced in recognition of the fraud, refinancing to a more affordable payment, or potentially transferring the property to me through a quiet title action that would eliminate the fraudulent mortgage. But none of these options were guaranteed, and all continued to be expensive to pursue. Meanwhile, Marcus had no ability to make restitution even if convicted. He'd lost all the stolen money in failed cryptocurrency investments and had no assets to seize. Even a criminal conviction and prison sentence wouldn't restore my financial security or my housing stability. The emotional devastation had been comprehensive. Marcus and Denise weren't my biological children, but I'd raised them for over 2 decades and had loved them as my own. They'd called me Mom and had been part of my family identity. Marcus had repaid that by committing elaborate fraud to steal my home equity, and Denise had been complicit through silence. Both had demonstrated that whatever affection they'd shown me over the years had been conditional and had evaporated when faced with Marcus's desire for quick money. I'd also had to process that this fraud had been committed while Robert was deceased and unable to protect me or his children's integrity. If Robert had been alive, would Marcus have attempted this fraud? Would Robert have detected warning signs that I'd missed? The guilt about not being more vigilant about protecting the home Robert and I had built together added another layer to my grief. What I knew for certain was that Marcus had made calculated decisions over months to systematically defraud me. He'd stolen my identification information. He'd created forged documents. He'd found corrupt notaries. He'd lied to mortgage brokers. He'd executed a complex fraud scheme and had stolen $247,000 of my home equity to fund cryptocurrency speculation. Each step had been a deliberate choice that revealed his character and his willingness to destroy his stepmother's security for his own financial benefit. I'm 74 years old, fighting to save the house I owned free and clear from foreclosure because my stepson forged my signature to refinance it and stole the proceeds. The litigation continues with uncertain outcome. Even if I eventually prevail and keep my house, I'll never recover the $75,000 I've spent in legal fees or the 7 months of stress and fear about losing my home. The stepchildren I raised and loved have proven themselves capable of devastating fraud against me. Some days the betrayal feels overwhelming, wondering how children I'd mothered for over 20 years could have planned such elaborate theft of their stepmother's security. But I'm surviving and telling my story so other elderly people will be vigilant about protecting their personal information, even from family members, will verify any mortgage or financial correspondence they receive, even if it seems like an obvious error, and will understand that home equity fraud by family members is unfortunately common and can destroy housing security that took decades to build. My stepdaughter switched my dementia medications with placebos to make me appear worse. The absolutely terrifying medical sabotage and psychological torture I endured for 8 months has exposed that my stepdaughter Lauren, who I'd raised alongside her father for 19 years, and who took over coordinating my medications after my mild cognitive impairment diagnosis, systematically replaced my actual dementia medications with look-alike placebos to deliberately worsen my cognitive symptoms, make me appear more impaired than I actually was, and build a case for having me declared incompetent so she could gain control of my $890,000 estate through guardianship before her father's other children from his first marriage could inherit anything when I eventually died. I'm Judith Brennan, 77 years old, and what makes this betrayal so uniquely horrific is not just the deliberate medical sabotage, though being denied medications that could have slowed my cognitive decline has potentially caused permanent neurological damage, but the calculated cruelty of Lauren, watching me struggle with worsening confusion and memory problems that she was deliberately causing through medication substitution, documenting my declining condition as evidence of incompetence, while she was actually the one creating the symptoms, and planning to use the falsified medical crisis she'd manufactured to steal my estate from the stepchildren and biological grandchildren I'd intended it to benefit. I'd been married to Lauren's father, Thomas Brennan, for 23 years before he passed away from pancreatic cancer 4 years ago at age 73. Thomas had been previously married and had 3 adult children from his first marriage, Sarah, Michael, and Jennifer, all now in their late 40s and early 50s. Thomas and his first wife had divorced when the children were teenagers, and Thomas had been single for several years when we'd met, and married when I was 54 and he was 50. Lauren was Thomas's daughter from his second marriage, brief marriage that had ended in divorce when Lauren was a toddler. Lauren had been 11 when Thomas and I married, and I'd helped raise her through her teenage years. Lauren's biological mother had been minimally involved, so I'd essentially been Lauren's primary mother figure from age 11 onward. I'd believed we'd had a close stepmother-stepdaughter relationship. Thomas and I had built a comfortable life together. I'd worked as a bank branch manager for 31 years before retiring at 65, and Thomas had been a successful engineer. Through our combined incomes, careful saving, and some inheritance Thomas had received, we'd accumulated substantial assets. When Thomas died, I'd inherited his estate, leaving me with approximately $890,000 in total assets, including our house, worth about $420,000, investment accounts of roughly $380,000, and retirement accounts of about $90,000. My retirement income consisted of my bank pension of approximately $3,600 monthly, plus Social Security of about $2,100 monthly, giving me total income of $5,700. Combined with my substantial assets, I'd been financially secure and comfortable in widowhood. My will left my estate divided among Thomas's children. Lauren and the 3 children from his first marriage would each receive 25% of my estate when I died. I'd felt this was fair distribution that honored Thomas's relationships with all his children. Lauren would receive the same amount as her half-siblings, even though she'd been the only one I'd actually helped raise. About 2 years ago, at age 75, I'd started noticing some memory and cognitive changes. I'd forget names more easily, would occasionally lose track of conversations, and would sometimes have trouble finding words. I'd mentioned these concerns to my doctor, who'd referred me to a neurologist for evaluation. The neurological evaluation had diagnosed me with mild cognitive impairment, MCI, a condition that causes noticeable cognitive changes more significant than normal aging, but not severe enough to significantly interfere with daily life. MCI sometimes progresses to dementia, but not always. My neurologist had prescribed medications, including cholinesterase inhibitors and memantine, that could potentially slow cognitive decline and preserve function. The diagnosis had been frightening, but the neurologist had been reassuring. Many people live for years with stable MCI that never progresses to full dementia. The medications I'd been prescribed had good evidence for slowing decline. With treatment and cognitive engagement, my prognosis had been reasonably optimistic. Lauren had been very attentive after my diagnosis. She'd offered to help me manage my medications, saying that taking multiple medications correctly was important for effectiveness, and that she wanted to ensure I didn't forget doses or mix up pills. Lauren had also offered to attend my medical appointments to help me remember what doctors said and to ask questions I might not think of. I'd been grateful for Lauren's support and had appreciated having help managing the medical aspects of my condition. Lauren had set up a pill organizer system for my medications, had reminded me to take pills on schedule, and had accompanied me to neurology appointments. She'd seemed like a devoted stepdaughter, helping her aging stepmother manage a challenging diagnosis. What I hadn't known was that Lauren had been systematically replacing my actual dementia medications with placebos. According to what investigators later discovered, Lauren had been researching where to obtain counterfeit pills that looked identical to my prescribed medications. She'd found online sources that sold look-alike tablets, pills that were the same size, shape, and color as my actual prescriptions, but contained no active medication. Lauren had been swapping my real medications for placebos when filling my weekly pill organizers. The actual medications my neurologist prescribed had been in their pharmacy bottles, but the pills Lauren had been giving me daily were worthless placebos. She'd been carefully hiding the real medications and had been feeding me sugar pills while I'd believed I was taking medication to protect my cognitive function. Without actual medication, my cognitive symptoms had worsened noticeably. My memory had declined more rapidly than expected. I'd become more confused, more easily. My word-finding difficulties had increased. The progression had been concerning to both me and my neurologist, who'd been puzzled that I was declining despite medication that usually stabilized patients. Lauren had been meticulously documenting my worsening symptoms. She'd kept a detailed log of every instance of confusion, every memory lapse, every time I'd lost track of conversations. She'd taken videos on her phone of me when I was particularly confused. She'd been building what appeared to be comprehensive evidence that I was experiencing rapid cognitive decline and was becoming unable to manage my own affairs. Lauren had also been working to isolate me from Thomas's other children. She'd told Sarah, Michael, and Jennifer that I was declining cognitively and that too much social stimulation was confusing for me. She'd discouraged them from visiting and had intercepted their calls, claiming I was too confused to talk on the phone. She'd been systematically cutting me off from the stepchildren who might have noticed something was wrong with how rapidly I was supposedly declining. About 10 months into the medication substitution, Lauren had filed a guardianship petition, claiming I was no longer competent to manage my affairs due to advanced dementia. The petition had included Lauren's detailed documentation of my supposed cognitive decline, the logs of confusion, the videos, statements from Lauren about incidents where I'd seemed severely impaired. The guardianship petition had been my first indication that something was seriously wrong. I'd been shocked to be served with legal papers claiming I was incompetent and needed a guardian. Yes, I had MCI and had been experiencing some cognitive changes, but I was still functioning independently and managing my own life. I'd certainly never agreed to guardianship or believed I needed someone to control my affairs. I'd hired an attorney to defend against the guardianship petition. My attorney had been concerned by Lauren's documentation, which had painted a picture of someone much more impaired than I appeared to be in our meetings. The attorney had recommended I undergo an independent cognitive evaluation by a neuropsychologist to assess my actual functional capacity. The independent evaluation had been comprehensive. Hours of cognitive testing, functional assessments, and interviews. The neuropsychologist's report had concluded that while I had MCI as previously diagnosed, my level of impairment was mild and did not prevent me from managing my own affairs. The report had specifically noted that my observed function was significantly better than what Lauren's documentation had suggested, and had raised questions about whether the documentation accurately reflected my actual condition. The neuropsychologist had also noted something curious. She'd said my cognitive presentation was inconsistent with someone who'd been taking dementia medications as prescribed for over a year. Patients on my medication regimen typically showed stability or slow decline, not the rapid progression Lauren had been documenting. The psychologist had recommended verifying that I was actually taking my medications correctly. That recommendation had led to the discovery of Lauren's medication sabotage. My attorney had hired an investigator to examine my medications. The investigator had taken samples from my pill organizer and had them analyzed. The testing had revealed that the pills were not the prescribed medications. They were placebos, containing no active pharmaceutical ingredients. Further investigation had traced Lauren's purchase of counterfeit pills from online sources. Her computer search history showed extensive research into obtaining look-alike medications, into expected progression rates of untreated MCI, and disturbingly, into how to document cognitive decline for guardianship proceedings. The discovery had been horrifying. Lauren hadn't just been failing to give me my medications. She'd been actively replacing them with placebos to ensure I didn't receive treatment. She'd been deliberately causing my cognitive symptoms to worsen so she could document rapid decline and use that documentation to have me declared incompetent. The motivation had become clear when investigators examined Lauren's financial situation. Lauren was in serious financial trouble. Approximately $240,000 in gambling debts, maxed out credit cards, mortgage in arrears. She'd apparently been gambling heavily at casinos for years, hiding the addiction and accumulating massive debt. Lauren had also been resentful of having to share my estate with her half-siblings from Thomas's first marriage. According to text messages investigators found, Lauren had been complaining to friends that it was unfair she only got 25% of my estate when she was the one who'd helped raise me in my old age, while Sarah, Michael, and Jennifer did nothing. She'd apparently convinced herself she deserved the entire estate rather than sharing with half-siblings she'd never been close to. Lauren's plan had been to gain guardianship over me by documenting rapid cognitive decline she'd manufactured through medication sabotage. Once appointed guardian with control over my estate, she'd apparently planned to slowly drain my assets to pay her gambling debts while I was still alive. Then, when I died, she'd have already taken what she wanted, and her half-siblings would inherit significantly depleted estate. The medical harm Lauren had caused was severe. By denying me dementia medications for approximately 10 months, she'd allowed my condition to progress further than it should have. My neurologist explained that while we couldn't know for certain, the period without medication had likely caused permanent cognitive decline that might have been prevented or slowed with proper treatment. Even after resuming my actual medications, my cognitive function didn't fully return to the level it had been before Lauren's sabotage. I'd lost ground cognitively that I would never regain. Lauren's medication substitution had potentially stolen years of cognitive function from me, had accelerated my progression toward dementia, and had caused neurological harm that was irreversible. Lauren had been arrested and charged with multiple felonies, including elder abuse, fraud, assault through medication tampering, and attempted theft. The charges were extraordinary, but prosecutors said they were appropriate, given Lauren had deliberately caused medical harm to facilitate theft and had endangered my health through systematic medication sabotage. The criminal case had been ongoing for 8 months. Lauren's defense attorney had tried to argue that Lauren had genuinely believed she was acting in my best interests, and that the medication substitution had been misguided rather than malicious. But the evidence of her financial motives, her research into guardianship proceedings, and her efforts to isolate me from other family members made clear this had been calculated elder abuse rather than well-intentioned mistakes. I'd also immediately revised my will to completely disinherit Lauren, someone who'd deliberately sabotaged my medical treatment and caused permanent cognitive damage to steal my estate deserved nothing. My estate would now be divided equally among Sarah, Michael, and Jennifer, Thomas's children from his first marriage who'd been nothing but supportive when Lauren's crimes came to light. The guardianship petition had obviously been dismissed once the medication sabotage was discovered. The court had found no basis for guardianship given that my apparent rapid decline had been artificially created through Lauren denying me prescribed medications. With proper medication, my cognitive function was stable at MCI level that didn't impair my decision-making capacity. The relationship with Lauren was permanently destroyed. The stepdaughter I'd raised from age 11, who I'd loved and supported through her entire adolescence and young adulthood, had poisoned me essentially, denying me medications I needed while substituting placebos, causing deliberate medical harm for financial gain. That betrayal was incomprehensible. I'd also had to process that Lauren had been willing to watch me struggle with worsening confusion and cognitive symptoms that she was deliberately causing. She documented my confusion and memory problems while knowing she was the one creating them through medication sabotage. She'd taken videos of me when I was particularly confused to use as evidence against me. The cruelty was sociopathic. Thomas's other children had been shocked and horrified when they'd learned what Lauren had done. Sarah, Michael, and Jennifer had all reached out expressing their disgust at Lauren's actions. They'd apologized for not being more suspicious when Lauren had been discouraging their visits, saying they'd trusted Lauren was appropriately managing my care. They'd had no idea their half-sister was systematically poisoning their stepmother. 8 months after discovering Lauren's medication sabotage, I was still dealing with the aftermath. My cognitive function had partially stabilized on properly administered medications, but I'd lost ground I would never regain. The 10 months without medication had accelerated my decline in ways that couldn't be reversed. Lauren had literally stolen cognitive function and time from me through her sabotage. What I knew for certain was that Lauren had made calculated decisions for months to replace my medications with placebos. Every week when she'd filled my pill organizer with counterfeit pills, she'd chosen to continue sabotaging my treatment. Every time she'd documented my worsening symptoms, she'd known she was the cause. Every neurology appointment she'd attended, where doctors had been concerned about my rapid decline, she'd stayed silent about her role in creating that decline. I'm 77 years old, living with cognitive impairment that was worsened by my stepdaughter's deliberate medication sabotage. The dementia medications I should have been taking for 10 months were replaced with placebos, allowing my condition to progress further than it might have otherwise. Even now, on proper medication, I'll never know what my cognitive trajectory might have been if Lauren hadn't interfered with my treatment. I'm telling my story to warn other elderly people with cognitive conditions to be vigilant about medication management, to have multiple people verify prescriptions match what's being taken, to have independent cognitive assessments if decline seems unusually rapid, and to understand that family members may sabotage medical treatment if they believe it serves their financial interests. I'm also warning that guardianship proceedings can be based on manufactured evidence of decline created through deliberate medical neglect or sabotage, and that having strong advocates outside the immediate family who can question suspicious rapid deterioration may be life-saving. My stepson convinced me to add him to my bank account, then drained it for gambling debts. The financially catastrophic and emotionally shattering betrayal I've been dealing with for the past 6 months has uncovered that my stepson Ryan, who I helped raise from age 11 after marrying his father, and who always called me Mom, despite not being his biological mother, manipulated me into adding him as a joint account holder on my savings account by claiming it would make it easier for him to help me with banking as I got older. Then, systematically withdrew $178,000 over 8 months to pay off gambling debts he'd accumulated through online sports betting and casino gambling that had spiraled completely out of control. I'm Louise Patterson, 74 years old, and what makes this violation so utterly devastating is not just the financial ruin of losing nearly all my retirement savings that I'd accumulated through 40 years of working as a registered nurse, though that's certainly catastrophic at my age. But the realization that Ryan had been lying to my face for years about his gambling addiction, while planning how to access and steal my money, and that he showed no remorse even after being caught, because apparently his gambling debts and his fear of the consequences of not paying them mattered more to him than the well-being of the woman who'd raised him as her own son for over 30 years. I married Ryan's father, Tom Patterson, 29 years ago, when Ryan was 11 years old. Tom had been divorced from Ryan's biological mother for about 2 years when we'd met. Ryan's mother had moved to another state after the divorce and had been minimally involved in Ryan's life. Occasional visits and phone calls, but no consistent parenting presence. When Tom and I had married, I'd become Ryan's primary mother figure and had embraced that role completely. I'd raised Ryan from age 11 through his teenage years and into young adulthood. I'd attended his school events, helped with homework, navigated teenage challenges with him, and had been present for all the milestones a parent experiences with their child. Ryan had called me Mom from early in my marriage to Tom, and I'd loved him as fully as if he were my biological son. We'd had what I'd believed was a genuinely close mother-son relationship, built on years of shared life and mutual affection. Tom had passed away from a heart attack 4 years ago when he was 67 and I was 70. His death had been sudden and devastating. Ryan had been supportive during that difficult time, helping me with funeral arrangements and being present emotionally as I'd grieved. I'd felt grateful to have Ryan in my life as family after losing Tom. I'd worked as a registered nurse for 40 years, retiring at age 68. Through disciplined saving throughout my career, I'd accumulated approximately $195,000 in retirement savings beyond my nursing pension. My pension provided about $2,900 monthly, and Social Security provided another $1,600 monthly, giving me $4,500 total income. It was comfortable combined with my savings, and I'd felt financially secure in retirement. I owned my home free and clear, a modest 2-bedroom condo I'd bought with Tom shortly after we'd married. The condo was worth approximately $185,000. Between my savings and my home equity, I'd had about $380,000 in total assets, which wasn't wealthy, but was adequate for a comfortable retirement and eventual care needs. Ryan was now 40 years old, married to a woman named Tiffany for 6 years, and they had 2 young children, my step-grandchildren who I loved dearly. Ryan worked as a sales manager for a beverage distribution company and appeared to be doing well professionally. He and Tiffany lived in a nice house in the suburbs and seemed to have a comfortable middle-class lifestyle. About 2 years ago, Ryan had started expressing concern about my ability to manage my finances as I aged. He'd said he'd read articles about elderly people being targeted by scams and having difficulty with online banking. He'd suggested that it might be smart to add him as a joint holder on my bank accounts so he could help monitor for suspicious activity and could assist with banking tasks if I ever needed help. I'd been somewhat hesitant initially about giving someone else access to my accounts, even my stepson. But Ryan had been persuasive. He'd emphasized that having him as joint account holder wouldn't mean he'd be using my accounts. It would just mean he could help me if I needed assistance, or could access funds on my behalf if I was ever hospitalized or incapacitated. He'd framed it as a safety measure, and a way for him to fulfill his responsibility as my son to look after me. Ryan had also pointed out that Tom's sudden death 4 years earlier had created complications because I'd been his widow, and his accounts had been frozen during probate. Ryan had suggested that having him as joint holder on my accounts would avoid similar complications if anything happened to me. He'd be able to access funds immediately for my care or for funeral expenses without waiting for estate proceedings. The arguments had seemed reasonable and had come from someone I trusted completely. I'd agreed to add Ryan as joint account holder on my primary savings account that held about $180,000. I'd kept a smaller savings account of about $15,000 in my name only as a personal emergency fund, but the bulk of my savings had been in the account where I'd added Ryan. For the first year or so after adding Ryan to the account, nothing had seemed wrong. Ryan hadn't accessed the account at all that I'd been aware of. He'd occasionally ask how I was doing financially and if I needed any help with anything. But there had been no indication he was using his access to my money inappropriately. What I hadn't known was that Ryan had developed a serious gambling addiction. He'd apparently started with casual sports betting a few years earlier, small wagers on football games and basketball games that had seemed like harmless entertainment. But the gambling had gradually escalated. Ryan had started betting larger amounts and had gotten involved in online casino gambling beyond just sports betting. According to what I'd later learned from Tiffany, Ryan had lost approximately $85,000 of their own money over about 2 years of increasingly heavy gambling. He'd maxed out credit cards, had taken out personal loans, and had drained their savings. Tiffany had only discovered the extent of the problem about a year ago, and she and Ryan had apparently been fighting constantly about his gambling and their resulting financial crisis. Ryan had also apparently gotten involved with some kind of gambling operation or bookmaking service that had extended him credit for bets. He'd accumulated about $90,000 in gambling debts to these creditors, who were apparently not the kind of people who accepted excuses for non-payment. Ryan had been getting threatening messages about repaying what he owed, and he'd been terrified of the consequences if he didn't pay. Unable to access any more of his own funds, and desperate to pay off gambling debts that were becoming dangerous, Ryan had started taking money from my savings account, the account where I'd made him joint holder so he could help me with banking. Over about 8 months, Ryan had made numerous withdrawals, totaling approximately $178,000. He'd taken almost all of my retirement savings to pay off his gambling debts and to fund continued gambling as his addiction had spiraled further out of control. Ryan had been somewhat careful about how he'd taken the money to avoid immediately alerting me. He'd made withdrawals of varying amounts at different times, sometimes $5,000, sometimes $15,000, sometimes $8,000. The irregular pattern had been designed to make it harder to notice the systematic drain on my account. He'd also made withdrawals from different bank branches rather than using the same location repeatedly. I'd discovered the theft completely by accident. I'd been reviewing my quarterly account statement and had noticed the balance was much lower than I'd expected. I'd known I hadn't withdrawn money, so I'd reviewed the detailed transaction history. The statement had shown dozens of withdrawals over the previous 8 months that I hadn't made, totaling over $170,000. I'd called the bank immediately, thinking there must be fraud or identity theft. The bank representative had reviewed the transactions and had explained that all the withdrawals had been made by Ryan Patterson, the joint account holder I'd added 2 years earlier. According to the bank, Ryan had full legal authority to withdraw money from the account since he was listed as joint holder with equal access rights. I'd been devastated and confused. Why would Ryan withdraw nearly all my savings? I'd called him immediately and had asked about the withdrawals. Ryan had initially tried to claim he didn't know what I was talking about, that there must be some mistake. But when I'd read him specific withdrawal amounts and dates, he'd eventually admitted he'd taken the money. Ryan's explanation had been that he'd borrowed the money temporarily for an investment opportunity and had been planning to return it with interest before I noticed. But his story had been obviously false. The withdrawals had been happening for 8 months and had depleted nearly all my savings. This wasn't a short-term loan, it was systematic theft. I'd pressed Ryan for the truth about what he'd done with my money. He'd eventually broken down and confessed about the gambling addiction and the debts. He'd admitted taking my savings to pay off gambling creditors who'd been threatening him. He'd also admitted he'd used some of my money to continue gambling, thinking he could win back what he'd lost and restore my account before I discovered the missing money. The confession had been devastating. Ryan hadn't borrowed money for a legitimate purpose. He'd stolen my life savings to fund a gambling addiction and to pay off gambling debts. He'd used the banking access I'd given him in good faith to essentially rob me of my financial security. I demanded that Ryan immediately return the money he'd stolen. He'd said he couldn't. He'd already spent it all paying gambling debts and losing more money on continued betting. He'd claimed he was trying to figure out how to get the money to repay me, but didn't currently have any way to access $178,000. I'd reported Ryan to the police immediately. The detective I'd spoken with had said the situation was complicated legally. Yes, Ryan had taken my money without permission. But because he'd been listed as a joint account holder with full legal access to the account, the theft charges would be more difficult to prosecute than if he'd been a stranger who'd stolen from me. The joint account structure meant Ryan had technically had legal authority to withdraw the money, even though he'd been morally and ethically stealing from me. The detective had said they'd investigate and would pursue charges if possible. But he'd warned me that criminal prosecution might be difficult, and that recovering the money would likely require civil litigation, regardless of whether criminal charges were filed. I'd also confronted Tiffany, Ryan's wife, about whether she'd known he was stealing from me. Tiffany had been shocked and horrified. She'd known about Ryan's gambling addiction and their financial problems, but she'd claimed she'd had no idea Ryan was taking money from my account. Tiffany had said if she'd known, she would have stopped him and would have told me immediately. Tiffany had told me that Ryan's gambling addiction had completely destroyed their marriage and their finances. They were facing potential foreclosure on their house because Ryan had stopped making mortgage payments to funnel money toward gambling. Their credit cards were maxed out. Collection agencies were calling constantly. Tiffany had been planning to divorce Ryan even before I discovered the theft from my account. The betrayal had been comprehensive. The stepson I'd raised and loved had stolen nearly all my retirement savings to fund a gambling addiction. He'd exploited the banking access I'd given him as a safety measure and had used it to systematically drain my account over 8 months. He'd lied to me repeatedly while stealing from me, and even after being caught, had shown more concern about his gambling debts than about the devastating impact on my financial security. The criminal investigation had progressed slowly. After several months, the district attorney's office had declined to prosecute Ryan criminally. They'd said that while his conduct was morally reprehensible, the joint account structure created legal complications that made criminal theft charges difficult to prove beyond reasonable doubt. They'd recommended I pursue civil litigation instead. I'd hired an attorney to sue Ryan for the stolen funds. The civil case had been more straightforward than criminal prosecution. I could prove Ryan had taken my money without permission, and that he'd used it for his own purposes, rather than for any legitimate reason. But even winning a judgment wouldn't guarantee I'd actually recover the money if Ryan had no assets to seize. The litigation had revealed that Ryan was essentially judgment-proof. He'd had no savings, his house was underwater on the mortgage, and his income was being garnished for other debts he owed. Even if I won a judgment for the full $178,000 he'd stolen, collecting it would be nearly impossible. Ryan had spent or gambled away my money and had nothing left to repay me with. 6 months after discovering the theft, I'd been forced to drastically restructure my retirement. I'd had only about $17,000 remaining in savings. The small emergency account I'd kept separate, plus a bit that had been left in the account Ryan had drained. My comfortable retirement, with adequate reserves, had been destroyed. I'd had to make painful decisions about my lifestyle. I'd put my condo on the market and had moved to a small, inexpensive rental apartment to free up the home equity I'd need to rebuild some savings. I'd cut all discretionary spending. I'd been living on just my pension and Social Security with no financial cushion for emergencies or unexpected expenses. The emotional devastation had been even worse than the financial loss. Ryan had been my son in every meaningful sense for 29 years. I'd raised him, loved him, and trusted him completely. He'd betrayed that trust by stealing my life savings to fund an addiction, showing no genuine remorse even when caught, because he'd been more concerned about his gambling debts than about destroying his mother's financial security. The relationship was permanently destroyed. I'd told Ryan I never wanted to see or speak to him again. He'd tried to contact me several times, sending messages claiming he was sorry and saying he was trying to get help for his gambling addiction. But his apologies had felt hollow and self-serving. He was sorry he'd been caught and sorry he was facing consequences, not genuinely remorseful about what he'd done to me. I'd also lost my relationship with Ryan's children, my step-grandchildren. Tiffany had understandably limited my contact with them as she'd navigated her own crisis of divorcing Ryan and dealing with their financial disaster. The innocent children had been casualties of Ryan's betrayal, just as I'd been. What I knew for certain was that Ryan had made calculated choices over 8 months to systematically steal from me. He'd made dozens of separate withdrawals, each one a deliberate decision to take money that didn't belong to him. He'd lied to me repeatedly while stealing from me, maintaining the facade of devoted son while robbing me blind. Those were choices that revealed his character. He'd valued feeding his addiction and avoiding the consequences of his gambling over his mother's well-being and security. I'm 74 years old, living in a small rental apartment on a drastically reduced budget after my stepson stole $178,000 of my retirement savings to pay gambling debts. The comfortable retirement I'd worked 40 years to build was destroyed by someone I'd loved and raised as my own son. Some days the betrayal feels overwhelming, wondering how someone I'd mothered could be capable of such calculated theft. But I'm surviving and telling my story so other elderly people will be extraordinarily careful about adding family members to their bank accounts, even when those family members seem trustworthy and are asking for access to help with banking.